Okay, we can start. There we go. We just have to wait for the break to finish. Welcome in, everybody. IDK anymore. I've been isolating myself from people for the weekend. I mean, that's not always a bad thing in some situations, right? Sometimes people just gotta get away from things and people. I do that myself sometimes. So, I mean, it's not a bad thing necessarily. Depends how you go about doing it and like what you do with it. I just realized I need to restart the bids goal, so there we go. The subs goal we can... Well, I guess we'll restart as well, actually, because I mean, it is the new month. Let's do that. Why is the message only just popped up about break? What? Why are the ads... Is it playing a second break? What the hell? I guess it's running a double break at the start. That's weird. Okay, well, I guess we'll wait for the ad break. Well, I'll sit here and just talk, but wait for that to go, I guess. That's weird. Hello, Twitch? Are we okay? Very odd behavior. Thanks for the silent look, bruv. Also, a reminder to everyone who is here, if you can actually hear me anyway, of course. Most of you won't, because you'll be caught in the ads right now. Go like the stream on YouTube. Go drop a like over there. Takes very minimal effort, and it shows that, you know, you want to support the stream and help out. So I appreciate it very much. So if you go do that, thanks for doing it. I appreciate it. We've already got 2 on there, so whoever was the other one who went and did it, thank you for that. Well, I said whoever was the other who went and did that. I mean, because there was one right at the start, someone just did it. So I don't know who that was. It might have been Bowl or someone. Bowl's always instantly on the like on YouTube. So I don't know. But thank you to whoever that was. I appreciate it. Thanks for going across the YouTube stream. We'll just give it a minute before we go in. It was Bowl. Was alright. Heyo. I think I called it. Hi, Bowl. How are you? Welcome in, mate. I hope you had a relatively pleasant weekend. I know it's, you know, how good can it be? Because I'm talking to you, so I mean, it's one of those ones where that sounded way worse than it actually was. It made it sound like I was like, oh, how good could the weekend be? I'm only chatting to Bowl. You know what I mean? I know what you always say. You always say it's like kind of mess, so how good can it be, you know? But I hope it's gone alright. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, this is really weird. I guess we've had a double ad break at the start. I don't know what's happened there. It finished the first ad break, did it not? And then ran a second one? That's so weird. I have no idea. I'm very confused. I'm rather confused. I'll take it though, I guess. Yeah. I'll just let those play. Extra ad rev. Scraping those pennies, you know? Scraping them pennies. You know, wasn't awful, so we'll take... Hey, yo! Hey, I'm very glad to hear him, my dude. How's it been for yourself? It's been a weekend. You know, I've not done a huge amount. I actually went and sorted out my cases, not CS cases this time, suitcases, yesterday, because I needed to get them down from the roof, so that I could measure them and make sure that they were within the legal limits of what BA allow on their flights. So I've done that. So I sorted out my some travel stuff basically for most of the weekend. Did think about running out at one point and having a bit of a poke around about something, because I actually found out the other day that this was going to be more of a reconnaissance job. I found out the other day, welcome back to the break, everybody. I'm not sure what happened there, but I found out the other day when I was looking, just out of interest, I was like, how bad's the Pokemon situation, Destin Rivals pre-orders? And I went to go and see if I could actually find one on Google that was in store somewhere. I went through 20 pages of search results. I didn't find a single one. What I did find, though, is I did find a very, very local store that's literally like 5 minutes away from me that I used to go to when I was a kid, and I used to buy packs from. It's like it's kind of just like a local little like collectibles, like and sweets shop. It's like a little, you know, like a just a tiny little shop that used to be just a tiny little corner shop type place. It was great. I used to go in there when I was a youth and buy packs, and they had loads of sweets and stuff back when they used to have all that type of stuff, little like collectibles and things in there. And I didn't even realize it was still open, but they have a website, I guess, and it randomly popped up on my search results the other day, and I thought, you know what, maybe I'll pop down there this week and just have a wander in, see what they got. They could be my new place for hooking me up with packs. But yeah, so I thought about doing that as well, which was kind of fun. But I didn't have time to, and I thought, well, I'll be closed today, so I won't bother. But if I go down, I might go down the week. Yeah, relatively uneventful. My sports team lost their last game of the season, which isn't a surprise because they've only won 4 games out of like 20. They've been pretty bad this season. They did come very close though. They arguably could have won, but you know, it is what it is. And then here we are today, I suppose. I don't feel the greatest today. I feel a little bit weird, and maybe it's because it's the new month and you kind of got to settle, you know. But it feels a little strange in the new month so far in June. You never know. Speaking of destined rivals, though, you know when I said the other day that I definitely didn't have any and we wouldn't be doing a Pokemon stream on Sunday? Well, I've got a surprise. No, I don't have a side. I haven't got any surprises. I don't think I could pull off the bait bit again. I've done it too many times recently. No, I haven't got any. I think it'd also be a bit silly for me to spend a bunch of money right before I went away on vacation on it as well. So I thought, if I do anything, I'll go after. I think what I'll probably do is, if I go for anything, this is by no means a guarantee, but if I go for anything, I may do something when I get back, but the likelihood is no. I'll probably just wait until Black Bolt White Flare come out, and then I might try and scavenge some Destined Rivals then, because it'll probably go down a bit in price. So I'll probably wait until like mid-July, late July. Because the funny thing is, Black Bolt White Flare only comes out, I think, about 2 weeks after I get back from vacation, so it's not actually that long. It's only about 6 weeks or so until Black Bolt White Flare come out, so that'd be exciting. Fair, best to figure things out early. Yeah, exactly. I got my tape measure out, measured up my cases, because I don't want to turn up on the day and then they tell me I have to pay 60 quid to bring it on the flight or whatever, you know. I made sure to do that. And I went and bought my electrical adapters and stuff like that, so I'm kind of ready to go on the travel front now. I just need to get there on the day and pack all my stuff. Yeah, worth a gander. It is, yeah. I think it might be worth popping down there, because, I mean, worst comes to worst, right? Let's say I just go down there. I mean, it's literally 5 minutes away. I can walk there in 5 minutes, probably. Maybe 10, if I'm walking. But, you know, I can get there pretty quickly. It's a small place, and you'd hope that in a small... Because I don't live in a city or anything, right? So in a smaller place, you'd hope that maybe it hadn't been scalped quite as badly. So maybe they might have something, even if it's not necessarily what I want, but it's more of just a let's go and have a look. You know, bit of a poke around, see? You never know, I might find something. I might find something that I'd been looking for that they randomly have in store. That'd be kind of cool. Even if it isn't Destined Rivals, I might find something else. So I will say as well, their prices on booster boxes were actually exceptionally cheap. I don't know what it was. They were selling booster boxes on their website for 130 a box, which I've talked about this many times recently. It's about 155 at the minute, 150 a box. If they're selling it at retail for a Destined Rivals. If they're not selling it at retail, they're selling it at market price, it's more like 250. But like, they were selling it at 130. That's insane for the current prices. 130 for the brand new booster box. So, you never know. Maybe we'll get lucky, I'll pop down there and I'll have some. Who knows? I'm also going to say it again one more time. If you're here now, you can hear me, which I hope you can. Make sure to go and drop a cheeky like on the stream. There is a pinned message at the top of chat with a link to the YouTube channel. All you've got to do at that point is click on the actual stream itself and drop a cheeky like on it. And it goes towards supporting the stream and it helps out massively. So thank you very much for doing that if you do it. And whoever's done it already, thank you as well. I appreciate that. I'm a sip of me Apple Tango. Apple Tango? Apple Fanta, actually. It's not Tango this time. Apple Fanta I've got today. It's a new one, I think. I've never had it before. I've been having it, I bought a couple the other day. Hi, Shaylay. How's it going, man? Welcome in. Yeah, that was a good sign at that price. Little hidden spot for them. Yeah, exactly. It looked good. I mean, they had a lot of like stuff that they said about their selections. They also said on their website that they have all the new stuff day one. So good signs. Again, it's hard to know though, because until I go down there and see what it's actually about. But I think if they have a decent Pokemon section, that'd be quite useful for me. You know? Thank you for the wave in the YouTube chat, Shirley. I think I know what that means. I'm gonna guess that you must have been our third like on the stream today. Presumably. I could be wrong. I'm guessing you've gone over there anyway and done it. Or at least you've gone over into the stream in the first place, which is more than most. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Game's up on screen as well. Yeah. You're right, though. It is a good sign, Bob. It is a good sign. I think it's because it's just a small local place that's probably not trying to, like, fleece people. So their prices are a lot more reasonable, which is cool. Probably to make it accessible to kids and stuff still, because I remember, as I say, my childhood memories, I remember going in there as a child and buying packs. I think they've moved from where they originally were, not too far, but yeah, it's pretty cool though. Doing alright. How goes me? Yeah, I'm doing reasonable. Haven't been up to too much this weekend. It's been a pretty quiet, boring weekend, to be honest. Mostly I've just been thinking about my trip, to be honest, in a couple of weeks and doing some preppy stuff. That's about most of what I've done this weekend, really. Played the Division with Mirage yesterday, which was quite fun. Division 2's on Games Pass again, or at the minute, so we decided to play a bit of that for old time's sake. It's been a long time, so that was fun. Yeah, it's been alright. It's been alright. Not too bad of a weekend. And here we are again for another stream. Of course, now, just so everybody knows, there's 8 streams left, if I remember rightly, before I go on vacation. 9 if you include today, because this one hasn't finished yet. 8 streams after today. Isn't that wild? I'm kind of terrified. You know? Kind of terrified about that. About the fact there's only 8 streams before I go. But, yeah. It's really weird. It almost feels like I'm not coming back afterwards. It feels like this is my, like, retirement tour. And I'm like, guys, there's only 8 streams left ever. Come watch them while you can, you know? A bit weird. But yeah, so it's been alright though, Shayla. It's been alright. We're going along relatively fine, you know? Chipping along as we do. Yeah. Let's go and do a quick check on this. Okay, Black Knight is looking solid. Challenger 2E, I mean, I really need to get this done today. It's a lot of XP. I think it's speculated to say we could finish this today, but it depends on the quality of the performance. If I play well enough, there's no reason I can. Get straight into it with a 10% booster for everyone else on the team. It is sounding like it's wrapping up. It does, doesn't it? When I say it like that, or I go 8 streams until I'm going, it does sound like it's the end. It isn't the end. Well, at least I'm not going in with the intention of it being the end anyway. I suppose you never know with one thing or another. Maybe I come back and I go, you know what? I'm going to stop for a little bit. I don't know. But I don't have the intention of doing that when I come back, no. I have the intention of coming back and starting up again as I did. The only thing maybe will be about whether I decide on the Thursdays. Really? That'll be like the only question mark will be Thursday streams and what's going to happen with those. I said before, and I know both of you guys already know who are here because I've talked to you both about it in stream. But Thursday's like the only day at the minute that's kind of up in the air as a, am I actually going to keep doing it, or shall I use that instead and devote that time towards, for example, working on like a YouTube project. Which I kind of have an idea of 2 things I'd like to do for the YouTube stuff. Obviously, I've got the YouTube short series that I want to do, but one of the other things that I've kind of been thinking about for a while is I kind of want to start doing a 100% achievement / platinum trophy type series. Fuck out of it, bot. Where I kind of just go through and do like one of those longish videos that shows the process of 100% in games. Where I kind of like edit bits together of the achievements and stuff, and we do that, and I'll do like the whole, you know, getting the platinum in, even though it's not the platinum, you know what I mean though. Like it'd be like getting the platinum in Oblivion or whatever, and that'd be like the type of thing I'm doing. This is a bit awkward, isn't it? Good first shot of the day though. Big hit onto that leopard. Got his tail there as well. Wonder if we can set him on fire. What do you reckon? He's dead. Never mind. We certainly can't set him on fire now because he's a burning out wreck himself. Oh, what a handy chap. You've signed up with new internet, so can't be letting that go to waste. I'm not worried. That is true, actually, Bowl. I kind of forgot. I think I kind of forgotten about that because of when it's happening in the middle of everything. It's kind of easy for me to forget that, actually, yes, I am getting new internet as well. You're right. I'm quite excited about that because it doesn't really change much in the grand scheme of things. Like, the stream is going to look no different in theory from having better internet. It's just everything's going to be a lot smoother, probably, for me. And it means that, like, I don't have to worry about games needing to update and stuff so much anymore. Oh my god. I shouldn't have backed out there. I kind of got a bit unlucky as well, because whatever that thing was that was next to me, the dead wreck, perfectly blocked my gun barrel. It's the annoying thing about this tier is a lot of the vehicles are the same height. So you'll end up missing stuff because you'll try and like drive past someone and their dead gun barrel's just sat there and you can't shoot. Very annoying. We also have a light tank over here who seems to be terrified of this fella. I don't really know why, but very odd. This VSOL over here. Maybe we're gonna go and well, I was about to go and send to the Shadow Realm, but I guess not anymore. We'll leave this QN506 and go deal with a light tank. I don't know what it is, but go and put the fear of God in him. There you go. CV90 Mark IV. It's just like, whoa! I'm flying around the corner. Hiya, 2. Welcome in, man. Another one bites the dust. In reference to what? Wait, oh, another month bites the dust. Another bits and subs goal bites the dust, I guess. Another bot bites the dust. Maybe I'm going to bite the dust. Well, I already did once in this game. This leopard knows I'm here, so... Meow. We've discovered the new meta. Don't stop driving. Don't worry, everybody. I'm going to go challenge this challenger head on. It'll be fine. Fuck. Bollocks. Alright, maybe we shouldn't have zoomed around the corner. There's always one in there. No fun allowed leopard over here. He's just like... I'm going to sit at the top of the map. Oh, you're a bit boring, aren't you, though, mate? We were trying to have some fun, Mr. Leopard. Why you got to be boring like that? Unbelievable. Hi, Oreo, welcome in. Mod view on mobile. Wait, mod view on mobile exists? I was unaware that this existed. Is he just waiting, or is he what? Has he been shot by someone? I'm very confused. What is this guy waiting for? Right, okay. Was he just waiting to kill me? Because I don't think he'd been shot. Oh, no, maybe he has, because his crew's super slow. That was weird. Hi, Nitty. Welcome in. And Bruce, thank you for the Nox Cat. Hello, hello, you guys who've just come in. I hope you're all doing well. It's good to see you, Bruce, Nitty, and Oreo. How are we? That worrisome person. Oh, the bot. That's fine. We kill them all easily enough, you know. The bots are all out of here straight away. We won't worry about worrisome people here. Nah, they just get banned straight away. Worrisome people don't become worrisome because they just get banned. Great. And if they don't immediately, they usually do in the long run. I think we have a very good track record with most people who have become, like, not become problems, but most of the people who turn out to be a problem after initially seeming, like, fairly fine usually end up getting banned in the long run anyway. Not many people actually survive if they do weird shit here. That would have been a freebie, but hey, the game ended. It's fine. But yeah. The cost of speed is indeed. How are you guys doing? Welcome in to all of you, as I say, who just came in. It's nice to see you. Indeed, it's in beta. Ah, I see. The new beta feature. I mean, it's kind of about time. How long's it been since they've... like, allowed... Well... I mean, if you're going to have mods on... like, on there, you've at least got to allow people to use mod view, right? Bit wild. Also, I'm going to be annoying and say there's a link to the pin message at the top of the screen. If you click on the pin message, click the link, and then go over to the YouTube and drop a cheeky like on the YouTube stream, I would appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thanks, guys, if you go do it. I have to be pushy about it. And anyone who's going to be like, damn, he keeps reminding us of this all the time. If there's one thing I've learned about the internet, if you don't constantly push something and remind people to do it, they won't do it. I have to keep doing it. Until we get it into you guys' heads to just start doing it naturally, and I don't have to remind you anymore, we're going to keep reminding, alright? Going to keep mentioning it until it becomes second nature, and I don't have to say it one time and we get 10 likes on that YouTube stream from you guys coming in. Alright? What happens? Need more speed? Yeah, we need more speed. We're out here playing some Need for Speed Underground or something, I don't know. Had a weird, tired day, slept in mostly, but I did also have some really good dinner, so it can... Oh, hey, oh, what did you have, Nitty? Some really good dinner, eh? What did you grab? What did you scran? I hate that word, scran, but still. What did you scran? Kind of shit, but at least it's still a thing. Yeah, that's true. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like most people... Well, I say that. I feel like the majority of mods usually tend to be on PC. So, I mean, having it as like a extra thing just in case is nice, but, you know, I think the majority of modding probably will still be done by PC people just because it's easier, isn't it? It's a good feature to have, though. Don't get me wrong. Having it, I'm not going to complain. That is a W for Twitch if they actually do that. Thank fuck they've finally done it. They've taken a long time. I'm glad they have, because it's one of those things that they should have fixed a long time ago, and I'm surprised they haven't yet. I'm also vaguely optimistic because I know, isn't it TwitchCon, like... Is it next weekend? In Rotterdam? It's the European TwitchCon, which usually means they're going to announce some stuff. I don't know if it'll be anything cool, but they usually announce stuff during these events. So I'm vaguely optimistic and hopeful that they might announce one thing that's cool, and everybody will kind of celebrate it, because it'd be nice to have some good news from Twitch for once, where we find out that they've actually been working on something quite cool and it will be a good feature that everybody wants for once, rather than guest star that nobody wanted or asked for or any of that stuff. That would be great if we could find out some nice news about something new. I'd be quite excited about that. You will learn. Yes, they will. They all will learn in time. You surely aren't looking at me. What in the hell is that? He is sat in the corner. Alright, BVM's the threat now. That guy there isn't going to be much of a problem in the corner, that TKX. It's more of a worry about this guy, who... Yeah, I got killed from someone else down the road. I was about to say, I think I should probably just pull out around the corner because I'm a bit exposed, but I was pushing my luck really there. Yeah, silly. Even the 45 stream streak, Bruce, to sound like your mother. Well, maybe that's because you do the same thing there as well. I don't know. Maybe you don't like your mother's YouTube streams as well, Bruce. Have you thought about that? You ever considered that before? Maybe your mom is a YouTube streamer as well. Maybe she just wants people to go and like the stream as well. Have you thought about that one, Bruce? Thought about that one? Can you imagine how wild that'd be if you came out one day and your parents confessed to you that, like, someone you knew, they don't even have to be a parent, but like a family member told you they were actually a famous streamer. They were like, by the way, I am this person. You'd be like, what the hell? How crazy that would be. Just finding out that someone you knew your whole life is like some massive streamer or YouTuber or something that's like an anonymous person that nobody knows who they are. It'd have to be a faceless person, obviously, but... That was a waste. He overcommitted then as well, although he should die now because I get the reload on him. There we go. That was nice. That could have ended really poorly with me dying in spawn there, so probably a bit of luck from the two leopards over there not being the best in terms of the way they played that, but also some relatively decent shooting on my part kind of helped me a bit there. Not going to say I saved myself because I don't think I did there really. I think it was more on the leopards being a little bit passive and me getting away with murder really more than anything else. I don't think it was just me being big brain and playing there. What am I doing? Challenging a T90 as well. It is the way. The way of the warrior. Or the way of the challenger in this case. The nightly code. That would be shocking. It would be, wouldn't it? Thai green curry. Do you know what, Nitty? I don't think I've ever had a Thai curry. I feel like that's kind of that's a wild thing to say. I don't think I've ever had a Thai curry now I think about it. Gramercy. Yeah, I genuinely can't think of an example of when I've had one. There's a cry in shame, I feel like. Leopard has ammo there as well. We can see it on the cam. There he goes. Boom. Also, I did some work behind the scenes and I have something, an adaptation to the newly added exclamation mark trophy stuff that I added last week. Or the other day for our previous stream when we did... How is that TKX still... Hang on a minute. How is this guy still alive? What? How has this guy not been just collapsed on in the corner? What the hell? Isn't that wild that he's still there? I'm just going to bait him. Like, there's no point me pushing this because he'll just kill me. I might as well just sit here and wait. There you go. Now someone shoots him. He's going to turn. Look at him. Dude, what an absolute, like... What is that? Shall I give you all a sneak peek of the new thing that I've done? New thing I've added. Shall I? So I did update the commands poll. I remember you mentioned this. You said about I should change it from exclamation mark trophy to trophy plus. Did do that. Because I think you're right. So I've updated it to exclamation mark trophy plus, and then we have trophy check, I believe is the other one. So you can do exclamation mark trophy check, and it should do that. So you can try that now if you want. Don't do exclamation mark, don't do the trophy plus, just do trophy check. Because don't add to the counter, please. But yeah, you can do that, and then after this game, I'll give you the sneak peek of the new thing I've done, the new UI, if you will. It's nothing too crazy, but I did a little bit of work on it. Uh-oh. Or is it exclamation mark check? It might be exclamation mark check trophy. I can't remember. I'll be honest, I made these commands about 5 minutes after the stream ended on Thursday, so I don't really remember because it was a bit of a blur. Divine, you should try it. Aol. Right, I don't know. It's not working. I'll have a look at that in a minute. It might be that I changed the name of it and I just don't remember changing it. Surely I didn't call it check achievement. I could have done, I guess. Leopard. Ain't shooting me today, boy. This light tank's coming towards me, so that's the guy I've got to focus on. Leclerc killed from where? Came around the front corner. Oh well. Alright, I'll check the thing now. I'm actually curious. I can't remember what it was myself. Give me 2 seconds. Stream elements. I did make this all. This wasn't a fever dream. I literally did it while Oreo was in the VC with me, and then I showed her on screen because she helped me with like the text sizing and stuff. Show me them trophies, yeah. Give me 2 seconds. Custom commands. Oh, it's exclamation mark trophy. It's just exclamation mark trophy, and then trophy plus is increase. Okay, that makes sense. Exclamation mark trophy. My bad, everybody. I forgot. So that now should be the new version of the one where we can check it, because we didn't have that before as far as I was aware. So exclamation mark trophy. Trophy with a Y, not an I, Bruce. I know you're just trolling, but... So that'll be that one. And then, here's what I've added. I'll show you the new UI. There you go, exclamation mark trophy. And then trophy plus will add to it, so when we get an achievement, we can do that, right? Now, this is what I've added. Let me do it in OBS real quick. But we've got... this is the new thing that I'm going to have on when we play, like, Oblivion or whatever. It's not the glamorous thing that I kind of hope it'll be, so it might change in time. But we now have this in the corner of the screen. So you can see up there in the top left, underneath the sub-skull, we now have a current active count, and we have an achievement symbol underneath to symbolize that it is indeed achievements. So in the future, when someone in stream, when we're playing Oblivion, does exclamation mark trophy plus, it will increase the counter on the screen. So there you go. So that'll be what will happen in the future when trophy pluses. So we actually have like an active counter now going, which is kind of cool. Right? Yeah. So isn't that nice? Not that fancy. It's just kind of a basic feature that I should have added quite a long time ago that I just didn't. I feel like a lot of that stuff I just never added. There's a lot of things I've always thought about, wouldn't that be cool to do, and I've just kind of never done. And now I'm kind of going through and trying to do that. Because it's one of those things where I'm kind of... I've talked about a lot that the stream's been kind of like a weird place the last few months this year. I mean, we're nearly at the halfway point now, and we're kind of in a bit of a weird spot. And I'm kind of taking the opportunity, I think, before coming back from vacation to do a little bit of a hard, like, reset. Where I'm going to come back and kind of, like, try and give it another go. But also... I'm trying to get some of those little bits, like, features in now. Just to have them ready for when we come back, so things are a little more, like, professional, if you will. It's just kind of like some future features and stuff that I'm adding. So there is a trophy plus. What about a trophy minus? Currently, there is no trophy minus. The reason being... basically just because I just haven't added that because I didn't think we would probably need it because most likely I'll just have stream elements open, so in the event that we ever need to minus any, like a mistake happens, I can just do it on stream elements and go to the counters. If we decide that after a little bit of messing around and testing with it we would like a trophy minus, I'm not against adding one, but it's kind of just like a, for now we've just got the plus and then we can add that in the future if we would like it. Oh my lord. We got shot at a couple of times then, didn't we? Oh, my engine's gone. What a time for it to go, and what an angle for it to go at. We're dead, probably. They can hit my mantler, I suspect, here. That's annoying. Ooh. Get him. You're dead, you little rat. You're dead. Well, in a minute he will be anyway. Give me at least 3 working days. 3 business days and maybe I'll die then. Bloody gun depression, dude. What am I even doing here? This spot is just so shite. I thought this would be better, this position, but no, it is not. Oh, come on. I can't even get it to go like a tiny amount. That's so weird. The curve must be like messing up this shot really badly. We can potentially have a boon kill counter. Yes, but I won't have it on screen if we do one. if we have a boon tracker, I won't have it on screen, and I'll explain why. The reason I won't have a boon tracker on screen is because with the new achievements tracker, it already clutters the screen a tiny bit, right? So I think it would be maybe a little much if I had the boon one on the screen as well. But it doesn't mean we can't have it, because we may just have it, it just won't be on the screen. Right. So it may well still exist, it just probably won't be displayed directly on the screen. Is that fair? Because I don't want to, like, completely, you know, fill the screen with stuff. Because at the end of the day, like, we've already got the achievements thing up there and a few other bits on the overlay, and that I don't want to overcrowd things too much. Just in case, because I know it doesn't bother some people, but I don't like having a kind of a dirty overlay, if you will. But the chance of me getting killed by this leopard if I come here are really high, but I really want to go after this T80. I'm surprised that killed. Alright though, we'll take it. Also surprised we can't apparently get an angle at this guy under there. Could have sworn I can see him, but makes sense. Yeah, I just don't want to have an overlay that's just too full of stuff. Like, I want to have, you know, some bits on there and some features and things. I just don't want to go too crazy. Just think having too many bits just will be a little too much. That's two of them. Silly 2S38. I wonder if it was the same guy. Yes, it was, I think. That's quite funny. Maybe he'll learn now. His actions have consequences. Hey, there's the leopard. I knew I could see him all along. But yeah, so you guys seem to like the new edition then, at least a little bit. I think it'll just be nice. It'll help with a few things. I mean, I say help. I won't have to put the title in anymore of the achievement number that we're currently at and things like that. So it kind of increases the word space we have to actually make a title, things like that. So it cuts that stuff down. It's also a visual indicator, so I don't have to go and question it anymore. We can go, how many achievements do we have? And we just straight up have a number. Quite useful having something like that, I think. We actually shot too early then. We fired it right into the top of his lower plate. Nice. And we didn't even pen that shot, I think, the final one we fired, and we died to that. That's quite annoying, actually. I can't say I'm thrilled with the way we died there. That's pretty piss poor. Oh, well. It's not really been a great game for me, though, all in all. I've got a couple of kills, but I've spent so much time just being really awkward, like, just thrashing about in that spot over there. It's just not been a very clean performance, has it? It's been winning dirty, this one, really. It's not been a clean win, you know? Sometimes you have to win a bit scrappy. That's what this kind of feels like. We've gotten a few kills and we've done some work, but it's been a scrappy game. Yeah. Scrappy game. Like I was saying a little bit before as well, I still haven't made a decision about Thursdays, so I can't confirm or deny the current situation that will surround Thursday streams when I come back from my break. So unfortunately I cannot give you a specific answer yet about what's going to happen with those. So we talked about this a few minutes ago at like right at the start of the stream, but not everyone was here, of course. So. But yeah, Thursdays are kind of like up in the air right now as to what I'm actually going to do. Because I know I said I was going to probably figure things out as to whether I was going to use it as a YouTube day or not. I just don't know. I don't really know at the minute whether it's worth doing based on the way Thursdays have been recently or not. It's kind of one of those, like, I'll weigh it up and have a look. And if this is news to you, and you probably haven't been in stream too much because I mentioned it quite a few times, but there is a current plan idea from me where I'm kind of thinking about axing Thursday streams and switching it to a day where I just work on other projects instead. With part of it being because of like probably wanting to go in that other direction with working on some stuff on other platforms, because as everybody knows, Twitch really isn't a great platform to grow on solely. You need really work on other platforms to help bolster that, and if I do eventually want to grow the channel, which I'm not gonna lie, I do, kind of like everybody else on the platform does, I would like to eventually, you know, grow it a little bit and have a bit more success perhaps than I've had in the past. To do that, it means I got to do stuff on other platforms as well, and I want to work at that. But also part of the other reason is, to be perfectly blunt about it, Thursdays have been a pretty dead day for this stream for quite a while now. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but Thursday isn't exactly a super popular stream anymore. Whenever we do Oblivion or whatever game we do, Mass Effect was the same. It's usually by far one of the worst performing days of the week. So it made sense that if there was a day that was going to go, it would be this. So it's kind of up in the air as to whether it will go specifically at the minute, but Thursday is kind of on the chopping block. And it's a question of whether I just decide to axe it or keep it and find a workaround for how I can also work on other stuff in the background. In an ideal world, I'd just have money to pay for an editor or something, but... Or I'd have been great at editing myself in the first place, so I'd just be able to do it naturally with all the other stuff on top, but... It's going to take me a little while to get into that, I think, and to master the art of editing YouTube videos, so... I'm going to need a bit of time to work on that, so... So yeah, TLDR, when I come back in July, Thursday might go bye-bye, but we'll see. Which will mean that we'll go down to 2 War Thunders and 1 Oblivion stream a week, so 3 streams a week rather than 4, 15 hours. I won't increase the length of the other streams. But it's also a bit of a gamble, right? Because from all sides of things, it's, yeah, you guys would be here less, there wouldn't be as many streams for you to watch, we wouldn't get as much done in the streams that we do, because we'd have less during the week. And then there's the obviously the knock-on effects of that as well, of, you know, less exposure for the stream and things, so it's a gamble for sure, but at the same time it's kind of one of those things now where it's like, can I afford not to play that card? I don't know. Potentially it's time to play those cards now, you know, that I've had in my pocket for a while. It's like how I'm gonna say it again now as well. I'm gonna give you some insider information if you're here right now in stream, and I've said this twice and no one's been particularly excited, which has been quite sad, honestly. But there's a possibility as well, if things go well and perhaps I don't spend as much money as I think I might while I'm away on my vacation, we might end up having a look at the possibility as well of a Nox 2.0 upgrade for the design. So there you go. There's a possibility that there may be some design tweaks in the future as well. And there may be some Nox 2.0 action happening in maybe this year, if not... What the hell? The hell are you doing, man? What is that? Abrams? Holy. But yeah, so there's a possibility of a Nox 2.0 iteration. I say this is basically, it's just the concept. I haven't really mapped anything out. I've kind of just done a bit of like reference, like mood board type stuff, you know, where I've kind of like gone through and just gone, what would I think would be a cool addition? And I found some things that I think would be interesting to change about the design or would be interesting to have. And that's kind of as far as I've gone. There is no, I haven't spoken to any artists. I haven't done anything like that. I don't have any quotes or any sketches. It's purely a, I think this is probably something that I would like to do. Because I have nothing against, I really like my design, and when I say what I'm about to say, I'm not saying this about the PNGs themselves. I'm not criticizing the artwork. My design is quite simple, it's quite basic. right? That's just the nature of the way my design is. It's a simpler design than a lot out there. And that can be good and that can be bad in some cases. We're about to die probably as well because of that, the plane now. But it can be good, it can be bad. It's a nice simple design, but also it's... Hello? We're about to get missiled. No, we're not. We're good. We got them on that T80. But yeah, it's kind of one of those ones where it's like we could change things up, make things a little more complicated, make things a little more flashy. Add a little bit here and there. So I think there's a few things that I'd just like to change and add to make the design a bit more unique. Because, you know, at the end of the day, it's basically the mask and just the robe, really, and there ain't really too much else to the design. So I thought we'll make it a little more interesting, make it a little more complex, maybe add a few little elements to it, make it a bit more exciting. And then it may be, you know, it can also, in the future, open doors of other things. If a Nox 2.0 is created, then there's a chance of other art things in the future. So, yeah. Hey y'all, getting Noxious 2 in the year of our Lord 2025. Yeah. The reason I said what I said before is because I actually brought it up twice on stream before already, and nobody said anything. And I was like, oh, I guess maybe people don't want Nox 2.0. I'm like, oh, okay. Because I've just been like, yeah, Nox 2.0, everyone. And it's just crickets. And I'm like, oh. Well, I'm like, no, maybe that didn't go down as well as I was thinking it would. I guess it's just because everyone was lurking when I said it or whatever, but I'm just like, oh. Well, that was unexpected. Oh, that lav's a bit lucky. Ooh. Hiya, Rez. How are you? Nox 2.0 before GTA 6? Yeah, dude. You might get a Nox 2.0 before GTA 6. It's no... I mean, keep in mind, though, there's still certain things to keep in mind with this. It still takes time to come up with these things and to actually get things commissioned. And it also still costs money. So, it's not somewhere where I can just pull the trigger on and be like, haha, yeah, let's just do it. It may still be one of those things that I have to say we're going to take a bit of time over because it can be expensive and it might take some time. So I'm not going to just immediately go, yes, Nox 2.0 is going to happen in the next X amount of time. It is kind of one of those, it will probably happen at some point. I can't guarantee you when, and I'm not going to give you a time frame because I think that would be wrong for me to say that, knowing that I don't know when it would be. So, better simple than complex at times. I agree, Bruce. Sometimes simple is better than complex. However, I think maybe... What you've got to remember, Bruised, is I have been streaming since 2021, and I've been rocking the exact same design with literally 0 changes to it since 2022. So I think it's probably time for a bit of a just not much of a change, but just a few little tweaks to Nox 1.0, just to make him a little fresh and new again. You know? I don't think Nox 1.0 is a bad design by any means. Keep that in mind. I'm not saying that I think my own design is not that great. I just think it would be nice to just tweak things a touch. I was about to go and kill this guy if I hadn't been bombed. That was really annoying. Well, I probably die now. That was horrific timing. I actually can't think of worse timing than what just happened right now. Me getting bombed the second I came across that gap. That's unfortunate. Bit of an evolution, be cool to see. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's going to be an evolution. Think of it like Pokemon. When Pokemon evolve, they don't look completely different. They just have design elements that change and become more specific. That's what I'm thinking. Chilling like always. That's what we love to see. I'm glad you're chilling. Hope you're having a very chill weekend overall. I do like a nice chill weekend. I've had quite a chill weekend so far. Oof. Oh my god, that guy hit me. Anyone gonna actually leave me alone in this game? Or is everybody just gonna try and just constantly have a go at me? I got YOLO'd by an Abrams, and then after that it's basically just proceeded to have everyone and their mother shoot me through that gap over there for the whole rest of the game. And now I've just got this annoying T80 just sniping my ass from over there. Well, I could really use a tow or something. That'd be nice. Because the problem is he's just going to keep setting me on fire. I mean, he's just sat there. Look at him. He's just sat there and he's basically just out of his base. There's not a lot I can do about it. I can smoke it off, but like he'll probably still just shoot me anyway. I'll triple smoke it and then just pray, really. Understandable. Yeah, it's just kind of more of an update round. Yeah, I'm dead. You set me on fire 3 times. It's more of an update rather than like a... I'm not like rebranding or anything like that, don't worry. Everything's still going to be vaguely similar. It's just... Oh no, am I alive? No? Now we're burning to death. Although the game's going to end before I die, I think. What a boring way to die, man. Can we lose already? Why is it not... There you go, it's ticking our tickets down. Oh, he actually got the kill. That kind of disgusts me that he actually got that in the end. What a boring way to die, Dean. Just trapped like that, perma-tracked by some T80 camping in his base. Boring way to go. We get top the team, though. 6,000, nearly 7,000 XP unboosted, other than the skill bonus. That's pretty tidy, if you ask me. So far, I'd say we haven't really excelled and had anything crazy, but we've had some tidy games, you know? We've looked kind of pretty compact and we've looked fine. XP-wise, we're actually doing okay. We started out right at the start of Elevation Mech, so we've got over half of that done already. That's really nice to see. And for the Black Knight, we've obviously unlocked the engine already, and we're getting up towards a third of the way here for ESS as well. So actually, this is going rather all right. We're going to chill for a second because the BRB, although I will say, if you weren't right here at the start of stream, something kind of funky happened with the BRB, the ads today. So I don't know if they're actually going to happen at the same time or not, because I think the ad break ran twice. So I don't know. They might be like a minute or two late. I'm not exactly sure. So we'll just sit here, I guess, and see what happens. Which says they're going to start in 7 minutes. I guess we don't have time to do a game in 7 minutes. I guess we'll just hop in a test drive somewhere. We'll have a look at the Ratel 90. How about that? The vehicle that we're unlocking right now. And this is your reminder as well, of course. Perfect opportunity while I go for the BRB to go get a drink, go grab a snack, do all those things you need to do. Go drop a like on the YouTube stream, for example. You could also do that on the time you're gone. God, this thing's an absolute bus, isn't it? Look at it. This is a big old thing. Alongside that, though, of course, if you want to skip out on that nasty break and you don't want to watch it, best way of doing that is use a Twitch Prime sub. So if your account switched and linked to a Prime, Amazon Prime account, that is, you can get a sub for free every month, of course, and you can use it any way you would like. The only thing is it doesn't auto-renew, which I find really annoying, but, you know, that is what it is. That's a small quality of life thing that if they changed, it'd actually be really nice, but whether or not they will, I know, is a different story. This thing seems kind of interesting. It's very big, though. I'm not sure if I'm going to enjoy that much, because we are going to try and spade this. I mean, it's maneuverable enough, though, for a big old bus that it is. What's the gun depth like on it as well? Can I get good gun depression? We'll try and like poke this hill and fight the guy down below the bot and see how that goes. But yeah, as I say, remember to use your primes, though. It's the start of the month, so some of your primes might be running out or coming up for renewal or whatever. Keep that in mind, because you know, the last thing I want to do is just give free money to Amazon and Twitch. So yes, remember that they are indeed a thing, and if you want to use it somewhere, do that rather than using it nowhere. Good thing to do. Heat rounds is interesting. I'm not really the biggest fan of heat, but I mean, I guess we don't have a choice, do we? Boom. that thing. Oh, the Rattel 90, you mean, Bruce? I seem to remember you saying, I think, that you thought this thing was crap. Somewhere. Am I right in saying that? That somewhere along the line in one of these streams before, you're like, your opinion of this thing isn't very high? Because I think I said that, like, the Rattel was kind of annoying, and I didn't like it, fighting it, because I always had bad luck against them. And I think you told me that the Rattel actually was kind of trash. At least the Rattel 90 was, and I think the Rattel 20 you said is the good one, because it gets the missiles. But, like, the 90 is apparently not that great. It's huge, though. Look at it. I guess it's just got, like, the, like, a bigger version of the Elan turret on it. Or the Eland. I don't know how you pronounce that thing. The Eland. Massive and slow. Yeah, I mean, the massive part, 100%. I can get behind that. Slow? I mean, let's do a bit of a speed. Let's do a bit of a speed test, shall we? Let's drive it down here and see what we can get on the speed. Oh my lord. There we go. Fine. It's a bit sluggish, maybe. I mean, these types of wheeled vehicles, you want them to be very fast, like, you know, 60 mile an hour or so. It's getting 51, 52. It's okay. This is probably the stock version, though, of course, I'm test driving, so it probably doesn't have the engine upgrades. Looks to me like it's going to be one of those ones that needs the upgrades to really perform. Realistic, it feels slow. Oh, yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, in realistic, it's different. I mean, here it feels quite quick, but it was quite slow getting up to speed, right? So maybe it's a question of it needs that extra... It needs the engine upgrades, at least in arcade anyway, to get this thing, like, firing quickly. Because if you just look... It's slow, quite sluggish. Even on the turns here, it's really slow at me trying to max out the speed. I mean, look, it just doesn't look like it's really taking off. And then we'll hit, what, 8th gear, I guess, in a minute, and it will just go off like a rocket. I like the gun depression on it, though. The gun feels decent. I mean, I'm not sure I'm convinced by the choice of heat, but that's more of a personal thing. I'm just not the biggest fan of heat rounds. I always get trolled by the YouTube chat as well, because the stream elements message comes up, and I'm always... I look across, I see that flicker of, like, the new message, and I'm like, ooh, someone's here, and then it's like, no, stream elements. Using the recommended for it on the test. Recommended. I just used whatever the default was that it gave me. We'll have a look. We'll see what spec it gave me. The OCC 9062s. Oh, it's just the stock ammo anyway. Okay. $73 miles an hour max speed, though. Not bad. Yeah, the Rattels and the Concept 3 and things like that, we'll get there eventually. These are the Dutch ones, actually, not the South African ones as well. I'm looking forward to the Elan. I think that thing will be quite fun. The Elan. The G6, I don't know about. Scimitar, I'm not really looking forward to that much. I'm not really looking forward to the Fox either, to be perfectly honest. Because I just think it's going to be one of those vehicles that's kind of going to be a bit memey, but like actually playing it will be kind of annoying. The Roy Cat I'm kind of looking forward to. The Oliphant is basically just another Centurion, so of course I'm looking forward to that. And then the other Roy Cat, and then the Oliphant 2. Yeah. And then the TTD, we'll see. Harry Hopkins, though, that's going to be the highlight of this line. I know it is. The old Harry Hopkins. The legend, the GOAT that it is. Yeah. Alright, though. I'm going to go BRB. Say. Perfect time for anyone, if they want to go over to the YouTube stream. Go do that now if you need to, or if you want to. Go give us a cheeky like over there if you would. I would appreciate it very much. And I'm going to go do my BRB. So I'm going to go grab a drink, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Make sure you do anything like that, your self-care stuff if you need to. And as the message says in the chat, if you really want to get rid of the ads, you can always drop a prime or something to get rid of them. There you go. I will be back in a minute, all right? BRB, everyone. Back in a few. The Ari Hopkins, yeah. That one. What perfect timing that was. I just sat down right as it clicked over on the clock. There we go. Back to the stream. Thank you everybody who has gone over to the YouTube stream. I do appreciate it. It doesn't take much effort, so thanks for doing that. And for helping out. I do appreciate that. Very kind of you. Takes very minimal effort, of course. So thank you for the support on the YouTube stream. Let's head on over to the next game. I'm looking for big things here. Again, we've made relatively good progress so far. I mean, we've already unlocked the engine here. This is something we're trying to get fairly soon. So we're looking solid so far in these challenges. We need some good continuation performances here. We need to continue on, kick on from where we are, do a bit of damage, look good. We need to kick on. Thank you to the 5th person who went over and did the YouTube then. I appreciate it. Thank you. Whoever you are, kind stranger. Thanks for being here, everybody, as well. I appreciate you guys vibing here. Thanks for chatting with me as well. I do appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thanks for vibing. I do appreciate it very much. Thank you for the welcome backs. Welcome back to you guys as well. That is, of course, if you want to go do a BRB of any sort. If you didn't, then well, it's alright if you didn't, but you probably should. It's probably a good idea, isn't it? Making sure you take a little stretch break every now and then. Ardennes, good map. We're on the more aggressive side because we have to get down under this B ridge point here. It's scary. I don't really like pushing from this side sometimes because it can get a bit hairy. But, you know, we're going to go for it. I mean, no guts, no glory. We're going for it. We're going to have a full-on crazy moment here as well. We're going to go mental this game. Watch. Just watch. Alright, I'm telling you. Just you watch. Now we ain't blocking anyone. We can actually go across. Although it's a bit annoying that it spawned us at the back, because obviously we wanted to try and rush across here as soon as we could. So it's a little annoying that we got stuck at the furthest back point on the spawns, but hey, it is what it is. What can you do? Seeing you guys as well. No destined rivals today. I wasn't baiting you today like I previously did with Journey Together. No destined rivals, so there's no reason to be disappointed. Great, isn't it? That being said, I would have loved to have done a destined rivals opening stream today, but you know, the current state of the mons, it's just not happening. Still waiting for it. Yeah, it's just part of the ultimate bait. I'm gonna whip it out after like 2 hours of stream, just when everyone's fully settled, and they're like, nah, it's not happening, is it? And then, guys, I've got destined rivals. Get out of my face. There we go. I'm gonna go into the bowl here, as I like to call it. I'm into the bowl. A small bump in the terrain. Leopard's being really cagey as well. Yeah, he needs to die. He's gonna flank shot me. Ooh. Alright, they're all pissed at me now if I'm too far forward. Dang it, I mean, look at you being responsible with your money. Yeah. Being responsible with what little money I have these days. I was talking about this yesterday with Oreo. It's one of those things where it's like, it is genuine kind of a bit of a... The Pokemon streams are a big decision, really, sometimes, because it genuinely is a big, like, hit to the wallet for not a lot of gain. Because as someone who's, like, not a... I said this before, that like if I was some big established person, it wouldn't be so big of a deal. But as I'm someone who's like, whether it be if I was doing it on YouTube or Twitch, never going to make the money back that I spent on the box to do it on that one thing, whether it be stream or video, it's always a bit of a financial shot in the head to do it. You know, it's never like a smart decision for me necessarily to do one of those streams unless I'm just in a position where I happen to have some excess money at the time, which is not that often. So yeah, as much as I love doing them and would love to do more of them, they're kind of a case-by-case basis of sometimes we get to do them, sometimes we don't. But yeah, I was responsible this time in not getting any. I'm glad I was, because I'm going on vacation, of course, as well, and I need money for that, but... Yeah. Would be nice if one of these two melons over here would come and help us. Oleg, perhaps, but it's not gonna happen, is it? Absolute muppet, this fella. Don't wish me luck in work today. My head's killing me, and I'm with a manager that doesn't know what she's doing. Good luck, Oreo. I hope it all goes by quickly and it goes well, you know? I appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for hanging out. And we're giving you all the good vibes we can, that it goes by as quickly and as painlessly as possible, okay? We're rooting for you. We really are. Yeah. We believe. We believe. Yeah, so, yeah, no Destin rivals. As for Black Bolt White Flare, I mean, I can't confirm or deny, but we probably won't be doing that either. Alright. There's probably not going to be a Black Bolt White Flare either, so don't be disappointed. Don't be surprised and or disappointed if I come out and say, yes, there's no Black Bolt White Flare stream. Because you should expect that that one's not going to happen, and then if it somehow does by some miracle, that'll be a pleasant surprise, right? But don't go into any of these thinking, yes, they're going to happen, because they're probably not. And by probably, I mean it's probably a much higher likelihood that they won't than they will. So just keep that in mind, okay? Who knows? Maybe we'll push our luck somehow, though, and we'll actually do it. We'll get lucky. Them there scalpers will somehow fuck up, and there'll be extra boxes. And we'll have, like, an opportunity to open some. You never know. That was a bad shot from me, though. But it's not a great situation right now for the Pokemon TCG. So. No. I'm really hoping he thinks I can't shoot. Okay, his driver's dead, but he can shoot, so we're probably dead here now. Surprised he hasn't gone for my gun. That Abrams may well have just got himself killed from the fact that he didn't go after my gun. That guy had me dead to rights, dude. That is such a misplay. I'm quite surprised he didn't shoot me in the gun. I really am. He had me stuck. I mean, I would have just blasted me in the gun so I couldn't shoot and then just finished me off. I'm amazed he didn't do that. He'll learn, though. I mean, these two should have had a really easy 2v1 against me, really. And they messed it up, so... I mean, I kind of got away with a bit there. I'd also like to say that I think I played it relatively well in the grand scheme of things, of not outbait, you know. I didn't bait too hard on it and then get myself caught. Like, I actually played kind of smart there. I wasn't out here toying with the guy. You know, I was very much kind of like a bit of a... I felt in control for 99% of that then. Other than when he got me, obviously, and I was stuck. That's a different story, but I felt pretty much in control there. It wasn't like, oh, I'm hanging out and this guy's got me absolutely dead to row. Like, I thought he had me, but there was still a chance, you know? But you can kind of tell. Sometimes you know when you're just straight up dead, and then there's sometimes when it's like, I'm 99% dead, but what if? And that was kind of more of a what if than a guaranteed dead. Because there was just that small half question of, what if he doesn't shoot my gun now? Because you see it building up and repairing, and you think, you never know. Never say never when it comes to these things sometimes. Never say never when it comes to me as well. There you go, that's your thing of the day. Because you never know when I'll surprise you. Black Bolt White Flare is too much, 800-ish cards. Oh, absolutely. In terms of me, if I was going to do it, I'm not going to master it. If I tried to master Black Bolt and White Flare, I'd actually be there for 10 years. Like, it'd be generation 15 by the time I finished doing it. Not to mention, I mean, this is the thing, right? Black Bolt, White Flare's in a really weird, unique position. Because if you think about it, there's so many cards in the set. And there's going to be so many illustration rares. So you've got to kind of question a few things, right, with the set that will make it quite interesting. Number one is, how hard is it going to be to get, knowing that there's going to be basically so many hits? Will it actually be as popular? It probably will. All the fake black and white fans will come out of the woodwork and say they've loved black and white for the last 10 years and been waiting for it, even though they hated Gen 5 and shit on it because it was new Pokemon when it came out. Because that's just kind of what happens. That's just the Pokemon community. New gen comes out, everybody shits on it for like 5 years. Then they make an anniversary of something, like a remake, and everyone's like, I was always a black and white fan, even when everyone else said it was shit. It's like, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. We all know you weren't. You know, the fact you have to tell everyone you were a black and white fan back in the day suggests that you're not indeed a black and white fan. That's one thing I've learned about people in general. The more people feel the need to tell you something that they've done, something like that, the less likely they are to actually do it or have done it. Like those people, if they sit there and they're just going to go, oh, yeah, I was a big fan of black and white. I love black and white. Oh, black and white is so cool. You can almost guarantee they aren't actually a fan of black and white. Because the people who are fans of black and white don't feel the need to tell everybody every 5 seconds they're a fan of black and white. You know? It's like you'll get those people. Think of it in like a public setting with like famous people. You'll get those people who will constantly go on about how much they give to charity, trying to win fucking brownie points. And then you'll get those people who just do it and don't ever say anything about it. They just do it, and then you'll find out that this person's given like over $1 million to charity, and they just never ask for anything or even ask for their name to be put on the donation. You know? And then you'll get the other people who'll feel the need to just constantly say, it's me, I did it, I did it, I did it, I did it. And it's like, eh. You get it on Twitch as well sometimes. Where you get people like that are kind of like, you know, love telling everybody about all the things they've done, even though they haven't actually done them. So yeah, you run into a lot of people like that in the world. Yeah, a lot of that will happen with Gen 5, I almost guarantee it. Black Bolt, White Flower will come out and everyone will be Black and White's biggest fan again, even though they all hated it when it came out and thought it was trash. Yeah, polite staring contest, exactly. Black and White was my favorite since it came out. I'm allowed to say that it's my favorite gen. Fair play, Nate. You know what? That's fair enough. If it's your favorite gen, then I'm glad you like it. I bought Black and White. I probably got shot in the side, right? Run. Oh, he pulled out on the corner. But for me, Black and White is... I think Black and White... I'll admit, I think Black and White was an underrated generation when it came out, for me. I think I looked at it and I thought it was fun, but I never was blown away by Black and White. However, I think as time has gone on... I didn't hate the gen or anything, just to point that out. I didn't think it was trash. It was just not necessarily my favorite. I think as time has gone on, I've come to realize I actually quite... Like, Gen 5 was actually kind of better than I gave it credit for at the time, probably. And I actually quite enjoy it. And I think Generation 5 and some of the mons from Gen 5 are actually some really, really cool ones that I quite like. And I'm glad that they're getting this big kind of, like, anniversary celebration. Tetrarch. What? So I'm glad that Black and White is getting a really cool set. The real question is, like, yeah, how easy is it going to be to get and all that type of stuff. The other question is, this is the other big one, if there is so many cards, including almost everything or everything being an illustration rare or special illustration rare, questions have to be asked with how big the set is of just how many, like, hits there are gonna be in certain, like, frequencies, hit rates. Because if there's that many illustration rares, like potentially upwards of 150, like, in the secret rare set, if you will, which is the numbers above the card's main set, the, like, secret rares plus, like, hyper rare kind of set. If there's that many cards, 150 plus, of course he's ready, then you're going to be hitting really often, I'd imagine, with that set. So, in theory, if it's hitting so frequently, the prices should actually die off quite quickly because the frequency of hits is going to be very high, or at least it should be. However, then you've got the flip side of if the frequency of hits is high, it actually means pulling the card you want is going to be harder. Because you're going to have, like, instead of a 1 in, say, 10 chance of pulling the illustration rare you want, you're going to have, like, a 1 in 150. So, yeah, it's going to get kind of interesting as to see what actually happens with it. Whether it does go down the route of some of the other sets that have been, like, scalped to the high heavens. Like, I'll be genuinely quite curious to see if it goes the similar direction as some of the, like, Journey Together, or whether it dies off quite quickly. I think there's a potential that it will die off and it actually will become quite accessible. I don't think that'll happen initially, though. I think it's still going to ride the general Pokemon hype wave for now, and it's still going to be very, very difficult to get, at least initially. And I think when Mega Evolution drops, which will probably be in, say, I would say September. I think it'll be the September set. Might be the one where things start to really ice off with Pokemon again. Idiot. Because I think that's when it will get to the point where it will start really calming down. Because people will have gone crazy over Scarlet and Violet. Megas will come out. And then the shift will go to Megas rather than Scarlet Violet. Because you almost guarantee this is what's going to happen. They're going to make a Charizard Mega set, aren't they? They will. They just will. They won't be able to resist themselves. They're greedy, grubby little mitts. The Pokemon Company. They'll be sat there just going, oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for the Charizard set. And they're going to do it. They're going to make an Obsidian Flames 2.0. And it's going to be Mega Charizards. And everyone's going to lose their mind over it. And then they'll forget that Destined Rivals and Journey Together and 151 and all that exist. And it will probably fall off a bit. Maybe not a huge amount, but I think it will quieten down and it will open up a few avenues for people who are like me, who haven't necessarily bought a huge amount in the last year, to actually get in there and have a bit of a pick at it. Yeah. So, did they make it black and white because they ran out of color ink? Yeah, that's why, actually, Bruce. They ran out of the cyan and magenta, so they had to go with just black and white, yeah. That's why. It actually originally was going to be Pokemon Cyan, Pokemon Magenta, yeah. But they ran out of those inks, and it was too expensive to get more, so they just went with the monotone black and white. Yeah. You're right, though, but that's actually the lore of Gen 5 black and white, yeah. Reminder, Gen 5 has the most new additions to the Pokédex, and they more or less confirmed there'll be IRs and SIRs for almost all cards. They have confirmed that, yeah. They put out the promo stuff about Black Bolt White Flare. They confirmed that there will be an IR or SIR for every Pokemon in Gen 5. So essentially, there's going to be a chaser variant of every card in Gen 5, which is really cool, because some of them actually already have IRs, but I've seen a few like leaked bits of visual card lists already where people have shown off all of the regular cards, which they've done something really cool, which is, I've picked the wrong, no, this is the 2E, never mind. But they've tried to remake the Gen 5 holo foil pattern that they used in Gen 5 when they made the original black and white TCG set, and it's really, really cool. So they've like recreated the old holo pattern and they've remade it for a version of all 3 of the starters, which I think is just really cool as an idea. Just recycling the like 15-year-old holofoil pattern and bringing it back for one like final run. I think that's really cool. It's like the kind of stripe holo. Hard to describe. You can look it up if you really want to see it, but it's a different kind of holofoil pattern that they've run for it, and it's really cool. But yeah, the IRs and special illustration rares. The only thing is with it, the distribution of them will be weird, because there's some Pokemon already that you know, like it kind of depends. Sometimes you know what's going to get one and what won't, because it will depend on its other cards that are in the set, right? So like a good example being, if you have a card that's like an SIR, it tends to be that some of the SIRs are usually the full arts and the EXs. So you'll kind of get like a bit of a crossover there. So you can probably take a guess at what some of them will be with a level of accuracy. I'm not going to say a high one, but a level of accuracy just by looking at what SIRs there are in the set when they're announced, and thus what the EXs, or what the EXs will be, and thus what the SIRs will be, potentially. You already know that all the regular EXs are going to get full arts, unless there's a promo one that gets pulled out, which the only one we know about at the minute is a Victini IR. So, because Japanese promos versus English promos are very different, basically, because in Japan, most of the promos don't exist. A lot of the English promos are actually regular cards in the Japanese set that we just use as promotional ones. Because they obviously rip it out. Like in the Japanese one, it's in the set, but in English, they rip it out of the set, so they have to repackage it somewhere else. So they end up doing it 9 times out of 10 as a promo card, which I think is quite cool, because it means it adds a level of kind of exclusivity to some of those other cards that normally wouldn't have been that crazy. So it's quite fun. But yeah. Gonna knock on wood. Wait till they announce Mega Zard. Zed? Oh, dude, if they do, I'll be really disappointed. We don't need more Zards. I could see it, though. 100% could see it. I'm trying to get an exact shot on that guy's ammo, dude. He gets my gunner. Of course he does. What a lucky little fella he is. I mean, this leopard... The leopard should be dead. However much I want to, like, be annoyed of the fact that I didn't kill him there, I don't know how he isn't dead with the amount of people nearby. He's just sat there in the middle of the open. I know he was in the smokes, but we all knew he was there. Everyone was, like, a couple of people were peeking him right before I appeared and he started shooting at me. Yet somehow we all just ignored him until he killed me. I don't really understand that, but why he didn't die. He didn't get blind fired by someone else, but either that or they did blind fire it and they all just missed, in which case that's kind of hilarious in itself. So, I don't know. We also saw machine guns coming from here, which was an enemy, so I don't know. That's him. Nice. And he just fucking flicks me. Okay. Well, I wouldn't have thought I was spotted there, so I would have hoped I was not spotted, but I guess I was, from the fact that he drove around the corner and just went bang and just insta-fucking sniped me, so. That man just came around the corner and did a fucking 360 and just shot me in the back. Crazy. Got no scoped by that guy. Risk. Risk reward. With the volume of cards, I think they'll have to up the hit rates if it's going to be viable for collecting. Nothing too crazy though, probably 1 in every 6 packs possibly. It's, yeah, it's interesting because you got to remember it's a specialty set, right? So booster boxes don't exist. At least they do in Japan, but in English, booster boxes don't exist for specialty sets. So it's a set without booster boxes. Thus, the best way of gaining volume of packs is one of 2 ways, which is either ETBs, which are expensive and large. They're 50 pounds or 55, depending on which ones you get. Sometimes they're 55 for the specialty sets. So we'll call it 50 and we'll be generous, and we'll say it's 50 quid for 9 packs. So you're paying less than $5 a pack, which is pretty good for a specialty set, other than Shrouded Fable that nobody wants. And if you're paying 50 for that, then you're not very happy. But so like with those, you got a decent price on them as well. But booster bundles are probably the way to go with getting mass amounts of packs. But the lack of booster boxes just makes it a lot harder to pull many packs. So it's a weird one, because like you don't have much to gauge the pull rates on. Because a booster box, you know, has its guarantees, right? I always talk about this. You're guaranteed about 13 hits a box in a booster box. You know that roughly by that logic, you should get about 1 in every 3 packs will be a hit in a booster box. Now, the quality of the hits will vary, but you should be getting about 1 in every 3 packs as a hit. But specialty set, as I say, the rules of engagement for that go out the window because there are no booster boxes, so you can't gauge the pull rates necessarily as easily. Because all of the other product is going to be a lot more random, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, we've opened booster bundles on this stream before that have had 1 hit in, and we've opened booster bundles that have had 4. So it's a lot harder to gauge off of things like booster bundles and other little collection boxes than it is off of just a raw booster box. So I'm quite intrigued by it. I'm quite interested to see what the pull rates are going to look like. And by that logic, I'm quite excited to see if they will be any better than normal. I think they will be. I think they have to be, really. I think you're right, Nitty. They probably have to up the pull rates. Because how many cards have you got? Like, we're saying, like, nearly 800. Now, I know that they'll say, like, the Master Ball Hollows and the Pokeball Hollows will count as, like, hits as well. So they'll use that as a bit of an excuse, and they'll say, actually, well, you get more hits than you know, should have, really. But thanks, Bradley, for actually coming around the corner. Yeah, it's going to be interesting if nothing else. I know that much. I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited about it. Other people probably aren't. I don't know, but everyone has their thing, right? And right now, I enjoy the CCG. So exciting stuff. But as I say, would I love to do a Black Bolt White Flare opening on stream? I would. Will I be able to? Probably not. But you never know. Pokemon have been getting better recently with their the drops of the stuff that they've been doing with their new drops at Pokemon Center and things like that. So you never know. Maybe there'll be some stock somewhere. Maybe this new place / old place that I used to go to when I was a kid that I found out about is still open. Will have some stuff and I'll be able to get it. I don't know. Yeah, it's all kind of one of those ones that's a bit like up in the air, but you never know. I would like to think, maybe this is just completely blind optimism and it's silly to do it. I would like to think we're gonna get some Black Bolt White Flare. I don't know how or what or where, but part of me just thinks we're gonna get something. So you never know. It might be a really nice surprise where we'll turn up on the day for Black Bolt White Flare and we'll actually have something and do a surprise stream out of nowhere. Who knows? As of right now, though, I can categorically say I do not have any White Flare or Black Bolt. So I believe some of the pre-orders have started, though, occasionally, but they sell out nearly instantly, so we'll see. But, yeah. 2 spades enter, only 1 leaves. The one leaving is me to do some shopping, but I'll be back. Thanks, Shags. I appreciate you coming in, mate. Thanks for the lurk. Good to see yous. Hope you're having a nice one today. Manifesting the Black Bolt White Flare stream. Yeah. The only problem with it as well, as I say, because there's no booster box, it is kind of harder to get the product because it's all individual bits. Because, of course, if you get a boost... I hate that. I hate dying like that. I go sit in that spot, yeah? Oh, that's so frustrating. I go sit in that spot, I drive up there, I'm aiming up a shot, big fat ass guy drives in front of me, he then gets killed, and I immediately get shot over the top of his corpse because I now can't return fire on anyone who just fired at me. And I immediately die. That's so unhelpful. Ugh. This guy, whoever this is, T80 or T90, why am I not surprised? Really not doing me any favors there. Fucking hell. That's so frustrating. Oh, please give me the gun depression. Alright, we're not peeking here anymore because it's just going to be a death sentence. We'll go somewhere else. But yeah, if you guys manifest it hard enough and I somehow have the money to be able to make a stream happen for Black Bolt White Flare, I would like to do one. I don't know / think we'll be able to do everything in the range because there's a booster. Keep in mind it's split, so there's a booster bundle for Black Bolt and one for White Flare. There's a binder for each one. So that's 4 pieces. There's an ETB for each one, so that's 6. And there's a poster as well, poster collection with some promos in. So there's like a large number of products, which just makes it difficult to get in the first place because that means I have to somehow not just get a booster box and an ETB. I have to somehow get one of, you know, like 6 different products, which probably isn't going to happen. So I'm sure we'll miss out on something even if we do manage to snag some. We're not obviously going to get the full range, so yeah, we'll have to. I'll have to pick and choose probably what I want and then see if I can just get anything really. Maybe I just shouldn't be picky about it and I should just go for everything, and then because a lot of it will be like lotteries and raffles as to whether you get a chance to buy any. So maybe I just go for that, and then whatever we get, we just end up grabbing. Because I've heard a lot of like rumors about how apparently less people are going to have Black Bolt White Flare, and some people are saying it's going to get short printed. So I don't actually think it will. I just think that there's too many people trying to get it, so there's going to be less stores that will have it, and thus it might be harder to find. But especially with the you know, neckbeard scalpers buying it. Them proper neckbeards going after it. Whatever one can get since scalpers, honestly though, that is kind of the thing with it, is you get whatever you can get at this point. I mean, a lot of people like in the current climate have sort of said, well, you should try and focus on other bits. So like with me, obviously, I've opened most of the sets from Scarlet Violet. I haven't had one that I've gone, oh, this is a stinker, and not bothered with the exception of like maybe Shrouded Fable, which I put off for a while. But even then, I've still opened some Shrouded Fable. I haven't avoided it like the plague, but yeah, I'd love to go and open some of the other stuff up, like a Temporal Forces or a Paradox Rift box. I'd love to do that. Problem is, they're also getting expensive as well. So, like, even the go buy the cheap stuff argument that people had, like, a few months back of, like, go get what you can find, being, like, Paradox Rift and Temporal Forces, you can't even really find much of that anymore, at least for a reasonable price. So... Cards indeed, Bruised. Cards indeed. Want to see the Pokemon Company put out a set that will tank the scalper economy so much that they'll never want to see another Pokemon card again. Yeah, I talked about this. I memed about it in the Magic Madhouse Discord, where there's a set from Sword and Shield called Battle Styles that everyone said was completely terrible, and they hated it. And I joked about it in there when the scalpers were getting out of hand, and I said, mate, we just need Battle Styles 2. I was like, if Pokemon drops Battle Styles 2, that'll fix the problem. We need Battle Styles 2. Like, Battle Styles at one point... Keep in mind, remember, ETBs normally are £50 a box. There was a time with Battle Styles where it was so unpopular, you could buy it for £30 for an ETB. 30. That's how unpopular Battle Styles was. 30 quid. For an ETB. So we need Battle Styles too. That's what we need. But I said this idea before. They will never do this because it'd just be like, it kind of goes against everything that they do and it would disrupt them massively. If the Pokemon Company wanted to genuinely like fix the problem, not once and for all, but fix the Scarlet Violet era problem, there's like one of the options that would be incredibly awkward, and I know that they wouldn't do it, and it's just kind of like me going, what would I think would be good as well? If they managed to do a reprint wave of every set even the ones that haven't sold super well and are still not that popular, like the Temporal Forces and Paradox Rifts of the world, I think that would actually be kind of killer. Nice. I was trying to sneak across here, but we obviously haven't made it, so we're dead. Yeah, they're bold of me to assume I was able to actually drive around the map without 1,500 snipers firing at me, but yeah. There you go. That's my fault. Yeah, I think if they did a massive reprint wave of everything, that would actually be quite nice. Because some of them, I mean, some of the prices are out of hand at this point. Like, Paldea Evolved is the perfect example of this. I'll go look right now, and I'll tell you what the price of a current Paldea Evolved booster box is on eBay. But it's going to blow you all away, because it's ridiculous. See if I can find it, shall I? Paldea Evolved booster box. Let's see if there's anyone who's selling one cheap. No. Okay, so, what's the cheapest on here? These are all half booster boxes. The cheapest I can see, just from scrolling down for a few, is 250 for a Paldea Evolved booster box. 250. And that's basically every single one. There's a 260. There's some half booster boxes for like 150 each. 265, 245. There you go, 245. 250. 90 for a half box. It's actually not a bad deal. 245. 99 for a half box. There's a sealed case for 3,000. Oh, here's one for 202. Oh, that's euros. This is a foreign sale, I guess, with a 20 euro import fee. So, I mean, Paldea Evolved's kind of gone out of hand. But it's funny, because the Magikarp in it is not like... I mean, it's expensive, but... $3,000? Oh, that's pounds, Nitty. So that's more like $4,500 USD. Isn't that crazy? Let's have a look at the Magikarp from Paldea Evolved on TCG Player. Find out what the most expensive card in Paldea Evolved is, and then this... Usually that'll give you an indication of why the price is high, because the top card will usually be expensive. But even in the case of this, the Magikarp IR is not that crazy. Like, it's expensive, but it's not... Yeah. So if you look at your top 5 cards in the set of Paldea Evolved right now, okay, funnily enough, one of them is an SIR, the other 4 are all illustration rares. So in reverse order, you got Mousehold IR, which is $32.70 market price. Tyranitar, illustration rare, $42.75 market. Raichu, Sleepy Raichu, which is actually a really cool card, $49.50. Iono is number 2, SIR, the only SIR on the list, $59.29. That's come down a lot over the years. And the final one, Magikarp, 203 out of 193, the Waterfall Magikarp, 192. Now, if you explain to me this, right, Mr. Magikarp is 192 raw if you pull it. How is a booster box of Paldea Evolved 250 minimum with a card that's worth 190 max? Ungraded, of course. If you grade it, it's a different story. But it's what I don't get about some of the sets that doesn't really make sense. Scarlet and Violet Base is a perfect example of this, of a set that is way overinflated in its price if you compare it to the cards that are in it. Because I'm not going to be one of these nerds that's constantly going on about values of the cards, because I don't collect for price. I collect because I like the cards. So I'm not sitting here going like, oh, these cards worth £37. I'll grade that and sell it, you know? But if you look at some of it, like, this is why the market's kind of dumb. Scarlet Violet Base, the most expensive card out of that set is the Gardevoir SIR, which I do have, because I pulled most of the SIRs. And it's about 50 quid. So, if the top chase card you can get out of Scarlet and Violet Base is £50, and there was loads and loads and loads of it printed, and it was everywhere, how can you explain to me why the cost of a box of Scarlet Violet Base right now is probably £150-ish minimum? if not 160. How does that make sense? £150 a box with the most expensive chase card giving you a £50 card. Make it make sense. So I'd have to pull Gardevoir out of the same booster box 3 times to break even on the price of the box, which is obviously impossible. But, and I know that you're not designed to make your money back on these boxes. That's kind of the whole point, which is why everyone says that if you're looking to make money, you keep things sealed, right? Which is why I don't. I open it because that's kind of the point. And it's the enjoyable side of things for me, not looking at it in a display case. It's opening the packs. But it's just a bit silly when you start getting to that point where you've got a booster box where the best card you can pull is worth a third of the value of the box that you've just opened. It's just a bit wonky, isn't it? It's a bit backwards. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. And I think it's just a bit stupid. And it's... a lot of it has come from, obviously, people scalping stuff. And then people realizing that what they should just do is buy up a lot of this stuff now while it was cheaper. And then that's inflated the price because now everybody's buying it, so it becomes more scarce, and then it becomes more scarce, so then, you know, people aren't getting as much of it, and then people put the price up on it because, well, it's selling well, so they bump the prices up. And then before you know it, it's gone mental, and Scarlet Violet base is 200, 250 a box. Or whatever. Which Scarlet Violet base is the only set that I've come close to finishing. I mean, other than Obsidian Flames, but Obsidian Flames is a small set, so it's kind of a lot easier to master. But it's kind of depressing to think that Scarlet Violet... I talked about this with Mirage yesterday. When I did the first big Pokemon stream I ever did, the Christmas one, across the week, anyone remember where I did all of the 151? I opened the entire line of 151 products. I did the booster box, the UPC, all the stuff, all the 151 stuff, minus the mini tins. So I did all of the 151 products on stream, and I did... I'd never opened Obsidian Flames or Paradox Rift at that point, because they were still relatively new. So I opened those two for the first time. I did a booster box of every set. And I did... I basically just opened one of everything. It was great. When I bought Paldea Evolved, and the Scarlet and Violet base particularly, I remember it like it was yesterday. I paid, yeah, $89.99 each for the Scarlet and Violet base and the Paldea Evolved booster box. 89. Paldea Evolved is now 250. How that was it like a year and a half ago, and I paid $89.99. You know why? Because they were on Black Friday clearance because they couldn't sell them. Because people did not want Scarlet and Violet. You could not buy... You couldn't sell them. People weren't buying SV base and Paldea Evolved. They didn't want them. I bought them for $89.99 a box. On Black Friday clearance. They ain't gonna be putting cards on Black Friday now, are they? Let's be real. But, like, it's insane. That's how much I paid for them. I paid, like, a third of the price that they are now. 1/3, or at least for Paldea Evolved. Scarlet Violet base isn't quite that bad, of course. But it's just mental when you think about that just over a year and a bit ago, I paid a third of the price of what they are going for now. Is that not insane? For cards. And cards, keep in mind, which are from a generation that is notoriously unpopular. Think how bad this would have been with Sword and Shield when it was really, like, popular. I mean, I know the pandemic boom happened. But some of the prices of Sword and Shield packs now are going crazy. I mean, things like Fusion Strike is the best example of that right now. You look at the price of Fusion Strike packs, which came out in about 2021, I think. Or 2020. Fusion Strike's gone mental. I mean, Evolving Skies is another one, which is like... Oh, I mean... God, Evolving Skies is like 1,000 a box now. It's insane. Because those Eevee alt arts, man, are so expensive. Particularly the Moonbryon. It's outrageous. Outrageous. And I really hope Scarlet and Violet doesn't go the same way. Because it's kind of going to kill it for me if it does. But it's just so crazy how, like, quickly it's changed. From a year and a bit ago, you couldn't get rid of the stuff. And they were doing Black Friday deals to knock it down from... And keep in mind, you might say, well, it's only, you only got it for 89 because you got it on Black Friday. The regular price of those booster boxes, none of them were more than 110 regular price. Meaning that basically all of those shops that were selling them were most likely selling them at either a break-even or maybe even a slight loss. But they couldn't get rid of them, so they were trying to get... You know, they were trying to sell them because they didn't want the stock of tons of Paldea Evolved booster boxes lying around they couldn't sell. So they were trying to get rid of it on clearance, right? It's crazy. Like 110 a box. God, I wish I could go back to 110 a box. That'd be incredible. I'm looking at 140 for a box of Temporal Forces these days. And nobody likes Temporal Forces. Temporal Forces is starting to look quite juicy for me, though, because it's the only set anyone's actually got. I'm starting to think, actually, maybe I quite like Temporal Forces after all. Now that it's actually going to be possible to get some. Even if the pull rates are absolutely abysmal in it. And most of the chase cards... I mean, value-wise, they're absolutely in the toilet for some reason. I don't know why, because I think the artwork on a lot of those... a lot of the cards in Temporal Forces, I think, are really underrated. What was the chase for Temporal Forces? The Temporal Forces is the one with the Paradox dogs, the Suicune Raikou thingy. So the chase card right now is Raging Bolt. The SIR Raging Bolt is the chase. I looked it up yesterday because Mirage opened some packs, and when he opened stuff, I'm like, oh, I'll look up the list for you in case you pull anything good. I want to say when I looked up yesterday on TCG Player, Raging Bolt had come down to about $80 now. And I think after that, everything else had come crashing down. Iron Crown, which used to be the really expensive card in the set, has died. Boulder's dead. Walking Wake, I think, is like sub 50. Iron Leaves isn't great either. So like a lot of them in that set, the SIRs have come way down in price. So singles wise, it's an absolute booming market at the minute. If you're looking for singles, oh my god, go wild. Go wild on Temporal Forces. Go buy a shitload of Temporal Forces SIRs, because they might be something you got to hold on to for a lot longer. But those types of singles, if you purely wanted to sell them on, or even if you just wanted to buy them for your collection, now is the time to buy up Temporal Forces singles and Paradox Rift singles, because they're worthless. Which is ridiculous because of how cool some of them are. It's absolutely outrageous that some of those cards are so criminally undervalued. Like, they've got a weird, unique art style, which I quite like the art style of the Temporal Forces stuff. And I guess people just didn't like it or something, but... some of them are really cool. Some of those cards in Temporal Forces are really... There's even a Gengar in Temporal Forces, and that's not carrying the set. That's mental. The fact there's a Gengar chase in that set, and it's still not very popular. I don't understand. Pokemon's rules and logic are just so weird these days with what people like and don't like. It doesn't really make sense half the time anymore. Like, as I said, it's like you could get Temporal Forces... Oh, not Temporal Forces. You could get, like, some of those other boxes so cheaply for such a long time, and nobody liked them. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, no, Scarlet and Violet's amazing. We should be paying 200 plus a box for it. And it's like, for like a year after it came out, nobody wanted that shit whatsoever. No one would go near Scarlet Violet, and now everybody wants it. But yeah, if you're looking them up though, Nick, if you go on TCG Player, you can just look for value from highest to lowest. You can just get all of the SIRs in one place. Temporal Forces has got some bangers, dude. That's some bangers. I think Temporal Forces... This is my hot take that literally no one in here cares about, because none of you are like super into the TCG. This is my hot take about the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet era. All of the really popular sets will die off, and all of the ones that were super slept on are going to go crazy in the future. I know nothing about Poke investing or any of this shit, because I think it's a load of pretentious bollocks. But just when it comes to it, I think a lot of the underappreciated sets are going to go crazy, and I think all the ones that everyone thought were insane aren't going to do that well in the future. They'll be okay, but I don't think they're going to do as well as people think they will. Like, Destined Rivals, I think, will die off. I think Scarlet Violet base, Temporal Forces, Paradox Rift will actually creep up in the future, and because they're so underrated now. I think they will just climb. And then all of a sudden, they'll become like the same sets, kind of like how they evolved, where nobody can get rid of them. And everyone suddenly goes, oh, this is the best set ever. Why did no one buy it? Like, none of you bought it for a year. Nobody wanted it for a year, and then they started selling it more expensively, and everybody wants it. Oh, I better be careful shooting someone down there. You might accuse me of cheating like last time I killed someone down there. Funny enough, that person was in a T-55 AMD as well. Yeah, the top chase in Temporal Forces, as I say, was the Iron, so the Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt SIR. You got Bolt. Bolt is the most expensive, even though it's not expensive, as those cards go these days. And then you've got Walking Wake, I think was second place, but that one's died off a lot as well. It's just wild. It's wild to me that so many really cool cards just haven't done well. Because there's some that you look at, and you look at the artwork on some of those cards, which is just nutty. Like, I'll give you a perfect example of a card that I'm genuinely surprised is, like, so undervalued. If you're looking at it, Nitty, I don't know if you are, but if you're on TCG Player, look up Journey Together. Oh my god. And look at the Salamence SIR. Salamence from Journey Together is such a ripper of a card. And it's so undervalued. It's like less than 100, and the set came out, what, 2 months ago? And it's less than 100. Like, don't get me wrong, I think 100 for any card is kind of crazy. When you think about what it actually is, it's a piece of shiny foil cardboard. However, in the general Pokemon landscape these days, the fact that you can get a card like that for less than 100... It's mental! That Salamence is so nice. It's such a banger card. And it's like less than 100. It's like 85, I think, last time I saw it. How? I genuinely don't understand how some of those cards are so undervalued. And I think, as I say, it's like why I think what will happen in the future is a lot of those cards that are kind of looked at now and everyone goes, ugh, Temporal Forces, no thanks. I think they'll be looking at in a few years and they'll go, oh my god, Temporal Forces was so good. Everybody slept on it. Like, I think it'll be another Gen 5. People will sleep on it, they'll say it's trash, and then they'll all wait until it gets expensive, and then they'll be the biggest fans of Temporal Forces. And they'll be like, oh my god, Temporal Forces was so good, guys. Nobody bought it, though. It's so weird. Because that's just how those things go. Raging Bolt SIR is $80. Yeah. What's that in pounds right now? It's £60. Because it's a bit where if you look at like dollars to pounds, it's about 74 cents, 75 cents for a quid right now. So, no, other way around even. Yeah. It's bizarre. It's really weird that some of those cards from, like, as I say, from Temporal Forces are just so slept on. They're so cool as well. Salamence is now about $200. Oh, has it gone up? Oh, let's have a look. Hang on. I'm sure I looked at this yesterday and it had gone down to less than 100, so maybe... Of course, the thing with TCG Player is there's always a chance that someone's just listed it really high and it's, like, skewed it. That's the only problem with looking at here, is because it's like, you see stuff like that. But how is that card so cheap? Okay, on TCG Player, what's the most expensive on TCG Player right now is $200. The cheapest is $111. How? That card is so cool. How is that $111? How? It makes no sense. Just why? Why is that so cheap? It shouldn't be. Like, as a card, if you're looking at some of the other cards that do really well, it shouldn't be doing that badly. We're also going to chill for a minute because the BRB is going to start. Like, Destined Rivals I'm going to look up as well, actually, because I'd be interested to see if anything's crashed yet. Well, it's probably still too early for this. But I guarantee you've got the top 4 cards in Destined Rivals right now are all SARs. You've got Rocket Mewtwo, Cynthia Garchomp, Ethan Ho-Oh, Team Rocket's Moltres. One of those is going to have an almighty crash. I just bet it will. You'll have one of these cards. The cheapest out of those 4 is $150 right now. You got 150, 178, 200, and 325. One of those cards within a month will probably be less than 75, I'd guess. And they all look sick. It's like, how? How are some of these so undervalued? They're so cool. It's great for buying singles, but the only problem is, as someone who loves opening packs, I don't want to buy singles because it kind of removes the fun. The fun part about Pokemon for me is opening the packs. I don't really want to buy singles. So singles are booming at the minute. It's amazing for it. I don't really want to buy singles though. I want that feeling of ripping open a pack, seeing that gold border and going, oh my god, I've got something here. And then flicking through the cards and going, oh, is it going to be this new one? I need this gold. Oh, it's gold Charizard. It's depressing when you find out it's gold Charizard, but it's that excitement that you get when it's like, oh my god, I've got something. And you want to, you know, you can't wait to see what you've pulled. You can't match it. You can't replicate that feeling. So it's like, as much as singles are great at the minute, I don't want to buy singles. I just don't. It's so sad. I don't know. But yeah, if you're a singles buyer in Pokemon at the minute, that's a great place to go and do things. Go and buy loads of singles because they're cheap as chips right now, as we say over here. At least some of them. The more popular ones, not so much. But if you can get some of the ones from like Journey Together, buy them now because they'll be cheap as anything. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. I'm going to go pee and stuff, so BRB, back in a few after the break. Alright, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. I actually was just thinking about it then, while I was off on my BRB. I was thinking about what we've actually pulled on this stream before, after saying about the gold Zards. Now I think about it, we've actually pulled quite a lot of kind of what would be considered high chase cards. If you think about it, you look at Scarlet and Violet. I'm just going to do this real quick. I'm going to have a look on TCG Player again while we're doing this, because I want to. It's something that I can talk about a lot. Oh, it's a good thing. It's a topic I'm vaguely passionate about, so I'm able to talk about this stuff. Yeah, if you look at some of the stuff we've pulled, out of Scarlet and Violet base, we've pulled the top 4 cards. Actually, I pulled the top 5 in total, but I think the top 4 I've pulled on stream. With Guard of War, which is $40, Miriam, which is $34, $30 for Ralts, and then Drowsy is $27. So I pulled the top 4 cards out of that set on stream. So with Scarlet and Violet base, we've had a great track record on. Paldea Evolved, obviously. We've pulled the Iono on stream before. We never got the Magikarp, but we pulled Iono, which is kind of insane in itself. So we got one of the better cards there as well. Obsidian Flames, the Gold Zard. We all know about the Gold Zard. I've pulled it 4 times. Paradox Rift we've done well on as well. I mean, we pulled Iron Valiant, which I think is in... Okay, it's 7th these days. I do already have the Groudon, though, from Paradox Rift, which is kind of nutty. The highest card in Paradox Rift is 73-75 right now, which is Groudon Illustration Rare, which I already own. I've pulled one of those off-stream before. Temporal Forces, I've literally got jack shit in. I've never pulled anything good. Stellar Crown, we pulled an SIR that at one point was in the top few. It's 6th now. We also have the Bulbasaur, which we pulled on stream, which is the 2nd highest card in the set. And then Surging Sparks, we've never pulled anything good either, really. We pulled some full arts. We pulled the full art Pikachu, which is 13th at 1955. So, and then we pulled the Gold Executor, which is 15th card in the set. So, and then Journey Together, we got Bugger All as well. But it's kind of interesting, though, because it seems like we've got this curse of pulling the 2nd highest card in all the sets. Which is kind of funny, isn't it? So we've pulled, like, the Iono, which is card number 2. We've pulled the Miriam, which was originally card 1, that's now card 2. We have Gold Zard, which is card number 2. Paradox Rift, that doesn't apply to be fair. Temporal Forces, it doesn't either. But it's just kind of funny that Stellar Crown, we've pulled card number 2. It's really weird. We can never pull the top card in some of them, but we pull the 2nd one. Shrouded Fable, we have the highest card, and as well the Cassiopeia, I think. Yeah, it's so funny though. It's just kind of so wonky with the pull rates for us. We always just pull those same 2nd highest cards. It's kind of funny. At the end of the day, though, as it's always kind of been, whereas it'd be amazing to pull the insane card. Like, would I have gone mental if when we opened our Surging Sparks box at Christmas, we'd have pulled the Pikachu? That at the time was like a $500 card. It would have been crazy, right? Just from the sake of, at the time, we would have pulled, like, the hottest card in Pokemon at the time. But pulling the Gold Executor, I was really happy with that anyway, because I know that the pull rates are shite and they're not great in Surging Sparks. So I was happy just to pull anything. And we did. We did pull something, so, you know. I think that's kind of the way I am when it comes to the Pokemon stuff, is I'm just kind of happy to pull things. Some people are kind of never happy unless they pull the best card. But I think I'm just happy to pull something new, or something even just that's cool. Like Fruit Boy is a good example of that. We pulled Fruit Boy again out of those tins on the birthday stream, which is cool. It was nice pulling Fruit Boy again, because I really like the card. And I have one for the binder, and one to sit in the plastic coffin of doom that he will never come out from, in his little card protector. But like most people would have pulled that Applin and just gone, it's not Greninja, so don't care. You know, it's sad. It's sad. Especially with how nice of a card it is as well. But then again, it leads to that same thing, like I said, of you get the Salamence and stuff like that goes really cheap because nobody wants it. So it opens up the opportunity for people like me, if I really wanted to go in and, you know, scalp the singles, if you will. Scrounge the singles and get some good deals. So Fruit Boy Dude was hype, second only to Gold Zard. Don't talk about Gold Zard here, Nick. Don't you do it to me. It's like, I think you said it the other day, didn't you, when we were talking about Gold Zard again, where you said it's like watching someone drowning while you're sat here, like, or if it's like someone watching me as they're drowning while I'm just here with like a reservoir full of water, you know, or someone's dying of thirst or whatever, even. Someone's out there and they're like, I only need Gold Zard to complete my set, and I'm just here with 4 of them, just like, I can't get rid of these bloody things. It's like that. It's just kind of ridiculous. Gold Zard is such a troll card for me. I know they printed those cards to the 9s, so I mean, it explains why there's so many of them. But it's kind of... It's almost not funny at this point now for me. At first, I was like, oh, how this is... Now, because we've done it 4 times, it's not even funny to me anymore. It's just like, oh, give me something else, please. Like, please. Of all the golds to pull, how have I got this 4 times? I'm like, please just give me something new. Please. That's all I wish for. Is a new card. I don't even know what the rest of the golds are, actually. And that's genuinely it. I don't even know what the rest of the golds are in Obsidian Flames. That's how grim it is. I don't know, because I don't ever look at the golds page, because I already know that I'm going to pull the bloody Zard. So I don't even need to look. I'm sure there's probably a stadium or something in there. But it's like I don't even need to look at them. Grimmsnarl. Oh, yeah, Grimmsnarl and, yeah, Hydreigon. Wigglytuff as well. Throw that in there. We got a few. Dude, I'm telling you, it's all Obsidian Flames. Geeta's in Obsidian Flames as well. How many times did we pull Geeta? Geeta, Gold Zard. And the best part is about Obsidian Flames is like it's like my nemesis. It's like the my banana skin set, where it's like the one that just trolls me relentlessly and I can't like shake it off. Because if you look at Obsidian Flames, I've opened how many booster boxes and how many packs of it. I still haven't completed all the commons. I still have, I think, 2 commons that I'm missing. Which, just how? I've opened at least 3 booster boxes of it, and I'm still missing 2 commons. If not 3, I think. I think there's a... Capsakid I'm missing. I think it's Capsakid. I'm missing a Clefairy, which I only have in a reverse. And... Brawler, I think, are the ones I'm missing. So I'm still missing a bunch of commons and uncommons. How? I have no idea. Because the whole point is that they're common or uncommon. And I've opened 3 booster boxes of the bloody set, and I still don't have them. And it's just, oh, it's ridiculous. I've got like half of the master set in terms of like reverses and stuff. I can't pull some of these regular freaking uncommons. And for reference as well, I don't have the reverse of... I think only the Clefairy is the one I have the reverse of. I don't think I have either of the other 2s in any form. I think it's just the Clefairy that I have in reverse. And I don't have the Crabrawler, and I don't have the Capsakid in any variant. It's so annoying, though. I just look through the binder, and I'm like, EX missing, EX missing. And I'm just like, what's this card? And I go, oh, it's that bloody Clefairy again. I'm like, ah. From Obsidian Flames, there's only 3 golds. Only 3. Which, that makes it even funnier, though, doesn't it? Because there's only 3, so what are the chances out of 3 different golds that I pull the same one 4 times? Now, I know it's like the pool of golds is smaller, but it means that the frequency of the other golds appearing is actually going to be quite, like, frequent. Because there's only 3 golds, and there's probably going to be at least 1 of each gold in a case. And I've somehow got the box with the same one in 4 times. Ow. And one of them came from a tin. Like, ugh. Admittedly, that same tin was kind of goated, because if you take out the fact that we pulled the Zard and it's a meme, say I didn't have either of the cards I pulled there, I pulled a Paradox Rift SIR and a gold from Obsidian Flames in the same tin, which is insane. It was the Iron Crown tin, I remember. The last one we did, because I'd almost forgotten it was on the floor. And I went, wouldn't it be funny if there was some hits in here? There were indeed hits in that box, just not the ones we were looking for. Because both of them were dupes, which was sad, but it's just kind of hilarious, though, isn't it, at this point, this bloody Charizard? It's both funny and also a little bit sad just watching it happen, where you go, oh my god, there's a hit, and then it's like, no, there isn't a hit, is there? Because I just know deep down. I know deep down in the pit of my stomach, whenever I see a gold in Obsidian Flames, as much as I always sit there and I'm like, be optimistic, maybe you're getting lucky this time, it can't happen again. It somehow happens again. Like, it's... Every time I sit there and I'm like, no, it's going to be different. It's going to be different. I can't get it again. It's always... I always get it again. I can't avoid it. It's like the plague. The plague of Charizard. It's wild, I don't know. Basic fire energy and artisan stadium. Oh, so okay, so there's a fire energy and a stadium. Interesting. And then gold zard. Obsidian flames is a really small set. It's something like, I don't know the actual size of the set fully off the top of my head. It's only something like, all with the golds and everything, I think it's only like 150 cards or something. It's not that big. Actually, oh, this isn't all the way up there because there's no golds here. Is this in order? So I think it's, I'm slightly off. I think it's about 230 total. The whole card, like, general set is 197 cards. Which, in the grand scheme of things, of Scarlet and Violet, is quite small. If I see, can I have a look at the base set and see how many's in there? This is minus golds again. 250 minus golds. Paldea Evolved was huge as well right before Obsidian Flames came out, so they did a full 180 of going for an absolutely gargantuan set in Paldea Evolved, and then they flipped it and made Obsidian Flames, which was tiny in comparison. I think Gold Base Fire was the last card in Obsidian Flames, yeah. Because all I got on the card list was up to Poppy SIR, which I actually have. One of the few SIRs I do have, I think I own 2. One of which I pulled, I think, yeah, Obsidian Flames is just so cursed. I have the 4 of the Gold Zard. I think, I might be wrong, I've either done it 2 or 3 times, but I've pulled the Pidgeot SIR. I think it's 3 I have of those. So you've got that, you've got the Gold Zards, you've got the Pidgeots, you've got the Full Arts are also cursed. I know there's not many Full Arts in that set either, but I basically pulled the same Full Arts every box I've opened. I never seem to get any different ones for whatever reason. You've got that, the Full Arts as well. You've got the missing commons. Obsidian Flames just trolls me every time. I don't know what it is. I think everybody somewhere somehow has a set like that that's just that one that messes with them. You know? 197 regular, yeah. It, like, everybody I think has like a set that's just like the boogeyman set for them that they just can't, whatever, it just hates them. And I think Obsidian Flames is that for me, probably because I bag on Charizard all the time, right? So Pokemon Company out here trolling me, but it's just kind of, I don't know, it's just funny. It's funny, but it's also a bit depressing at this point because every time I open it I'm like, it's 1 pack of Obsidian Flames, how bad can it be? And then I walk away from it, opening that 1 pack of Obsidian Flames, and I'm like, why did I even bother? Like, I wish that was something else. It wasn't Obsidian Flames. I just wish that was Paradox Rift or something. A set I actually like. Oh. I'm trying to figure out if I fired that too low or fired that too late or what. That shot was weird. I saw the green flash right as I put... I mean, I'd already pre-aimed it, right? And then I saw the green flash up for the pen indicator. I'm assuming I must have dipped it into the ridge line right in front of him, but... I don't think I missed him firing too soon, but maybe I did. Ah, Obsidian Flames looks inside Gold Zard for regret. It is like that, though. It is. Like... As much as I want to sit there and hype up every card I pull and go, oh my god, we pulled a gold, it's amazing. I love pulling golds. I feel like I'm going to sound like some proper like hipster now as well. I think I'm one of those people who actually likes a gold card. It's not that many people who do. Most people don't like gold cards, but I liked them before they were cool. I actually think the golds look pretty cool. Dare I say, I think it would be interesting if they did some variation that would probably be kind of a bit wild. Where could you imagine if in certain sets, instead of just doing pure golds, they did like golds but also something else? Like a different color, metallic color. Like I know in previous sets, once back in the day, they did a silver card. They did a silver Dialga, which was cool. And I think they've done a gold Zekrom before, which used to be really rare in X and... It was either in X and Y or it was in black. I think it was in black and white, the Zekrom, and then X and Y they did the silver Dialga. But it's just like... I don't know. It'd be nice... Oh, okay. Yeah, heli flare. Would be nice if there was, like, other variants instead. He's going to fly into the ground, is he? What a helmet. Yeah, I don't know. Obsidian Flames is just traumatic for me at this point. Obsidian Pain is what it is. It really, it just hates me. Obsidian Flames hates me. One day I'll open something from Obsidian Flames. I say this like I'll somehow have access to getting a box of it ever again, which who knows at this rate. But if I did, what I want one day, I'll give you the spiel. What I would love at this point, and it will never happen probably because it's just too hard at this point. With the Scarlet and Violet era ending, if I could have my way, right, and things worked out perfectly in a perfect world, which we all know they don't, but humor me this for a minute. Hear me out. In a perfect world where all of that stuff worked out and product wasn't impossible to get, if I was able to do one final stream for the Scarlet and Violet era of cards, where I did every booster box that they released, up to all of the newest ones, and they were actually possible to get, including Surging Sparks and all that, and I had all of them, and I opened all of them. It would be fitting if for the final one I ever did, we actually got something out of Obsidian Flames, and all the pain was worth it, and we actually pulled something else. That would be like the perfect end to the SV era. Is Obsidian Flames actually giving me something I wanted for once? Like, if we did that and we pulled good stuff that we had that was new out of every set, that would be the perfect end to the SV era. You know? I'm not even saying we pull, like, crazy cards. Like, I'm not saying we pull the Magikarp or anything like that out of Paldea Evolved. But, like, we just pull something new that's kind of one of the higher rarities. It'd be so nice just doing that as a final, like, send-off. It won't happen. We'll get the 5th Gold Zard, or Obsidian Flames will just be so expensive by that point, it's just impossible. And I say that like somehow anything's going to change financially for me in the sort of short term, and I'd be able to buy all the boxes anyway as they are now, which is just unrealistic. Because it's just too expensive. It's like that game earlier where I'm just stuck here, just getting smacked in the engine. I can't do anything about it. It's just a leopard all the way over there, just hitting me in the engine constantly. And it's just a wait to see if I'll get set on fire again. Now I died to the leopard from the front. How boring, dude. What a boring match. This has just not been a good one, this Sinai. Yeah, I'd love to do that again one day. I would love just as a final... That's a huge if. Oh, 100%, yeah. I would love somehow, some way to do one final stream for the TCG Scarlet and Violet era where I was able to do all of the packs one last time. And I mean, when I say all, I mean all of them. We do all the specialty sets and everything, which would include 151, which is just not going to happen. 151, Prismatic, which I've never opened. Like, we do everything. It would be kind of incredible. It'd be the final, like the last hurrah of the Scarlet Violet era. Prismatic, 151, Shrouded Fable, which is not hard to get. Surging Sparks, Stellar Crown, like every set, including what at the time would be Black Bolt, White Flare, and Destined Rivals and all that stuff. That would be the perfect end, I think, to the era. My shot just bounced on the side of that Macabre, I think. Or at least didn't pen him. How? Interesting logic. I just think that would be like the perfect ending. But as we say, is it ever going to happen? The answer to that is no. It just wouldn't. It's too expensive. Like, I think I priced this out before. I talked about this a few weeks ago. Say everything was in stock and I could go to the store. And the store had every booster box in their hundreds. And I could just go in and go, I'll have one of each, please. And they had an ETB of all the specialty sets and booster. They literally just had, say I went to Pokemon's warehouse and they said, you can buy one of anything you want at retail price. Even if I did that these days, it would be at retail so expensive, I just couldn't do it. Like, genuinely, it probably wouldn't be far to say that if I did that, that would be over that would be the amount of profit the stream would make in an entire year. To buy all of those. So I would essentially just erase a year's worth of money to do that. Because it's what? Probably at that point 10 booster boxes. 10 booster boxes. And the ETBs. And the specialty sets, which are expensive in themselves. Like... yeah, it's just... It's not gonna happen. Like... We may do something in the future, but I don't think it'll ever be booster boxes again, as much as I would love to do that, because they're... I mean, booster boxes is like the peak. Only one can hope and dream to do so. We can, but... yeah. I want to hope and dream, Nitty, and I want to be optimistic and say, yeah, we're going to do it, but I think deep down I know that it's not going to go. I think it's why, if you remember at the time when we did the one at Christmas, and I said, kind of, I didn't specifically say it, but I kind of said, like, if this is the last one, then let's make sure that it's the best one we can make it. Last Pokemon stream in general, because of how hard it was to get things when Surging Sparks exploded, let alone anything else, or where it's gone from there with Prismatic. But, like... I said at the time, I was like, if this is going to be the last one, let's make it the best one we've ever done. It probably wasn't at Christmas, because I think we did do some crazy things, but I think day one was the peak of that stream and that week. Because on day one, we pulled the Iona of Paldea Evolved on like pack number 2 of the week, and after that, it kind of never lived up to that hype again. Because we pulled the Iona, which was nutty, and then we just didn't really pull anything else for the other 3 days that really lived up to that same level. It was like we shot our shot really early, and then it was just like, right, now nothing else is really going to be quite as cool because we've done that. If we'd have done that on the final pack of the last day, think of the storyline. You pull the best card of the weekend in the final pack. You know? But it was like the second pack of the weekend and we pulled the banger. So it's like, what else do you kind of have to pull during the weekend that's going to be that exciting? And it didn't kill the hype, but it made it less hype, of course, because there was just not as much of a zing when we really pulled something cool at that point. Because it was like, yeah, we pulled something cool, but it's not Iono from Paldea Evolved. Cool, you know? Everything was just a bit flat after that, and then we never really pulled anything that crazy. I mean, we pulled fucking Zard again, didn't we? And then, in fairness, I will say Paradox Rift was good. We got a new gold, I think, and we pulled Iron Valiant SIR from that, which that was actually a really good set of boxes, those Paradox Rift boxes. But, like, again, it's hard to compare that with pulling Iono in pack 2. That was just such a crazy pull, and so out of nowhere as well. It was, you couldn't live up to it. Day 2 was always going to be impossible to beat the first day just because of how good the pulls were. They're dead, I hope. There's one. You got Roger in the tank. Ah, oh, I thought that guy was going to dodge him, that Turks guy. I always run into him. I'm going to guess Turks stands for Turkish, and that's hence why he has the Turkish flag on his barrel. That's kind of cool. We like a good pack opening story, but it was honestly fun regardless. Oh yeah, 100%. No matter what happens in those, even the birthday one, which was not as extravagant as others have been. Because, I mean, just generally for the birthday stream, the budget was way lower. You know, I wanted to do something. It all kind of sparked off. I'll tell you what kind of sparked it all. Everything came about after I got that one pack. You remember I'm memeing about the SV base stuff where I'd bought the check lanes and they only had one, so they refunded me the other one. I was like, my original plan, I talked to Bevan about this like a month before. I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I'm like, guys, we're going to do a Pokemon and I open one pack. Thank you for the first sound alert of the month, Maximum. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Enjoy your lurk. I'm going to preemptively say that because I know you're just going to be lurking, so thanks for the lurk, dude. Thank you for the 50 bitties. First bitties of the month as well, so thank you for contributing, putting the first chip away towards our goal of 2,500 for the month. We're working away. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're talking about TCG stuff at the minute. But, yeah, it was like I was saying. We wanted to make it the best we could with what we had, and the budget of the Christmas one was still quite high. This one, though, the birthday one was way lower, but almost because of that, it made it more exciting because we had real bangers, but it wasn't guaranteed. There was no booster box. There was no guaranteed 13 hits. It was, we could open a tin and get 1 hit, and that would be it for the entire thing. We could just get a ton of crap and get nothing good. But we pulled some bangers regardless, and it made it so, like, such a fun time. But I think the days both of Pokemon being cheap enough to do the craziness again, and also me having enough money to warrant doing that, are both gone. So realistically in the future, what are the chances of me doing that type of stream again where I genuinely go through and do all the booster boxes? Impossible, practically. Unless I won the lottery and suddenly had an influx of ridiculous money, no, it's not going to happen. Because I don't... In any facet of anything I do, I don't make enough money to warrant doing it. Which is just a reality of it. So knowing that, it just means the reality of the situation is we can't do it. So we won't. We'll dream about it, and that'll be as nice as it'll be. It'll be a nice dream that we'll think about. Even if it never happens. But there's always a what if. You never know. Editing stuff, so I'll indeed be lurking mainly. No problem, Maximum. As I say, I've come to expect it these days. The amount of lurking you've done recently, I've come to expect that you're always going to be on the lurk when I see you. So, yeah. Thank you for lurking, dude. I appreciate it. Good luck editing stuff. 5th on the team's not terrible. Barely even talked about the game today, have I? I've just been yapping on about the TCG. See, I feel like, though, I don't know, even if you don't like the TCG, which I'm sure some of you couldn't give a flying fuck about it, I think most people would much rather have me talk about something that I'm interested in than just bang on about what's happening in the game for 3 hours. So, yeah. I mean, the TCG is something that I'm just interested in, right? And I just can talk about. Help with repair. Oh, okay, interesting. I've got to do that 20 times. More caliber guns. No less than 35, no less than 60. Rank 3 or above. I need a rank 3 with a 50mm gun. 75. 70. They're all 75s. What's a rank 3 with a gun small enough? It's not an autocannon. Don't know. No idea. I'll have to figure that out in the future. I guess it'd be like this type of thing, the Bradley, right? Oh, it's a 25mm autocannon. That doesn't count either. That's weird. I don't know. Figure out. Head off for the night. Have a good one, mate, and I'll see you when I see you. Have a good one, Nee. Thanks for hanging out, my dude. Appreciate it as always. Thanks for hanging out and chatting to me about the cards stuff. You're always like my best confidant about chatting with the cards, Nee. I know that whenever I start banging on about the TCG, you'll always be there to pick up what I'm putting down, you know? Even if nobody else in the entire community is interested, I know that you'll always be there to have a chat with me about the TCG. That's what I love. I don't do enough of that, though. I think that's the thing. I talk about games and stuff a lot, but I don't do enough about talking about stuff that I actually enjoy. And I think that's probably part of what stunts me a bit when it comes to actually talking on stream a lot of the time. Is I don't really have the opportunity necessarily to go straight on about that type of stuff all that often. Or if I do, I'm just like, God, half the people in stream are like, fucking hell, he's talking about cards again. You know? They're just like, oh no. He's rambling on about cards again. That's the end of the stream. Time to start muting the stream, you know? Even the 3 stream streak maximum. Oh, you must have broken it somewhere. Oh dear. Not the break of the stream streak. That's alright. We love a stream streak, but at the end of the day, it's just a number, innit? Leave the stream streak though, my dude. I'll read the message in just a sec, because the chat's like moved a bit with that stream elements message and that, so I just want to see if I can get an early pick on someone here. I don't think I can I? Oh. I literally didn't change my angle whatsoever, and the first time I peeked that, it said I could hit him. The second time, it said no. What? Where's the logic there? Yeah, thank you for the stream, Maximum. Back as a chatter in like a week or so. Been trying to get better foundations for the rest of the year. Been working hard and paying it off. And it's paying off. Nice, so I'm glad. I need to start doing that myself. When I come back in July, I'm going to kind of try and double down on the YouTube game, I guess. It's kind of a bit of a Hail Mary final shot for me at this point, where I've tried many things when it comes to like stream and content-y stuff, and I think it's kind of one of my last big efforts where I've got myself together for one like last fire off on all cylinders and see what happens. Maybe. Boring Abrams, man. Yeah, so I'm kind of I'm hoping to do that myself, where I can get some solid foundations in when I come back. Oh, T64. They shot me in the back. Okay, that makes sense. Enjoy the stuff greatly, and I love living vicariously through the card stream, so I'm more than happy. Yeah, let's go. Yap about cards. That's what I like, man, because I always start going on about, like, genuinely. I know people are, it's probably one of those things that's just like, I'll say this and everyone will be like, no, it's fine. But whenever that happens, when I have something like that I talk about, that I know essentially nobody in the stream really cares about all that much, I'll talk about it, but I'm always like, no one really gives a shit about this though, do they? So I probably should just talk about something else. You know? I'm always just like, no one really cares about the cards all that much, other than like, you know, like one or two people maybe do, but other than that, everybody else in the stream's like, So I always, I don't know, I always feel weird talking about stuff like that I enjoy, because I'm like, no one cares. Like bikes as well. Like I don't always talk about bikes all that much, because I assume most people isn't really very interested in it. Other than, you know, like the one or two people who are, like a Christoph or someone who's like a bikes person, or Undo. So I don't know, maybe I always kind of like feel like I shouldn't talk about that stuff sometimes, because I'm like, nah, people don't care. People aren't here to listen to me talk about cards. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong as a variety streamer, is maybe I should look more into that, of talking about stuff I enjoy rather than just talking about what I'm doing. Well, that would have hit his lower plate. I guess not. Yeah. No, I really appreciate that, Nate. Or anyone else who's like that with me for anything, really, when you like have a proper conversation with me about stuff. Because at the end of the day, right, that's the thing. That's kind of what Twitch is all about, right? It's about live chatting and reactions and interactions for both the streamer and for the viewer. So it's like, it's kind of the best thing you can have. And so for me, it's really nice to like just talk about stuff like that as well, you know? So I'm glad when someone gets into it and we have like a proper chat about stuff. Especially stuff that's not a rant. Because I love a rant, don't get me wrong. But like at the same time, I don't want to rant like every time about the games industry being shit or whatever, because it's just kind of depressing. Like sometimes I just want to talk about something I like. So yeah. It's nice to do that. So I appreciate having the opportunity to when people entertain it from me. He's gonna fire at me. Buddy. I think he was waiting to... He was either reloading or he was waiting for his gun or gunner to come back up, because you saw him low, aiming low. Pretty sure he was looking at a lower plate shot on me there, so I probably would... If he fires, there's a good chance he kills me, so I'm probably quite lucky to get away with that. I don't know if this guy had hit him as well. There's a chance the leopard had smacked him on and knocked out his gun, so... We might have got away with him there. But, yeah. TLDR of everything me and Nitty have been talking about for ages is the TCG is still in a terrible place, but the whole thing that prompted the conversation was we were talking about whether black bolt or white flare is going to change things. Which I think it will. I just don't know if it's going to change things for the better or for the worst. It's either going to make things better or it's going to ruin things even more, and I just don't know which one it's going to do yet. But I'm kind of intrigued to find out, and I'm vaguely optimistic that it might turn out to be good. And that Black Bolt White Flare is not going to save Pokemon TCG, but it'll make it so that people like scrubs like me, who don't have thousands of dollars of stock and dingles and sealed product and crap like that, nor do I have a credit card that I'm willing to go out and spend like $1,000 on buying like booster boxes to flip them. So there's like scrubs like me out there can actually buy product, you know? Oh, excuse me. 28 Daniel, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Lucky first follower of the month on day number 1. Thank you for kicking off our monthly tally, I suppose. Thank you very much. Welcome into stream. And thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, I've got like a really froggy throat at the minute. I think it's because I was drinking that apple Fanta, so it's like made me go all weird. Sounds like you need more positive tangents, nice yapping rabbit holes and stuff you like. Yeah, I think I do, but I don't know, it feels weird doing that. It feels weird doing it because it feels like no one's here for that, you know? Like, it doesn't feel like people... not because of, like, anything you guys have done. I'm not saying that. But it doesn't feel like you guys are here for that, right? Like, I know a lot of you guys are here for me, and some people are here for, like, War Thunder or whatever, Oblivion, whatever I'm playing. But... I don't know, I always just feel kind of weird about it, about, like, just chatting about stuff that I like. Because I'm always like, no one wants to hear me talk about TCG. But, I still like talking about the TCG, you know, whatever. It's just fun talking about some of that stuff, you know? And it's something that I can talk about. I've always said it many times about how I don't think I'm that great of a talker when it comes to Twitch. There's a lot of people out there who are absolutely magnificent when it comes to chatting for hours and can do it every night non-stop. They could talk to a wall and have a good conversation. I can't do that. I'm not that type of person. But like when it comes to that type of thing, it's one of my biggest weaknesses is I've never been able to like just endlessly talk when there's nothing happening. Like I feel like as a streamer, I'm very much one of those people who massively benefits from bouncing off someone else, whether it be someone in a VC or someone in the stream, and just having a conversation with them. Even if it's just me and one person talking, there could be 1,000 people in the stream, and if I'm chatting with one person, I'm kind of fine. But sometimes it kind of goes off the rails for me if I don't have like that solid rock to talk to. You know, I like lose my footing a bit, and I'm just like, oh shit, what do I do now? And I'll just sort of go off on random tangents about what I'm doing in game or something, you know? Which is sometimes good, sometimes bad, depending on what we're doing. Sometimes that stuff's interesting, but a lot of the times it can just be a bit samey. I would have fired a shot then, but probably waited a little too late. My carver got cracked by the rocks. Thank you again for the follow, Daniel. I appreciate it. And man, follow the rabbit hole wins you a little more. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Who knows? Maybe maybe when I come back from vacation in July, it's going to be the new era of stream. You know? I'm going to, as I say, I'm going to try some of these things, like the YouTube stuff, and try and go serious on it. I've already started messing with like stream UI stuff, like the other day with getting the new achievements tracker and stuff to make it all a little more clean and whatever looking. Which if you haven't seen, it's nothing special, but I'll show it on stream now. It's nothing hugely special, but I've done this. Oh, the transition will do that. I've added just a little like widget in the top left for the achievements account for when I eventually do the Oblivion stream, and then when I do the next set of 100% achievement runs. We've got that and things like that now. I've also added commands to add trackers for that too, so we have a new command to both track achievement total and new achievements and stuff. Like I've tried to kind of be a bit proactive about some of that stuff and add things to make things a bit more interesting, because I probably haven't done that so much over the years, especially with me kind of saying things about the fact that the stream's budget isn't particularly high, so I can't afford to go out and spend money on like brand new tech all the time, on like brand new stuff like that. So I think I kind of really looked at it from the perspective of how can I get more value out of the stuff that I have without necessarily spending money, which is what I've tried to do. So hence like the trackers and stuff, just to make things a little more engaging, and also it stops some of the things like, where did you come from? He must have driven down there, but if he does, how has he not been spotted? Hang on, that is bizarre. Where the hell did that guy come from? Yeeted out of nowhere. Holy. That's completely thrown me off my train of thought. Oh yeah. Yeah, like for a long time, I think with the stuff like that, I've just never really added a lot of things that I could have done. And probably should have done. So I think now I'm trying to like spice things up a little bit within reason. It's like I've been talking about the idea of maybe if I do like a Nox 2.0 kind of reset refresh as well, and I try and really like refresh everything a bit and make things a little cleaner and a bit nicer. Might be a good idea, so we'll see. I'm not like rebranding or anything, but there might be like a little bit of a kind of hard reset here in stream. But yeah, I'm trying to like work on stuff, because at this point it's like I've been at this a long time, and I want to take the next step finally that I probably haven't until now, and actually feel like I'm making progress in the right direction, rather than do what I've been doing for the last few years, which is just kind of like plateauing in the same spot and not really changing anything. Oh, timing. Now we're good. But like I've been stuck in this weird like plateau where I haven't really changed anything for years properly, so yeah, okay. Have I ever told you the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise? You haven't, Bruised, but you can recite the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise in chat if you'd like. It's up to you. If you want to talk about your old mate Darth Plagueis the Wise, then go ahead. I don't think I've actually seen the full meme of that before, if there is one. Is there actually a story of Darth Plagueis the Wise? All I ever hear is the initial bit of people saying the "Have I ever told you the story?" but I don't think I've ever seen the story if it exists. You know, everyone always says, "Have I ever told you?" but no one ever says, who is Darth Plagueis the Wise? Well, I don't know. Who is he? What kind of a bloke is Darth Plagueis the Wise? Maybe he's a good guy, he's just misunderstood. I mean, clearly he's wise from the name. Maybe he's just a good bloke. Why that guy's like shaking his head at me. I kind of wanted to come around here and help him, so him smoking that off is quite unhelpful. Not sure, to be honest, or you've just heard the memes as well. That's like the... I seem to find that a lot on most things. It's like everybody's heard the memes of certain things, but no one actually knows the OG, like, story of certain stuff. Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill? Overkill. Kill-tacular, question mark? Probably not. Unless that's that automatic and he's gonna have a go at me. Ooh? Ooh? It can't be a kill-tacular now. It's a killing spree at this point. It's not a kill-tacular. Been too... Okay, I'm dead anyway. I got revenge bombed. Probably a book on something or something about him. Probably. Unless it is just a meme, I don't know. Darth Plagueis the Wise. What a time. I'm talking about that, like the Halo announcer medals. Oh, it's been a time since I played a Halo game. Believe it or not, a lot of people, this will predate many people here in stream. I used to play Halo Infinite on stream quite frequently. Back when it first came out, I was fairly proficient at the game. I used to be decent. I used to play it a lot on stream, actually.
both comp to some degree, and I also used to play non-comp as well, like the regular playlists on stream. Big team battle. I used to be quite decent as a sniper. That was kind of my main thing. I also featured in other people's streams a few times where they were playing it in community game, like nights. And I was there being this absolutely rancid sniper who just couldn't miss a shot on people. I was just taking people's heads off across the map. Great. I really wish Halo Infinite had been a game that hadn't just died like it did, because it was a bit sad that it was quite a decent game at launch, and then they just never really added a lot to it, and it just kind of killed it quite quickly because of that. It never really went much further than a fun time at launch for the PvP. It's quite a shame, really. I really enjoyed it. I had a good time with it, and I think it was a good game. The PvP was good anyway. I mean, some of it was fairly well balanced as well. I don't think there was too many guns that felt that OP or anything. Which is unusual these days with new shooters that come out, to not have something that just feels horrendously overpowered. Yeah. Oh, I got bombed again. No, I got rocketed. Never mind. By a helicopter who crashed into the ground. I think I'd much rather die to a bomber than I would a helicopter. The helicopters just annoy me. I just find them so just disgusting. They're just, ugh. The helicopters are just so vile. I hate them. Okay. We're gonna chill here for a minute because there's a couple of minutes, like 3 minutes or so before the next BRB. Which is crazy to think that we've nearly been at this for 3 hours already. Isn't that wild? But also, a quick heads up for 2 things here. Number 1, if you'd like to, I would appreciate it very much if you would. You click that link there and go across to the YouTube stream. If you don't already sub to the channel, why not? I stream over there on YouTube as well. If you could help support the channel, I would appreciate that very much. And if you could go and drop a cheeky like on the YouTube stream, I'd appreciate that very much as well. The link's right there. But other than that, I was going to say the ads will play, of course, during the BRB in a minute. And so to anyone who's not subscribed, of course, I won't be playing the game in the background, so don't worry, you're not going to miss anything from the ads. However, I know a bunch of the gift subs that we had on the birthday stream are due to run out today. If not, maybe have already run out. I think, Bruised, yours might have literally just run out. I've just seen your name change from a sub badge to not. So, yeah, if any of you guys have just had your stuff run out, remember, you might be about to get hit with the ads yourselves in a minute. So, yeah, this is your warning now. They're upcoming soon, so some of you have been free of ads for a while, might end up getting hit with a couple. So yeah. Of course, this is a perfect time for me also to shoe in though and say, well, if you have a Prime, perhaps now might be the perfect time to use one. If you have a Twitch Prime, chuck a Twitch Prime in. Let's do a test drive in the Leopard as well. Chuck in a Twitch Prime and get yourself free of the ads. You know, perfect time for it if you so have one. If you do have a Prime account and you've already used your sub, good stuff. That's what I love to see, because I don't like Primes going to waste. Doesn't matter who they go to, but as long as they don't go to waste. And yeah, good stuff. And if you don't have one and you think, wow, I'll give a Prime to this geezer, then I appreciate that as well, of course. Not that you have to. If you do decide that you want to give me a Prime, then I'm not going to say no. I fired that way too far back. What am I doing? We're just chilling here, as I say, because the break's going to start in just a minute or two. So I don't want to get in the middle of a match and then have a break happen and everybody miss everything. So that's why we're sitting here in the test drive for a minute. We're just going to wait for the BRB to go. And then we'll go from there. Not used to fighting like T62s and stuff again at the minute, because I haven't been fighting them recently. Me and Mirage have been playing low-tier China, so it's like, well, China and Germany for him. So it's been kind of weird fighting some of these vehicles again. I can't remember how to kill all of them. I'll show you, actually, my Chinese texture. Been fun, actually, playing China, I've got to say. There's certain vehicles I haven't liked so much, but the idea being that I want to spade everything, so I'm going through everything here. As you can see, the only thing at rank 3 I haven't spaded so far is the ZSD63, and then I'm on to the rank 4s. Here's the tech tree. I've already got this unlocked. Hong Kong unlocked, and I'm unlocking the SU-100. I've just bought the ISU. I spaded the Jackson yesterday. I got the ISU to spade. I got the Hong Kong and the ZSDS. ZSD63. T3485, and then I got the Hellcat that I'm working on. I'm quite enjoying it, though. It's a nice little tier to play at, this sort of 5s and 6s again. It's quite fun. I forgot how fun it was. Yeah, it's been fun playing them. I miss a little bit of this tier. Like, I think it's because I've been playing up at these high tiers with these British vehicles for so long. Because if you look at it, you look at how much XP is required. Like, here you go, I'll tell you here. 302,299. So we got like 300,000 on most of these vehicles to fully spade them. Takes a long old time. Thanks to the silent lurk as well. I haven't really had that much on stream. It's been a very long time since I haven't been playing top tier now. I'm looking forward to going back and doing the spading on some of the lower tier stuff that I just haven't played for a long time. Particularly in the British tree, where I really haven't been near, like, even some of these vehicles I didn't like the Churchill. I'm kind of looking forward to playing the Churchill one again for some reason. I don't know why, but I just sort of am. Like Churchill 1, Cromwell, you know, I'm going to kind of like go in and try and spade everything I can going up through the tree. Probably minus the spars. Maybe I'll do a few of them. But, yeah. I'm looking forward to going back and doing it again. It's going to be such a, like, breath of fresh air compared to some of the tanks I've been playing as of late. It's going to be very nice. I'm also checking on this BRB real quick, because it's still 3 minutes. That's changed times again, I swear. How strange. Oh, well. Yeah, there's some vehicles in there I'm looking forward to doing. T44, I think, is going to be fun. These Churchills, I mean, the NA75 is okay. I'm not really looking forward to the 3 very much. Firefly, Challenger, Comet already done. You know, I mean, Centurion. Basically, everything above the Centurion is finished, minus the Carnarvon at 7.7, which is fine, because I've got to do the Vickers in the Swing Fire anyway. Conway's already finished. We've got the Tortoise. We're going to have to just kind of, like, shoehorn in as much as we can that fits in a tier, and then just go for it through there. There's going to be a decent amount to spade, but that being said, not a lot of it's not going to take that much time to do. Longest part, I'll be grinding the 260,000 on the TTD, although I think that's 2 streams we can do that in. And then it'll be finishing it off, but it's a 10.0, so if we look at this thing, 200,000 XP max. And it's a tank with a gun rather than a missile launcher machine gun, so it's a bit easier to do. Yeah, some of these vehicles I think are going to be quite fun to go back and play again. I'm not necessarily looking forward to playing the Striker and the Warrior and things like that. But some of them I'm looking forward to. Dare I say I'm kind of looking forward to playing the Tortoise again for some reason, unbeknownst to me. I even got to play like one game in the Tetrarch to spade it as well. I need 97 XP. That'll be a big one. But yeah, there's some good stuff coming that we'll get to do soon. And I mean, even better, if we can get this done today, which I think is possible, actually. If we could finish the Black Knight today, even if we don't get it done today, it's definitely getting done on Wednesday. If we finish this today, though, that'd be huge. And then that'd leave us with 1 vehicle left. And I reckon this line here is 3 streams max, if not 2 streams. So dare I say, I think I could finish spading this by the time I go on vacation in June. And then when I come back, we should be able to go and do some more fun War Thunder, playing Mima low tiers to get the spades. Which that'll be a lot quicker progress, especially with the low tier stuff, because a lot of them will do very quickly, probably. So actually, the horizon for War Thunder right now is looking quite spicy, because this could be finished, all of these challenges could be finished rather soon. And I think that'll be quite nice. We'll get to do some more fun vehicles at that point. I mean, like playing this thing again. Get to play the A13 Mark 1. Actually has APHE as well with 66 pen. That's crazy. Yeah, it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. That being said, there's going to be a BRB starting in about 40 seconds. I'm going to actually switch screens now and go a second early. Because we're not doing anything anyway. So I'm going to go do that real quick, and I'm going to go stretch my legs and do that. So, yeah. Thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate you lurking, chatting, whatever you've been doing. Thanks for it, and thank you for being here. And I'm going to go do that BRB. So I'll be back in just a sec, okay? The break will play. Best thing to do is get up and stretch your legs. If you want to dodge them, yeah. But thank you for sitting through the break. If you do, it does help towards supporting the stream, of course, via watching the ads. So. Anyway, BRB, back in a minute. And also, go click the link to the YouTube and do that while I'm gone. That's a good time to do it. So, BRB. Hi, Shags. Welcome back, mate. Pop myself down. Welcome back, Shags. And everybody else who's here. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're all having a nice weekend and a nice time hanging out here in stream today. Yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. Welcome back from the break. Okay. I thought stuff was lagging. We's good, I think. Hi there! Hi there! Hi there! How are you, Shags? How's the day been? How's your weekend been? Welcome back too as well. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you for sitting through the break, everybody. Appreciate it. We back. We out here. It's kind of weird to think as well that by the time I finish my stream 2 weeks today, so in like 2 weeks and 2 hours from today, that'll be the last stream I do for 2 weeks, because I'll be gone. That'll be the end of my Q2 of streaming for the year. Because by the time I get back, it'll be July, so it'll be the start of Q3. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? Kind of crazy. We'll have to squeeze some stuff in when I get back. We've already got some interesting things that I've done beforehand. I've got some interesting plans for this year. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. You know? I feel like after coming back from vacation, I need to really get my head down and start working on certain things. Particularly the YouTube. I think I need to really get cracking on that. That's the biggest area I need to work on right now. I don't really know exactly how I'm going to do it, but I guess I'm going to have to just figure it out. Going to have to start making those 100% achievement run stream videos, and I'm going to get on that YouTube Shorts series if I can. We're gonna have to get cracking, get working away at it, you know. Because I need to diversify things a little. Haven't done enough of that. That's a shame. That could have been a kill. I don't want to get too aggressive here, because it'd be very easy for me to get caught by something. Like he's just been. Yeah. How are you guys doing though, Two and Shags? Did I see you earlier too, or am I crazy? Am I going crazy? Were you here earlier in stream? I felt like you were here near the start of stream, weren't you? Or am I going absolutely crazy? Oh, hello. Didn't even track him. Didn't even scratch him. Oh, what a donk of a shot that was. Oh my lord. This is not a nice fight I'm in at the moment, is it? Oh, I think someone else just shot at me. That wolf pack over there as well. Oh, crikey. Wolfpack still there? Yep. Oh, leopard missed. No, he shot the guy behind me. Okay, we're fine. We're alright, we don't panic. No, don't panic. Play cool, calm, collected. We don't panic. Just breathe. Cool, calm, collected, and composed. That is what we need. 4 kills. We're looking solid. I wouldn't say we're looking good, but we're looking solid right now. 5 kills. Looking for 6 on this guy who's coming around behind me, and then we got M1 KBT as well. Okay, I think that was me getting a touch aggressive. Although he has thankfully shot me with my gun pointed around the corner, so... I'm exposed to people from down there, but I also can return fire on this guy if he repeats me. Currently making my famous chicken tikka mas... Ayo! Lovely, Shags. That sounds like a nice meal for the day. What have you been up to this weekend then, Shags? Time off from your new job, of course. You done anything fun for yourself? You and the missus, you done anything nice? Chilling while eating a snow cone with a lime. Okay. We don't have snow cones over here, but I know roughly what they are. Just like a kind of an icy frozen treat. They seem kind of interesting, snow cones. Yeah, I've never had one. Magak 3. What? A Magak. I kind of love that. Someone's in a Magak in this lobby. I'm also getting really hungry. I can feel my stomach growling. Maybe I should have eaten more today. I don't know. I can feel it like rumbling, you know? It's not like loud, but I can just feel the vibrations in my stomach. Where it's like the rumbling being like, come on, give me some more grub. Come on. I haven't got more grub. Actually, I do. I've only eaten one meal today anyway. The Magak got me. Are you joking? I ignored him because I didn't think he was a threat. I shouldn't have ignored. I should have just killed the Magak. Oh, that's embarrassing. I just like the Magak one. I mean, I will say I don't have any armor though. Keep in mind. The Challenger doesn't have a lot of armor, so it's like it's not that hard to get killed by an under-tiered vehicle. He's got a Ram Seagull and then oh my. Which one's the response? That was amazing. Just made that guy do a 360 mid-air. That was hilarious. Give him a little bump. Bonk. Got screaming along. Today as well, for anyone who cares about this, is or today would have been the Destined Rivals weekend opening weekend stream, but of course I don't have any, so we're not opening any. But it would have been that stream today, so that would have been cool, right? Would have been the last Scarlet and Violet set, regular set anyway, minus the specialties. That would have been kind of cool. That missile ain't coming for me, is it? No, that was an MBT. Jaguar, that's what we're in now. There we go. We got the Abrams. Weirdly, we got the Abrams and the light tank survived. I'm kind of surprised by that. What a spot for the safe... But what a spot for the safe and sound. You just smash into the fucking floor. What's that about? That's hilarious. Oh, you'll be safe and sound if you go here. He's moved. Okay, we got an assist for that. I'll take it. Not a bad performance. Top of the leaderboard again. 1 death, 6 kills, 2 assists. Pretty clean. Pretty clean. I mean, it wasn't magnificent, but it was a perfectly serviceable game. 50k Lions as well we just made. Come on, something good. I haven't had something good out of these for ages. I don't want a discount on a boat. No. Gaijin, I don't want a discount on boats. I'm never going to play them. Oh. Why? Why you do this to me, Gaijin? I don't want the boats. Snow cone, though. Who knows? Maybe I'll have a snow cone when I go over there in a few weeks. That's all it is now. It's only a couple of weeks. Scary, isn't it? Scary, scary time. Little sip of me apple Fanta. Oh, I like this apple Fanta. I gotta say, it's not too bad. It's quite subtle. Some of these drinks can sometimes be a bit either too weak or too strong, but it's about right, you know. I quite like it. Not bad, not bad. I'm a fan of this beverage. Today we've made some incredible progress as well, I've got to say. We're looking rather sharp. Oh, another one. Oh, no, it's Breslau. I thought it was the same map again. Take it. Gag's making a curry as well, though. Man, I kind of want to eat that. Can you invite me over, Shags? I'll come and have some of your curry. Is that alright? Is it alright if I come over? Thanks for the alert, Bruised. Assume you're off doing something. Have fun, whatever it is you're up to. For the lurk. Right, off we go once more on our travels. Hunting far and wide for tanks to go and destroy. Will we find them? Who knows, but we're gonna try. I don't know what to waffle on about now either. I've been talking about the TCG for so long today and all that type of stuff. I don't know what to talk about now. Run out of things to have a yap about. Disaster. Doesn't he have anything to say? Maybe we'll just have a bit of a chill vibe for a bit. We'll just focus on what we're doing rather than talking all too much. We'll focus on the game and try and put together some more strong performances. I am on my own at A here, which is a bit awkward. Don't like being the solo pusher and a cap point, but needs must. Okay, he's just on the other side of this building, isn't he? There he is. What's he looking at? He's like waiting for me though, to come around the other side. Do that again, that'd be perfect. On, roll forwards. He played Russian roulette and he lost, that fella. Man was playing it with 5 bullets in one space. That was brave of him to peek that, really, though. I mean, we both kind of tried to side scrape the same spot. If you look at where he was aiming, he probably was aiming in the wrong spot, so... He did hit me, though. He hit me and put a good shot in, but it just wasn't enough to put this thing down, so... I don't think I got away with one there or anything of the sort. I think that was just... I kept me powder dry, and I think he fired first, or I fired first, but he, you know, I had the more accurate shot. Versus him, he was kind of ready for the fight more than me. But I just played more patiently, and he snatched it a bit there. So I'm quite happy with that. A good result. Obviously, I've used up a fire extinguisher, and I've done some repair already. I didn't lose any crew, though, which was good. That's really the main thing there. I'd rather not lose any crew. I mean, I'd rather take a damaged module than I would take crew deaths. The problem is with the crew deaths is it's like you lose someone like a loader and then your whole vehicle's just nowhere near as strong anymore. Because you just lose so much potential power not being able to reload in, say, like 5 or 6 seconds. Having to wait like 8 seconds for a reload just becomes obnoxiously long. Mr. Fujitech PNG down here. If I roll in behind, what are the chances of me getting caught here? Speaking of getting caught, he's been caught with his trousers around his ankles. There's a fella down here in the canal as well, so I think we're going to go for a swim. Amphibious tank mode. Look at that. I'd say I think that was a successful little salvo of shots fired off. We'll take that, won't we? If this guy spots me, I might even get a bait here from this T90 trying to dive on me. That'd be quite funny if he tries to dive off the edge on me. I think he got tempted because I saw him move. He's driven forward, so I mean, he can obviously see me. He probably has the advantage here, although he has just fired. If I can guarantee that he shoots again, I'll peek him and I'll try and get a kill. I think he's just fired again. I'll get the gun down, get the gun down. Oh, that was lucky. The gun was not playing ball for a second there. But we are fine. Look at that. I'm actually playing quite well today. I don't say that very often either. I think it's more of it's just a confidence thing. I'm feeling kind of confident today in my gameplay. So I'm happy with that. That fellow was getting hit, the Abrams. I don't know where from. No idea. Chill and grab the cap, I guess. Yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out, vibing. Kicking off June in a good way. Remember, of course, as I've said, we've basically only got 2 weeks worth of June this year, because at least for the stream. Because, of course, in just over 2 weeks' time, I'm going to be heading off for a couple of weeks. So I'll be gone for 2 whole weeks. I'll put some posts up and stuff about it so people remember. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. So that'll be fun. We got to remember we've only got half a month, effectively, to do a month's worth of stuff. So we've got to make up for it. Got to make up for it and cram as much stuff in as we can in a shorter space of time. So that'll be fun. But today, we're certainly doing that. We're putting on a classy performance. I'm very happy. Someone behind me there as well. Ooh. M163, will I get shot? Nope. Not going to cross there either. Normally I would, but I'm not going to do that because that's just a risk that I don't need to take. So let's not be silly and go across there. Someone's also just dropped a drone over there, so we know there's people going A now. There's also the Abrams there, but someone's just dropped this drone from further back in the corner, so I know there's 2 people there. Maybe if I was sat on that corner, the ZSU doesn't cross and I kill him. I don't know. But it is what it is. It's fine. It's actually not a terrible spot to be in. There's a light on my right though, so I gotta watch that. Just having a tiny little like peek hole there on the Abrams is not a terrible place to be. I don't know why he would drive across there right as I just fired, but chronically unaware. And there's another one. Someone coming up behind me as well. Guy's gonna get a rude awakening. And there's 2 of us staring at him. Ah, yes, I'm gonna black this challenger and finally get him. Oh no, he's looking at me. Unlucky, buddy. Ooh. Riding up the side of the bridge a bit, though. There we go. That's a good way to get some stuff done there. I'm actually going to go sit on the cap, because, I mean, I can't really get any more kills, I don't think, this game, so I may as well just go and sneak some XP. Like, there's no point me really going out on my way to do much now. I may as well just go sit on the cap and grab the 500 XP for capping it. As much as I don't want to, I'd rather go and fight people than cap. But, like, at this point, I've dropped 6 kills and 2 base caps, get my 3rd here. It's going to get me a chunk of XP. I think I'll still pop on the leaderboard, potentially. Love to see it. No cap, kill all. What we want to say. Actually, the game's going to end before that. No! We're not going to get it. Oh, at least I don't think we will. No, the game's over. No. Robbed. We got robbed. Robbed, I tell you.
Robbed. 7,000 XP. I mean, look at that. We very nearly got smoke nudes. That's huge. Which, on the 2E, that's really what I wanted to unlock today, was to get that and then get that done, you know? So, 1,700. Not bad. Nearly done destroy lights and mediums already as well, which is good. A beautiful good evening. You know what? I think we could call it a beautiful evening today. Welcome in, boss baby. It's been a very good evening today so far. Surprisingly good. It's not that often that you'll hear me say things like that. I'm actually surprised by how things have been today. Yeah. I'm feeling good. Cheater. Yeah, I'm cheating, Shags. That's what it is. I put the cheats on, right? I got those wall hacks today. That's how I'm pulling stuff off, you know? How we're doing it. Scheming emote. Good luck scheming around here, boss baby. There ain't no scheming to be done here. The real schemer is me. You can't out-scheme the schemer. Oh. I thought we were going to miss that guy, actually. I didn't think we were going to bump him. What's the emote for, too? Is that like a thinking emote? Thonk. You're thonking. I'm going around the front of the factories again here as well. I don't know why I went through there. Let's thread the needle between this leopard and the Abrams. Yeah. Snake around the back of this fella. We want to get to my favorite spot. Which is... Oh, hello. What in the hell? Am I about to get YOLO'd? No, I'm not. What's that Centauri doing? What an interesting strategy that was. He just full doubling keyed straight at me. Sadly, my corner here seems to have been taken up by Elder Kid. Bit of a shame. I was hoping to play here, but it looks like I've been dethroned from my spot, so that's a bit sad. I've got to be very careful about these people behind me as well, because there is that guy popping up on the flank, so I don't really want to get caught there. Him getting arty doesn't bother me either. Just, it is what it is. These B flag people are my kind of like ones I'm looking at right now. Oh, he's behind the things. Game. Oh, he's coming back. KBT's coming back. He is. He's creeping. He smoked it off. Huh? Shoot that crap down and then hope that the... Oh. What the hell? What is this game right now? These angles are so weird. People who you think are going to YOLO don't YOLO. People who you don't think are going to YOLO are YOLO, and it's very weird. As the thing in chat says there as well, if you have Amazon Prime and you have a Prime sub, remember to use it. I'm not talking about using it here in stream, but use it wherever you want. Remember to do it, otherwise you'll be giving free money to Mr. Bezos and Amazon and Twitch, and nobody really wants to do that now, do they? So, remember to use it on somebody. Doesn't matter if you use it here or not, but just make sure you use that Prime sub on someone. Someone out there deserves it. I guarantee you there's a streamer out there who deserves that Prime sub from you. Wales redeem. Damn. I wasn't prepared for a Wales today. I didn't have the phone ready. Let me get the clock up for the Wales redeem. 5-minute redeem. If you haven't been in for a Wales redeem before, then yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I do them all the time. Wales redeem 5 minutes. Here we go. On the clock, we're going full Welsh mode. And we're going to hopefully see an increase in performance when we do it as well. We're looking for some big kills. Clinical moments. We need some good stuff. We haven't done anything really in this match so far. No assists, no real damage. We've been a bit lackluster, so we're going to be looking for a big performance now. Some big kills, things like that. We really need to accelerate into the game and, really get a foothold, because at the moment we're a bit lackluster and a bit slow and lumbering.
That's not a great start. I was hoping for a kill there. He's going to reload probably before me. No, his crew's dead. There's a free kill. First one of the match. Hopefully the first of many. We're opening up the scoreboard, like. We did get it right after going Welsh, though, so, I mean, you know, promising signs. Was hoping for better on that shot as well, I'm not going to lie. There we go. There's a kill. Big performance, big follows even. Yeah, big follows, mate. Big follows. Bigfollows.com. Legendary website, that is, bigfollows.com. Bigfollows.com is a site. Oh, a site that's used to come in all the time and do like one of those messages where he'd be like, buy follows now, cheap and best viewers on bigfollows.com. One of those websites. We always meme about it. We used to get loads of big follows bots come in here and try and sell me bots. I'd never stoop so low as to botting though, because what's the point really? I mean, actually, I say what's the point? I guess I can understand to some degree why someone might do it. I don't think you should. I think morally it's, you know, very questionable. But I can understand why, with the mentality of Twitch being that you, you know, you kind of need viewers to get viewers. I could understand why someone might want a bot, I suppose, so that they can get exposure, maybe. I want to cap the zone before I go repair this fella. Here we go. 24 seconds. That's a long repair, that is. But, yeah, I don't know. I suppose I can understand to some degree why someone might bot, because not that I agree with it, but if you get exposure from being way higher up in the categories, people might see you, I suppose, so. But that's whether or not people question, of course, whether you're a botter or not, and then it gets a bit dubious, doesn't it? If people think you're botting, then you're not going to have a great reputation, so. Yeah. It's kind of funny, though, that view botting's a thing, because, I mean, it doesn't really... Well, as far as I'm aware, there's no real benefit to it other than, I say, the increased viewership, like, because I don't think, as far as I'm aware, bots will get ads or anything, so I don't think you could farm ad rev or anything from it. So I guess literally the only benefit is that you boost yourself up in the categories and people see you and go, oh, this guy's got 50 viewers. And then they come in and are more likely to watch because you've got 50 viewers. But... because that's just kind of how Twitch works, right? People with more viewers tend to attract more viewers. It's why a lot of streamers, myself included at times, get stuck in kind of small streamer hell, is because you can't really progress out of it. Because it's like the consistent rotation of people in and out means you just kind of stay in the same place. And so, you know, you kind of, you never really make that next step. But then when you eventually get a couple of, you know, people in and people stick around and you can build that foundational core of your community, that's when usually you can kind of pick up a little bit of momentum and start going places. And thank you to everyone who liked the YouTube stream as well. We're up to 6 now. Thanks for that. I do appreciate it very much. Sounds like their logic, to be fair. I can understand the logic, if that's what their logic is, to be honest with you. I don't disagree with their logic. More than anything, I would look at it like this. Like, people who view bot, you know, I mean, it's questionable. I don't think people should do it. And arguably, you could say in that situation, it takes away from legitimate streamers who are actually trying to find their way. Because those people then might not have an opportunity to be found like they might have done. Because a lot of these people are finding the view botting people in higher categories. And, you know, they're never going to see the real up-and-comer who's doing really good stuff, who's down further in the list. However, that being said, I think the whole argument we just talked about with view botting, there we go, that's the 5 minutes up as well for the whales. The whole argument with the view botting thing, though, as to what I've just said, which I think is a fairly understandable point, as we've said there, Shags, it's like a sound logic. That exists because of the way Twitch is. Now, should it exist? No. There shouldn't be any logical reason why anyone would want to use a view bot. Should there? In a perfect world, there shouldn't be a reason for anyone to want to consider view botting. The reason they do is because Twitch's system of growth is really poor, and the only way that you grow is basically being top row of a category. Maybe top 2 rows, for the most part. Because otherwise, most people ain't going to find your stream ever. So it's a sound logic, but it's a logic that shouldn't exist. You know? Like, people shouldn't have to necessarily do that. Whether or not they choose to or not, it's a different story. And again, if you do, it's pretty scummy. But people shouldn't have to view bot to get people to find their stream. You know? But that's on Twitch at that point for just making a bad discoverability system, which they've still never really rectified. All they've done is gone, we'll add a discovery feed for mobile viewers. Which is... I'll take that. Which is fine. Which side did they peek from? I'm gonna guess that side. Ah? Oh yeah, someone on the right. But it shouldn't exist. The logic shouldn't exist, right? There shouldn't be a situation where I could sit there. If I wanted to do it, there shouldn't be any form of situation on Twitch where I can sit there and justify view buying if I wanted to do it. It should just be, no, I'm not going to do this because I don't need to. But people do because they feel the need to do it. Because, well, how are they going to find people if people can't find them buried in a category? You know? It sucks ass that oh, nice, I'll take the trade. But it sucks ass that that has to even be something that people, like, have as a sound logic. I don't agree with it, and again, I'm not condoning view buying. I don't think people should do it at all. Question is very questionable, and if you do it, you know, don't talk to me. But I can kind of understand why people do it to some degree. I mean, realistically, what's going to happen? Twitch will temp ban you, maybe? Like, there's not much risk for quite a lot of payoff if it worked. I mean, shit, even if you didn't do, like, a huge job, right? Say, just for argument's sake, say I went on and after the stream I went, let's do the thing I'm saying I'm not going to do. And I bought 20 viewers on a view botting site and put them in this stream, which bumps me up. It'd probably bump me up a couple of rows in War Thunder and put me in the top 2 rows. I don't know, maybe. So you get 20 people come in, or 20 bots come in. None of them talk or do any of that stuff, so it doesn't help from those engagement side of things, but it bumps you up in the category. Guarantee you would see more new people come into the stream if that happened than you do now. And we do get a decent number of new people come into the stream as we are now. It does happen. But I think the number would go up, I think, quite significantly in the event that someone did the other option and botted. Is this guy about to get pushed out by the challenger? Or is he baiting me? I don't know what he's doing this type night. We can't shoot, so... Give him a little bulldoze. We need one of those dozer blades on the front when we're snow plowing the other tanks and pushing them out of the way. Thankfully, those guys are all dead there this time as well, so we ain't got to worry about that. But yeah, I don't know, it's just kind of wild. I don't think there should be a world on Twitch where you can justify view botting as a logical thing to make sense. But people can do it because of the way Twitch's discoverability systems work, and it just sucks ass, really. It actually made me laugh. I don't know if anyone's seen this. There was a thing the other day that I saw. I think it was on old Zach Mima names. Zach Bussy's thing the other day, or Bussy, whatever, however you pronounce his name. He's a good dude as well, by the way. If you don't follow him on Twitter and watch his stuff on YouTube, it's actually quite fascinating as a streamer. So as a viewer, it'd probably be interesting as well to see the other side of the coin. But he makes a lot of stuff like for streamers about like stats and metrics and like Twitch news. And he recently like I think he like retweeted a feature that someone had done on one of those like TikTok channels where they'd be like, we're interviewing like CEOs of companies to see what advice they have for young people getting into business and all this stuff, right? hell is that guy? What is down there? And they did an interview with Dan Clancy, and they were like, what are your 5 tips to success as a streamer? And it was so comically bad, it was unreal. It, like, one of his tips was literally be entertaining. It's like, thanks, Dan. Great advice, that is. Be entertaining. I'm sure people will be able to use that one when they decide they want to be a streamer. I'll just flick the switch and just be entertaining. There you go. Thanks for that, Dan. Great advice. But there was that, and then one of his other things was he literally said on there, grow on other platforms. And it's like, so as the Twitch CEO, what you're telling people to do to grow on Twitch is to not grow on Twitch and go do it on another platform. Like, isn't that a bit backwards? Aren't you supposed to be the one championing Twitch, my dude? And you're telling people to go to another platform instead. Isn't that a bit wrong, logic-wise? Wait, I have to be entertaining? Never knew that. Well, you say that, Shags. I've been doing that for years, mate, and I've gotten away with it, so... Being not entertaining, that is. I've gotten away with it for years. I pulled the wool over your eyes, you lot. You've only just found me out now that Dan Clancy has talked about what makes a successful streamer, you know? You've all seen through me now. You'd be like, oh my god, he's right. I failed Dan Clancy's step number 1. Be entertaining. I failed at that one. I've just been pulling the wool over your eyes for years. Yeah, it's just like... Like, is that seriously the advice that the Twitch CEO has got for people? Number 1 is be entertaining. I mean, no shit, Dan Clancy. Come on, dude. Be entertaining. Like, well, yeah, I mean, that's what you're hoping for. You can't just guarantee that you're going to do that. Some people are entertaining for different reasons or have different reasons for why people watch them, like, you know? It's just like, what an idiotic answer I feel like to that. Oh, just... It's like saying, how do I rank up in a video game? And someone just going, well, just be good at shooting. And it's like, well, yeah, it's a shooter. But, like, I was hoping for more specific things than that. How do I get good? How do I rank up? Well, you have to get elo for that. If you get more elo than you lose, you'll rank up. Like, thanks for your sagely advice. Hello. Old buddy, old pal. Oh, he fired. I don't know what spooked him and why he fired into the wall, but... I guess I'll... Well, we lose the cap, don't we? We just lost the game. I might as well just drive across here and try and snipe one of these guys. Game's over. Yeah, I'll get the rest of it up in a minute. His 5 tips to success. I just found it so, like, hilariously bad. Oh, one of his other ones was, if you don't enjoy it, don't do it. I remember that one. If you don't enjoy it, don't do it. Be entertaining. Grow on another platform. Where is it? I'll find it. I'll read them all out for you. We'll have a laugh at this, because it is just comically bad. Here you go. Is this it? Oh, TwitchCon's on this weekend. Never mind, I thought, what in the hell? There's actually a load of Twitch news from the Rotterdam one. I'll read out this stuff and then I'll read out something that's going to be really controversial. Twitch is just, they'll piss everyone off with that. These are his 4 tips to success. If you don't enjoy it, don't do it. Be entertaining. Collaborate. Can't be a streamer. Create on other platforms. Here you go. This just in. Fresh, hot off the presses from TwitchCon Rotterdam. This will piss people off. They've made it easier for affiliates, which is nice. And then they've also, this will be annoying for us here in stream, watch streaks. Apparently now if you break your streak and you watch a VOD or clip from the same stream that you missed, you can keep your watch streak intact. So you can just infinitely farm watch streak, which I guess is kind of cool. And then Twitch is going to add the rewind function, you know, the YouTube playback feature that we were talking about, where you can, like, say you were watching and you missed something, you can go and watch some playback of something that's happened in the stream. So say you missed, like, you went up to go take a BRB, you wanted to go for a bathroom break and you missed 2 minutes of the stream. You could scroll back 2 minutes in the live feed and watch the 2 minutes you missed if you really wanted to. However, apparently this feature is only going to be available to subs and turbo members for the channel. So the only people who will be able to scrub back and watch the previous 2 minutes will be subs. Ooh, I don't know about that. I think that might piss a lot of people off. It's a cool feature. I don't know why it's not free for everyone, though, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I guess it's nice to have new sub benefits, but, like, I think that'll annoy a lot of people. I'll read the comments on it in a bit, but I feel like people will be annoyed with that. Just knowing what Twitch like community is like anyway, people will be pissed off by that already, I suspect. They'll probably say, they won't even say, thank God they're giving us the feature. They'll just say, fuck Twitch, why are they paywalling it? Should have been a feature years ago. I agree, Shags. It should have been a feature years ago, and it should be free. Again, am I going to complain about having extra sub benefits? I guess that maybe encourages someone to sub. I guess it's good, but, like, I think more people will lose out. Well, more people will lose out than people will gain from that. In the sense of people just probably won't do it, or less people will subscribe in general because they'll just not want to give money to Twitch if they do things like that. Okay. Fucking peep now. Where's my team? Oh, me and one guy on this side of the map. Are you serious? Wow. That's the lowest amount of people I've seen on this C side of the map for a very long time on this map. That is amazing. Our whole team is on the other side of the map. And I bet they'll still lose A somehow. That's the best part. Should be a feature years ago, though. Yeah. 100% Shags. Yes. You are 100% correct. I mean, put it this way, Shags, just as I'm asking you now because you're here in stream. Do you like the fact that they've paywalled it? I bet you don't. Now, you're someone who's subscribed, Shags. You use your Prime. So you have access to the feature when they roll it out. You're still not going to be happy about it, though, are you? That's a simple feature, and I'm very surprised that they've decided to do that. I think that's a misplay. Twitch has obviously got some fucking master plan of what they're going to do, but of, like, monetization stuff. I'll be surprised if that goes down well at all. I think that's going to annoy a lot of people. I think people are going to be very unhappy with that. And I mean very unhappy. Okay, well, I'm dead. GG. Now everyone spawns across here. Lovely. Only like 2 minutes too late, but... Even so, it doesn't cost me more to allow everyone to use it. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing this is my take on it. I'm probably wrong, but I'll try and think from Twitch's perspective as to what they're doing this for. And the only reason I can see Twitch doing that and monetizing it as a feature is, I mean, still that they're trying to change the revenue stuff, right, to make more money. Which, again, at the end of the day, Twitch is a company and a business is there to make money, right? You can't fault them for trying to make money. However, like, you know, questionable the methods are that they use for it. They are trying to make money, right? Which is fair enough. However, I reckon, if I had to guess, the logic of why Twitch has done that is there's probably been a drop-off in the amount of people subscribing to people on Twitch, largely, if I had to guess, due to the price increases last year, which has meant that people across the board are subbing to less people and doing that. Twitch is losing money because most of their, I don't know if most of their revenue came from subs or not, but they're losing a chunk of money from sub revenue that isn't there anymore. And thus they're trying to push more features under the subscription to try and monetize it so people want to subscribe. That's my justification, I think, as to what they'll use for why they want to do it, is we want more features that people need to subscribe for to encourage people to subscribe. Because then at least the value proposition of someone subbing is a lot better because you're getting a lot more bang for your buck. Do I agree with the way they've done it? No, but I guess it doesn't make sense, but like that way of thinking, that logic has some like at least merit to it of the way I think that they're approaching it. Like it makes sense for them to like try and make the sub benefits more in order to try and get more people to subscribe. Is that the way to do it though? I don't know, because I think it will just get them a load of backlash. I might be wrong, but I suspect people will be angry about it. We'll find out in a minute. It's a basic feature, really, and it's something that YouTube offers for free, and I think a lot of people will say that and use that as a counterpoint to them. Is if YouTube offers it for free, why doesn't Twitch? It's got 204,000 impressions on Twitter, 143 comments, and 590 likes. So, yeah. You can also get Turbo, but there you go. Yeah, there's not a lot of people very happy in the comments here. I mean, people being encouraged to subscribe is not a bad thing, you know? Because, I mean, for Twitch's perspective and for the streamers, at the end of the day, more subs is a good thing for the platform and for the streamers, right? However, I don't know if doing that is a good idea. I'll look more into this later, but yeah, that's intriguing. I'm not sure I understand their logic for that personally. How long for the BRB? Okay, we won't be able to squeeze another match in before the BRB, so we're just gonna vibe for a minute and just chill here, because otherwise we'll run into the issue of the next BRB being like of happening midway through the game. So we'll just jump in. We'll do a little test drive on the M1A1, shall we? Why not? The Abrams. I believe that's what young ones call a ratio. Yeah. Not wrong, Shags. Yeah, they got ratioed there. Or at least that was Zach's tweet about it anyway. So I mean, people aren't going to like it because of the nature of the tweet rather than it being from him, because that guy usually gets quite a lot of traction with his news stuff. I don't get... I don't know. I don't like the decision. I get it. I don't like it, though. Because again, I think from the perspective of Twitch and the streamers, them adding more reasons for people to want to sub is not a bad thing. And I think it's kind of the natural progression of how things have to go on Twitch, right? At the end of the day, if they want to keep the business afloat, people have to spend money on it. That's kind of the way that it works, right? However, there's a way to go about it and a way to not. And I think this is an interesting one where I'm not sure that they've gone about that in the right way. I think especially with the general consensus about Twitch these days, it's full of ads and the watch experience isn't as great anymore. I think people won't be happy with that. Maybe adding something innovative behind a paywall would feel more justified. I agree. I don't know what. I'm not going to try and throw out a suggestion, but I think there are things Twitch could do immediately that would be massive W's for them, that would encourage people to do things more so than other things. I was talking about this with Oreo the other day, and I was like, Twitch hasn't actually had a big W for a while. where they've like actually implemented something that worked really well, was a good idea, and turned out to be something universally liked. And we were just kind of like talking about it, and I was like, well, the problem is there's like the money issue, which is, from my perspective, obviously I'm going to say something that I think will benefit me here. From Twitch's perspective, I think the best thing they could do right now is to make it more encouraged for people to be monetized on the platform, which they have by changing the affiliate stuff, where they've made it easier. Which I'm not going to moan about. Someone will moan about that, because there'll be the people out there that will be like, wow, back in my day when I was an affiliate, I had to get 3 average viewers across an entire month, you know, and all that shit. I don't really like vibe with that type of thing, because just gatekeeping something that you did, even if it gets made easier, is a little bit cringe. It sucks that if you made it, like, did an achievement and then it got made harder, like, easier to do, that, like, yes, it slightly devalues the achievement that someone once did, but also at the same time. Yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. I think, like, my idea that I said to Oreo, where I was like, "This, you want to get a massive dub for Twitch with the streamers," I would do this. I would change it so that Twitch's Partner Plus system worked in reverse to the way it does now, where essentially the more money you earn, the lower the split they put on it, but they encourage people to try and, like, encourages people to push more at the start. Do you have it where everyone starts on 60-40 or 70-30, and after you earn above a certain threshold, it drops you down to a lower percentage? It wouldn't be the most popular thing in the world, but for streamers, I think that'd be a massive dub, though, because so many people would earn so much more and be able to reinvest it into their streams. Even people on, like, smaller amounts of subs and things would do a lot better on a 70-30 or 60-40. And then you just make it so that after they've earned, like, 10 grand on Twitch in a year, it gets dropped to 60-40. And then it goes up to, like, say, 25,000, and then you drop to 50-50. Because there ain't that many people who are actually going to hit those targets. But it also means that people might be more encouraged to want to do things like sub, because they think, well, actually, more of it's going to the streamer than it is to Twitch. So, you know, big win. You know? That's probably part of the reason why people choose not to sub to streamers. I mean, the other thing is literally the cost of doing it, but yeah. A lot of it, I think, or part of it is, I think, Twitch taking 50-50, but maybe adding, yeah, no, I agree though, Shags, that adding something innovative behind the paywall, if they were going to do that, I think would be the better way of doing it, but they haven't done that, so. Hi, Bob, welcome in, and Bevan, how are you? That's the yogurt effect, it is the yogurt effect. How's it going, Bevan? Hope you had a nice birthday the other day, my dude. Congratulations on leveling up another year. Happy belated birthday to you again. I hope you had a nice time. And I'd say welcome in, Bob. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. We're actually right about to go to a BRB, funnily enough. So, yeah, we'll be popping off for that in a minute. We were just talking about Twitch's new controversial announcement that they just made at TwitchCon Rotterdam, which is that they're finally going to be adding the new playback feature that YouTube has, you know, where you can scroll back on the stream if you miss something. However, they're going to be paywalling it behind a Twitch Turbo subscription or a subscription to the channel that you are trying to watch. So you basically have to be subbed or be a Turbo member in order to use the feature, which we were talking about a minute ago. I think that's a bit questionable. And there's probably other better ways of trying to encourage people to sub rather than paywalling basic features, but there you go. Yeah. Always catch the BRBs? Yeah. 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 It's alright there, Bob. It's alright. I'm gonna go to the BRB though. I'll be back in just a minute, okay? BRB everyone, back in just a sec. Okay, I am back. Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, so I'm going to be going, as I say, from the 16th to the 1st. That being said, as I say that's why I'm kind of like terrified about it, really. It being 2 weeks, which is a long time in the internet's way of thinking and whatnot. For me, it's like one of those things where I think it's either going to be really good or it's going to be bad. One of the two. I don't think there's any in between. I might be wrong. I say that because I think, like, for a lot of you guys who've been around a long time, it ain't gonna make any difference to you guys, right? Because you'll just come back anyway. I think for the more casual side of the community, usually that's where the damage is done with a break. A lot of those people who come in, like, every now and again, or the people who come in, say hi, and then that's all you see of them usually. Like, a lot of those people tend to fall off if you disappear for more than about 3 days, so I suspect on that side of things there'll be some damage done, but in the general community, nothing will probably change, because, I mean, a lot of you guys will already know that I'm going anyway, because you've been here when I've talked about it, right? Feel targeted? Oh, I'm not talking about you, Bob. I'm not talking about you. Like, I mean, when I say that, I mean, like, literally, like, there's a group of people, you see it on Twitch in all channels, I'm not just talking about here, but there's like groups of people that will come in and say hi. That's the only thing they'll say, and then by the time you've responded to say hi to them, they've probably already left, you know? Like, there's a group of people that just, for whatever reason, I guess that's just what they do. But that side of things, it tends to be where the damage is done when it comes to you know, that side of things. Yeah. Gonna get me? How are you gonna get me, Bevan? How are you gonna get me? But, like, am I kind of terrified from the fact that, like... I think no matter what situation I'd be going into the break-in, I would be looking at it the same way. Because if, say I was booming and I was on the up, right? I was massively on the up, I was on some crazy trajectory, and I was breaking, like, viewer targets every stream. You know, like, I'd caught the wave and I was, like, flying on success. It'd be bad because you'd be breaking the momentum, right? And in my case, where I could say probably over the last few months to a year in Twitch in general, I've not exactly been on a increase, I've been on a decline. It's kind of the same thing where it's like, I'm already on a decline, but it won't stop the rot, it might just get worse. So it's kind of like it's a lose-lose, you know? It's like, I feel like no matter what you do for taking a break in that situation, it's like a bit of a loss. So, yeah, it's if I was in a good spot going into it, I probably wouldn't want to take a break. And if I was in a bad spot going into it, I probably wouldn't want to take a break. But, yeah, I suppose we'll see what happens. Maybe it'll be the rebirth that I need to kick me on a gear into the next second half of the year and really, you know, start working towards making things what I want to, where I want to go and where I want to be. But, you know, it's a terrifying thought to be gone for that long, because, as you say, I know jokingly, but in internet terms, being gone for more than a week is like being gone for 3 years, so I'm a little bit scared of that. But thank you for the welcome back, Bruce. I think it's super important to just take a break and come back and build up again. It is, but it's also like case-by-case basis, right? Because, like, from my own anecdotal personal experience, taking a break's never really been that good for me. And I mean that in the sense of, usually whenever I've taken a break from stream, I come back, if I'm on a decline, I'll usually have a slight uptick for maybe a week, and then it all goes way further downhill than it was before I left. Usually, that's like my experience of the last few years, is things kind of like pick up for a few minutes, and then after that it just bombs down to the lowest point. Because the summer's always rough for streamers anyway, right? But, like, I've never had any success in the summer. The summer for me is always... I always describe it like this whenever I talk about it. I spend 6 months building the community up during a year, and then I spend 6 months watching it all fall apart again. And that's usually every year I've streamed. Is the first 6 months of the year is usually like we build up and we go in the right direction, the second 6 months of the year, everything falls apart and we undo everything we've done for the first 6 months. And then by the time you get to like December, November, December is when like the transition period happens, where it starts flicking back the other way, getting ready for the start of the next year. So yeah, it's always a bit of a rough time, the summer anyway, and I'm just a bit touchy about going away and coming back. Like, I know the break's good for me, like just personally, but whether it's good for the stream, I guess we'll see. Because I don't know, maybe it's hard to. I was kind of talking about this the other day when we played Oblivion. Where did that shot come from? Is it left and on the left? It was. I think I don't quite have the luxury that some people have of just disappearing and reappearing and suddenly everyone going, oh my god, it's that guy, and flooding back. A lot of people have that luxury. I don't think I do, because many times it's happened and many times I go, yes, this will go, and it doesn't go well. So yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit terrified of taking time away. So we'll see. The internet is the dog for when you leave. They feel like they've been a lifetime. Yeah, I agree. I think that's kind of how it goes normally. As most, it feels like it's been longer than it is, whether that be good or bad. Yeah, but I can't, as I say, kind of get away from the fact that I am, while I'm looking forward to the break, and I'm looking forward to potentially the chapter afterwards, depending on how things go, of course, because I'm kind of going to try and push things in a certain direction when I come back. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't absolutely terrified of the fallout of me taking the break. We'll see. I mean, the other thing that you've got to take into consideration there, which is a genuine thing, is it'll mean I wouldn't have made any money, basically, for half of the month of June. Which is kind of dangerous place to be in. So, yeah, it's one of those ones. There's a lot of... It's kind of... the break itself is really nice, but it's almost quite high risk in the nature of, like, there's a lot of variables of things that could be bad about it. Whether or not they will be, I don't know. But there could be many things that sort of go a bit south because of it. Ricochet! You're having a laugh. So it's all kind of up in the air, and that's why I don't like the unknown all that much, and it's very much like a big unknown for me. I don't really know what's going to happen. I don't know if post coming back I'm going to feel better and I'm going to be fucking raring to go, and we're going to go on some crazy journey of finally taking up the mantle of what I probably should have done years ago, and pushing on from where I've been for a long time, or... You know, I don't know, and I don't like that. I don't like not knowing. So it's very terrifying. There's a lot of unknown things that I kind of just have to trust that will happen, and I hate doing that. Being terrified won't change what happens. You might not be able to see the break as good thing if you're so worried about that might not happen. Oh, I'm still looking forward to the break. That's the main thing. I mean, I'm looking forward to what I'm actually going to be doing, because I've been talking about it for years. It's just the other side of things, of the literal logistical part of doing it. That's the part that like gets me really. Just because, as I say, there's a lot riding on it, really. And I think for me, maybe I put a lot of pressure on myself of like, when I come back, it's go time. It's like hammer time, and that's when I really like try and turn the screws and do things. Because I think if I wanted to like be brutally honest about it from my own personal opinion, the word I'm going to use may not necessarily fit the situation perfectly. From my own personal, what I would have liked to have done, I would say, from my own feelings on it, I feel like I've underachieved a lot of things I wanted to do in the last few years. Fairly significantly. And so I want to kind of finally do some of those things that I've been thinking about doing for so long and actually make things work. and not always feel like I'm just waiting for things to flip on their head and go backwards again, you know? Like, I want to finally solidify what I've done and take the next step into that, you know? Supporters, the ones who are here, no matter what, will stay and be here. Oh, yeah. You know what? I 100% agree, and I stand by that, yeah. The real homies are the ones who stay for things like this. It's the same thing with when I've taken, like, small breaks before. The real MVPs are the people who stick around because they're the real supporters of the stream. So that's probably a controversial thing to say, isn't it? Someone will be mad about that. But, like, the people who watch the stream, the people who hang out here, who interact on other platforms, like the stream on YouTube, you know, all that type of stuff, are the real MVPs and the ones who make things happen, and the ones who drive the stream forwards. You know? I mean, you guys are like the foundation of the community. I often kind of talk about it where it's like you have to have, I was talking about it earlier, you have to have a solid foundation to be able to move forwards. And in the sense of Twitch is one of those unique beasts where it's kind of like having a job or having money. You need to have it to be able to get it easier. If you already have a job, it's way easier to get another job. If you already have money, it's way easier to get more money. If you already have viewers on Twitch, it's way easier to get more viewers on Twitch. If you have none, it's hard to do because you've got to convince everybody that you're decent enough to watch. If you have a community, even if it's small, it's a proven concept that at least somebody likes what you're doing, and so it's not impossible to get more people to like it. It's just still difficult, and then as you progress up the ladder, you get more and more people coming in, and then it becomes easier and easier. Unless something happens, like you do some controversial shit, right? So it's like that foundational core that I have of a number of you guys who are like the absolute rock solid MVPs of this community. Couldn't ask for a better community, to be honest, when it comes to that. Like, there's so many of you guys that are like, and there's so many factors you can go into about people who are busy and stuff like that, which is fine, and I get all that stuff. But like, the guys in this community who are here every stream, you're always on a lurk, even if you're away, whatever you're doing. You don't have to sub or anything like that, but you guys who are like the MVPs of the community. Like, you guys are the foundation that you need to build to become, you know, something new from. I'm very lucky that I have a number of people in the community that are like that, you know. You're a good example of that, Bruce, who's here right now in chat. Bowl, who was talking earlier, like a Shags. People like that. They're just like absolute MVPs for those types of things. Bob, you, like, even though you're new, you're kind of like in that bracket as well, right? Of like one of those types of people. The people that... The type of people as well that fall into a bracket of supporting the stream, not wanting to be patted on the back for doing it. Right? Because it's not like you sit there and a lot of you guys go and make a big deal about the fact that you went and liked the YouTube stream. You just do it. And I go, thanks for liking the YouTube stream, people. And you just go, that's me. But you don't feel the need to like spew it all out and tell everybody you've done it. You just do it. And there's like, it's like a thankless thing. Like, you guys are kind of the rock solid core. And in that way, the number of cherry-picked people over the years, I guess, that have stayed with this community when a lot of many people have gone and left and whatnot, and that's, you know, that's fine. But the people who have stayed and stuck around for the time that I have been around here, for however long it's been, whether it's been a year or multiple years, yeah, we've got some fucking great people here. We really do. We have some really great people here. And a lot of people who put a lot of effort in over the years to help with sponsors and schemes and all kinds of goals and all this stuff. And I just want to be able to, at the end of everything, made it feel like I'd given back as much as I'd been given from everybody else. And if I sat here honestly and said, do I feel that way at the minute? I would say no. I don't think I have given back as much as I've, like, gotten. Whether that be in just great streams or things like that, I don't think I have done that. I think it's been a bit of a bum deal for you guys a lot of the time, where you've gotten like such a great, where you guys have like put so much time and effort and energy into a lot of things, and I haven't really been able to reciprocate in a lot of cases, which is why I'm kind of like, it's now or never, really, you know? Where it's like, I've got to finally fucking do it. Because I feel like I'm running out of time to be able to do that. People be mad about anything now because it's just about, they're just those Karens on the internet. True. True. I've never really been involved in any major controversies all that much anyway, because I kind of tend to steer clear of a lot of that stuff. Mainly just because I don't really want the bad publicity that comes with it. I'm not saying that I'm some like closet hater or anything, but like I'll always speak my mind about things, and some people don't like that. There are certain things that I've probably said in the past that people disagree with and don't like, right? That I just feel the way I do about things. Like the subathons thing is probably a good example of something like that, where I've kind of out and out said before I know that I don't like subathons and I choose not to support them. I know that there's probably someone out there who's like heard that and had a freak out about it because I've said that, and they've gone, that's another streamer, I'm not going to support them. You know, like it's just the nature of it. Someone probably has. But at the same time, it's like I'm not going to be one of those people who bends what I think and say to appease other people. Because what's the point at that point? It's not even me anymore. Yeah, I'll always... That's the one thing you'll always get with me above all else on this channel. There might be many things that I am lacking, but I'll tell you one thing. I'm always going to be honest about as many things as I can be. There's some stuff I won't talk about, because it's just stuff you don't talk about, you know? It's like when you get one of those people that'll be cringe every once in a while, come into stream, and they'll be like, how much money do you make? And I'll just say, some. You know? Because it's like, it's kind of none of anyone's business. All the other answer I'll usually give is probably less than you think I do. Which I think has been proven in a few cases that that's the case. Well, there's been one or two times where people are like, oh, this guy's rich, he like makes loads. And it's like, yeah, about that. I had no idea you stream on YouTube. I do stream on YouTube. I have a link at the top, Bob, if you want to click the pinned message in chat that will take you to the YouTube stream. It's still a, well, I was going to say it's still a new venture. I started it in January. Hasn't really gone anywhere. It's done okay. The sad thing is that basically anyone new who came in from YouTube has eventually ended up being banned because they pretty much all turned out to be children. So they all got banned because they came over to Twitch and then we outed them as kids. So they all got banned. So yeah, it's never really... The YouTube venture has been good in promise but never really quite kicked on. But then again, there's also, kind of like we were talking about, the argument to be made that with the YouTube stuff, I don't have a huge amount else on the channel to back it up for people to consume. It's not like I'm posting like tons of YouTube series and YouTube videos for people to watch and get interested in and thus watch the stream from there. Essentially these days I just have my VODs and that's about it because I'm not on the YouTube train really yet. But yeah, I mean, any support obviously on the YouTube channel goes a long way as well with watching the VODs and stuff. And helping to support the YouTube stream and maybe get it out there a little bit, you know? I'm not the best at promoting stuff that I do. In fact, I'm probably one of the worst people at that type of thing because most of the time I just actively don't bother talking about things I've done. You know? So do you respond to these messages too? I do. I do respond to those messages too. Indeed. Or at least I try to as much as I can. The only problem I have with the YouTube chat is because of the way my OBS is structured, I don't have it on screen always, so it's like a pinned, not a pinned thing. It's like a pop-out tab rather than the other. So it's hard for me to watch the YouTube chat sometimes because if I click on my OBS, it will minimize it. Honestly, I'd rather watch on there. Yeah, you can if you want to. It's up to you. I don't really like watching streams on YouTube, so it's not for me. but I know some people like it. Yeah. It is what it is, you know. Whichever one, or tell you what, whichever one or both. There you go. Why decide? Why choose? Why not both? Why not watch on the YouTube and lurk the Twitch? You know? I mean, at the end of the day, in a perfect world, I wouldn't even need the YouTube stream because everyone would just watch on Twitch and it would be the perfect world. But as I say, that's the perfect world and the perfect world doesn't exist. So yeah. That's the perfect world right now. The perfect world is that no other streams would need to exist because it would be everything would go to Twitch and that would be the traffic pushed into the bottleneck here. But sadly that doesn't work, or at least it doesn't work for me at the minute. I have noticed with a few things actually over the years that people always say about like, you should do this if you become a streamer and that. I always seem to be a bit of a weird anomaly when it comes to that. Like, I'm that guy who, you know, when you have a problem on your PC and you search it up on Reddit and no one else has ever had that problem before. That's me when it comes to streams sometimes. Or I'll just sit here and I'll be like, kind of been doing some of those things right that I should have been doing for a long time. Yet it's just never gone the same outcome as other people. Just like, what am I doing wrong? But yeah, I don't know. I'm a weird one when it comes to that stuff. Yeah, actually, no, I said about Ideal World, everyone would watch on Twitch. I guess Ideal World, everyone would watch on both, right? And both would thrive. The YouTube channel, though, is so small at the minute anyway that it's like, it just exists. And I haven't posted much on it for a long time other than the lives, and yeah. I mean, when it comes to YouTube, realistically, when you get into the end game where things start becoming meaningful is when you hit 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours and you start monetizing the channel, right? And then you start getting ad rev and going off, and it's kind of like Twitch when you hit affiliate. That's when you hit like the point on YouTube where it becomes more worthwhile and fulfilling. Because at that point you're able to see like... Well, actually, no, I say that. That's wrong, actually. Seeing genuine progress of going in the right direction is where it becomes fulfilling. I think for me, it's always one of those things where I've struggled with the fact that usually when I'm doing well, I'm relatively happy, but when things fall off and go off the boil, that's when I kind of tend to struggle a little bit with things. Can I repair you, Leclerc? He's doing a crew, but no repair. Well, he was on fire. Surely he needs to repair, right? Weird. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just one of those people kind of who's driven by success in a lot of ways. And when I... Where? Oh, he'd just driven out of spawn. When I see success in things and I see progress in things, it's motivating to do more, whether it be training, physical training, or whatever, you know? Even just playing in video games and doing better. Like, it's encouraging when you're going in the right direction, you're making progress, and it's demotivating when you do the opposite. That's my biggest, like, hang up I've always had with it, I guess. Is like, while things are going smoothly, I'm always relatively happy, but then when things go off the rails, it falls apart for me. I'll go to pieces when everything falls apart. Or I did. These days I'm just used to everything falling apart, so it's like I just kind of, what's the word? I guess I've just become accustomed to it, so it like doesn't really affect me all that much anymore, like it used to. Thanks for the lurk, Bob, I appreciate it. Can I get this? Whoa. Who is hitting me? Oh, of course. I'm dead. I'm a moron. Would be nice if they pushed the Puma, though. M1A1, what are you waiting for? Who did he just die? He died to the Puma. Oh dear.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Hey, oh, Mirage, my dude. Thank you very much for the 51 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I mean, I was going to die over the way there. I had to just try something. It's fucked, man. Thank you so much for the 51 months, my dude. I appreciate it very, very much. I hope you're doing good. Savior turned wreckage. Yeah, he did. He didn't really save me, though, did he? He more just drove in the way and then died. I don't think he even fired. So, yeah, I don't know. Here's to many more. Hey, you never know, mate. You never know. I can't guarantee it. I don't know how many more will be. You never know. But I'd like to think that I'll be here for the long haul still. And that sub one day will be, I don't know, 60 months or whatever. Who knows? Bit presumptuous of me, I guess, to assume that you're going to keep subscribed for that long, but you never know. Panzer 35T. Hello, Abrams. Someone coming down this road. I see him on the map. They're in, I think, that gap in there. No, they're not. They're further that way. I'm being stupid. How you doing there, Mirage, mate? I hope you're doing good. Nice to see you. How have you been today? Has it been a decent one? Saw you open CS earlier. You've been playing some comp today? Opening any cases? What have you been up to? Come on. Come on, Charlie. It's Challenger 3 again, where I'm getting all the kills, though, annoyingly. It's the one I don't want to get kills in. No kill. Wow. I shot him in the back of the head. I was shooting an execution on that T80 BVM. Or T80U. Damn. Guy coming across here. He's right behind this rubble pile there. Nice. That was lucky. I ducked my lower plate in right as so he wasn't able to hit me. I got quite lucky there. That was really aggressive, but it was actually quite smart, I think, the way that I did that. Oh, I died anyway? Oh, okay. He was a little out of his element. He was a bit, yeah. Abrams in a bad location. He should have found the way around. Yeah. Well, I mean... He wasn't going to think, was he? I mean, it's that same thing, though, Bruised, if you've got to assume that the teammates are just brain rot. So, like, was I expecting him to do anything? Not really. I kind of expected him to just try and bulldoze through the middle of the tank wrecks and die, honestly. So, yeah, that was a bit rough. Yeah. What can you do? How far are we over here as well? Ooh. Okay. Hi. You can monster, yeah. Doing well. Played a couple of games. Bit of a relaxed Sunday today. That's nice, mate. That's nice. Love to see it. After your disastrous day yesterday, Raj went out yesterday. He went to a place near where he lives. He found a card shop. He's been dabbling in it a little bit ever since I've been pulling cards on stream. He sort of got the itch a little bit, and every now and again he'll go and get some packs. And he bought 5 single packs yesterday of various things. He got 5 hollows. It was very sad. I was devastated for him that he got 5 hollows. That's such a crap lot to get. He also bought 2 packs of Destined Rivals while he was there, and he got 2 hollows out of that as well. Awful. Your girlfriend pulled a regular EX Moltres, but that was about what you got, wasn't it? It was unfortunate. So happy I can watch and comment from here. Hey yo. Are ya, Bob? Are ya? What is it? So, answer me this, Bob. I'm interested. What is it about watching on YouTube that you like more than watching on Twitch? Because I've got a funny thing I've noticed about that. I think the 2 people from Twitch that we've met who actually are the only ones who have any interest in watching on the YouTube stream are both from South Africa. Kind of funny. You're like the only people who've actually wanted to go and watch on YouTube rather than Twitch. Everybody like would rather watch Twitch. Very odd. I don't know what it is about you guys, but you two both want to watch the YouTube one. This is really scary. This is scary. No, this is scary. Ah, this is terrifying. Oh, God, I hate this. Thanks for reminding me, Satch. That is true. That's the only time you've not gotten a hit before, mate, as well. Every other time you've always pulled whenever I've been there in the VC and you've told me about your opening, you've always pulled something. Even if it wasn't something crazy. The card gambler, yeah. Yeah, he's an absolute mad lad, mate. He's buying more packs than me. Mirage out here opening Destined Rivals. I haven't even seen a pack in a while. He's already opened 2 of them. And I'm supposed to be the TCG person here. You have any Battle Pass tasks you're working on? There's a new one that they opened up super recently, which is for repairing people, helping repair, which I've barely started on. And the only other one is there's one about using different caliber guns, which I think was from the Battle Pass that you unlocked, like one of those level ones, where you have to get like 10 kills with all the different calibers of gun. Of which I only have 1 left, which is small caliber, but I honestly don't know what vehicle I have that can use the small caliber guns. Like, it needs to be like a 60mm gun or something like that, and I don't know why I have that even has that. So I'm a bit confused on how I even have some of them in the first place for those kills, but I'll need to look into that a bit more. Don't default to Twitch, I relax to YouTube. Okay, so you're more of just a YouTube watcher in general than a Twitch watcher. What it comes back to. Okay. Because I know most people generally don't like the YouTube stream UI and things. They'd rather watch the Twitch one. So it's always a surprise to me when I see someone who would rather watch on YouTube. I wish the YouTube experience was just better, you know, and I had more stuff I could give you there for features as well. But they've kind of neglected the streaming stuff for a bit now, YouTube, so I don't really have anything like channel points for you or any of that. Bit of a shame, really. I wish I had more fun stuff for you guys. This guy in the Sabra, man. He actually kills me. I have to go out of my way to interact or watch the guys I enjoy, so while I'll catch up with YouTube just through the day, if I don't think about it, I'll just not go on Twitch. But it pretty much just comes down to the fact that you use YouTube more generally, so then Twitch is kind of a thing you have to go out of your way to do rather than just default into it, which makes sense. I mean, YouTube is obviously the more established platform that's been around for longer, so it makes sense that people are more gravitated towards it, you know. I mean, I probably spend more time on YouTube than I do Twitch as well, to be honest. Which is funny because I'm a streamer. I've never really had too much success with the YouTube stuff. I've had my moments though. I mean, if you look at the YouTube short stuff, I have had some little pop-off moments. I think I've had a couple of YouTube shorts that have done fairly well. There was one I made about cheaters in Siege once, where I got, I think, 13,000 views, which was pretty nice. If you actually look at my channel, it's kind of hilarious because the views to subs ratio is like so wonky, it's unreal. We have like, what, 100 and, I think at the start of the stream today, 166 subs on the channel. And my channel has something like 250,000 views. But it essentially all comes down to like a bunch of those YouTube shorts that I've posted that have like popped off and gotten 10,000 views. So all of my, all of the numbers on that channel look really wonky because you look at it and you think, damn, how's he got 250,000 views and 150, 160 subs? Yeah. They were all like one-offs. I was a one-hit wonder on YouTube when it came to the shorts. That was it. Do you come to Twitch for the rewards? Oh, the Twitch drops. Yeah, that's fair. One of the perks, of course, and of things like Prime, of course, is nice, right? On Twitch, having the ability to have a Prime sub, things like that are a nice benefit. I suppose the ability to support more directly as well is something that's there on maybe Twitch more than YouTube. YouTube, well, they're getting better at it in fairness, but Twitch's general like support features for streamers is probably better. Although I think they have better splits as well, so I don't know. I will say one thing from the streamer perspective. I know if you were just deciding which one you wanted to start on out of the both, then YouTube's a lot harder as a streamer to monetize on. So if you were doing that from the start and you wanted to move on and become a monetized streamer in that, YouTube's way harder to crack because you need, what, 500 subs? Versus Twitch, with the new changes they're making, you need 25 followers, so makes it a lot easier. YouTube is mostly about good edited vids at times, or just something really stupid. Yeah, I will say though, there has been a switch on YouTube as of late to people wanting something a little more. I think from my 2 cents on it is, I think the era of like very highly edited YouTube videos being the only thing that people were interested in is over. And I think to some degree people like a more authentic experience of watching something that's kind of low effort, low editing these days. Like, people are a lot more open to watching something that's basically just someone talking to a camera, kind of like the old days, rather than something that's like overly edited, crazy memes every 2 seconds. It's like the opposite of like TikTok culture, you know? You got like the TikTok culture, which is kind of like million things a minute, you know, multiple things on screen to look at because no one's got any attention span and all that type of stuff. Versus then the YouTube switch now is kind of going more towards like just people doing stuff, you know? That being said, not to say that that type of stuff's completely dead. It obviously still has a massive place on YouTube, but I think people are just shifting to some degree back towards a more authentic experience. It's why I think you'll see, like, there are some people who are streamers who I've seen who are kind of up and coming on YouTube specifically, who kind of, they're a bit like me in the sense that they aren't someone who has like huge budgets and crazy shit. They just kind of sit and talk. And a lot of people like vibe and resonate with it because they just talk about stuff, you know? No Prime, I have YouTube Premium for the music and, you know, ads. I just mean like as a perk of being on Twitch, you get the Prime. So like you can do something that's not Twitch related, but you can still get a free sub to someone. YouTube Premium stuff is... One thing I find quite cool about YouTube Premium, actually, that I've heard about is people who pay for YouTube Premium, there's a pool of money that gets split between channels at the end of like a month or a year or something. So like people get a guaranteed, usually small payout, but from all the premium users, which I think is kind of cool. Twitch would never be able to do that because they would lose money if they did that, so they would never do it. there goes one of my plans then. What, were you going to go crazy on the YouTube side of things, Bruised? To be honest, I would say still do it if you're going to do that. The thing is, it's just like, I think there's more niches than there were before, right? Whereas before, like more recently on YouTube, it's all gone to like, how do you describe it? I think the best way to describe it, the whole, I hate this term as well, content creation thing in general, streaming, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, whatever it is you're doing it on. There probably has been this giant shift in the last 10 years where it went from like people just memeing and doing stuff to kind of, like I said, a lot more like editing, a lot more like professionalism. It's almost gone from like being people memeing about and doing it for fun to becoming kind of like sweaty a little bit, where you get a lot of people that are just kind of like sweating it a lot harder than they were back in the day, where it was kind of like most things were fairly low effort, and you get a few of those people that were like really going crazy. But I mean, now you just have loads of people doing like really heavily produced stuff that they have a team of 30 people working on, and it's just kind of become a bit too professional. And I think that's why a lot of people are having success with those types of more authentic experiences, because if I'm watching a YouTube video, do I want to watch a YouTube video that's good, or do I want to watch a YouTube video that's been produced by a group of 30 people rather than one guy in his bedroom who's edited it, filmed it, done the commentary, done everything on it, you know? And it's like you kind of get a lot more out of watching something that's kind of actually made by a person rather than been made by a team of 10 people, you know? Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's just, I think people are kind of shifting back towards like general YouTube's core a little bit of things that were just raw and honest and just what it is. There was like no frills. Kind of like, think of it like indie games. Like people are moving away from AAAs and they're moving back more towards indies because the AAAs have just kind of screwed everyone over. Not the same situation with YouTube and stuff like that, but I think a lot of people on those platforms are going towards the people that are a bit more kind of like normal, rather than like the hardcore super sweat multiple million subs people on YouTube that make good stuff, but it's kind of overly edited and over fucked with, in my opinion. Quick off-topic interjection, you excited for any of the new features or vehicles in the new update? That's a bingo card right there. I said the other day, I was talking with Oreo the other day, and I was like, I saw that the update thing had come up. I just watched the trailer. That's the only thing I saw. I haven't read any patch notes or anything, so I don't know what's being added specifically or what's not. I literally only know just from the trailer what was going on. And I said at the time, I was like, I can guarantee you the next time I stream War Thunder, someone is going to ask me if I've seen the trailer and or if I'm excited about the update. I was like, watch, it will happen. I was like, someone will ask me. I was wrong about who it was, because I said most likely my prediction is it'll be one of those people that you only, you know, like you'll see for War Thunder streams, but you'll never see anywhere else. You know, like one of the hardcore War Thunder group. I said it'll be one of the people who comes in and says it, but it wasn't in the end. But I predicted that someone would ask me. It was interesting. As I say, I don't know the details of it, so I can't necessarily say yes, I'm excited for anything, or no, I'm not. It looked kind of cool, I guess. From my perspective, from the ground stuff, it looked like basically the only new things were spars, so it doesn't really interest me much from that perspective, because as we all kind of know, I'm not much of an SPAA player, so I'm not really like chomping at the bit to get more SPAAs and not get any tanks and new vehicles. So like from that type of thing, I'm not really that, I don't care really. In terms of features, I don't know if they're adding anything new, to be honest, that I'm interested in, so I can't say on that. Vehicles though, it doesn't really look, to be honest. It doesn't look that good to me for vehicles. if you're a planes person, it seemed like there was more for you. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, War Thunder did start out as a planes-only game. So, you know, planes are going to get the lion's share of most things. As a ground player, is there a huge amount to be excited for? Probably not. So I'm not, like, thrilled. It looks okay. And some of it, to be fair, I think just comes from my different attitude that I have towards games these days. Where I used to be one of those people who'd be well into all of the updates and dev insights and all that stuff for, like, Destiny or Siege or whatever. But I've kind of got to that point where these days I honestly just don't really care. I'm just like, what, they'll update shit and it'll come into the game, and if it's cool, it's cool. Like, I'm not going to spend ages looking at dev blogs and all that type of stuff. Like, even with Siege these days, I used to, all the time, I'd be like looking at leaks and trying to get insight on what's the new operator going to be and what are the leaks and the rumors going around at the minute. These days, I honestly just don't care anymore. It's like, I'll play it when it comes out, but like, eh. So like with War Thunder, it's like past the very... Basically, this is how you'll know if I've seen something when it comes to War Thunder. If it's been posted on the Steam page, on like the news section, I've probably seen it. Other than that, I won't have. Because I just don't go out of my way to look at like Gaijin's socials or anything. Days of top tier Kaz are now over. Yeah, there looks like there's a couple of new spars that are going to be a problem. Mostly spars and ships. I was going to ask if you did, but I held my tongue. Oh, it's not. I'm not, like, complaining about the fact you asked me. I just said, like I said, when I was saying to Oreo about it, I just said it in, like, a jokey way where I was like, someone's going to ask me. I was like, it's a matter of time. Someone will ask me. I don't know who it'll be or when they'll ask me, but someone will ask me if I've seen it. I was like, just wait for it. It'll happen. Someone will. And someone did. So I knew. It's not, like, a bad thing. I'm not complaining about the fact you asked me though, Bob. I was just waiting for it to happen. I'd kind of forgotten about it, to be honest. And then you reminded me by saying that, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember the update. Yeah. Like, yeah, I remember saying that. So yeah, the TLDR answer is I kind of don't care about the update because it's not really for me. But will it be good? Possibly. And if there is any unexpected things that I don't know about that benefit me and go towards good things for me in game, then I'd probably be a bit happier and a bit more excited. But as of right now, I don't know of anything that's going to be crazy good for me, nor anything added that I'm that interested in. So I kind of don't care. Like, I don't care any more than any other random update. It's just like, yeah. Lovely, I'm dead. Wow, you're fun. Adam G. I hope you cut your toenails too long. Or too short, even. You evil bastard. Don't play ships too much, but nice to see the Iowa and the Bismarck are finally getting added to the game. I just haven't made... just to have in the game, I guess. It's nice when they always add more content for people that want it, you know? Like, it's not, like, as I say, that stuff's not for me. I'm sure the spar people are having an absolute wet dream right now about the new spars they get. Like, for me, I don't care. It's just new SPAAs. Yeah. But, like, yeah, I'm glad that they're adding new content for people to play who are going to enjoy it. It's just not my cup of tea, you know? But, like, for me, it's not something I'm interested in. But, as you say, like, with that, as you dabble in ships, it's nice for you to have something else to play with, right? Learned something when I got Repo. It actually requires friends to play, unless I'm missing something about it. Yes, it does, Bruce. You can play it solo, but it's nowhere near as interesting, and if you die, it's over. Repo is actually really fun, though. We'll probably... maybe we'll play Repo at some point, Bruce. Me and Oreo played Repo before. Maybe we'll play some Repo with you at some point. Never know. Dude, Repo is super fun, though. I enjoy playing it. I think my favorite thing about Repo when we played it was Oreo had this problem where the batteries in her, like, smoke alarms were low. You know how they beep when the batteries are low to let you know that the battery's going to run out? Anyone who's ever had a smoke alarm or anything like that, you know how that works, right? We were playing Repo, but it would pick up on her mic So we'd be sat there, and there's this one guy in repo who's like the shooter dude, the blind man. He walks around, uses his gun as like a blind stick, like a walking stick thing where he like drags it on the ground, and he can't see anything, so he's completely blind. You can just walk past him, but his hearing is really good. And it was like this one moment where I was just like, you hear him come into the room, and we're both just like go and hide under a desk, and you just hear beep, and he just goes bang and just takes her head off. we're both just laughing, where it's like she's just sat there and we're both like looking at each other like, oh my god, he stood right there, and then you just hear beep, and he just fires his shotgun and blows her head off. And it's like, oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, the old guy, man. It was so funny because she'd just be trying to hide under something, and then you just hear like beep, and then that would happen. That was great. For Armor Reforger, and as a console player, I finally get to play the Armor game. You ever dabble in the milsim genre? I haven't, to be honest. Bob, can't say I have. I don't know. I think mostly when I play games generally, my like main wheelhouse when it comes to the video games is basically shooters and RPGs mostly. I do dabble in the odd bit of other stuff every now and again, but like mostly RPGs and shooters is what I'm up to. So yeah, I've never really gone too into them. Maybe I'd try them. I know, isn't Armor the one that everybody raves about and says it's really good? I think that might be the one, like the franchise that everyone says is amazing. Or is that something else? Or am I thinking of Armored Core? I think I've heard Armored Core before as well as one of those. That would be a clip. It would have been amazing, but yeah, we weren't recording it because it wasn't on stream. We were just playing. I think we were playing with our brother. We played twice. We played with a brother and we played with Ploomfy as well, which was really fun. So yeah, that was a good one. It's a fun game, Repo, though. But yeah, it's definitely better with friends, Bruised. Because the thing is, when you die in Repo, your friends have a chance to help you because they can recover you by picking up your head and taking it back. So that when they cash the car in, they, It's always when I'm speaking, isn't it? I get Oblivion NPC dialogue. Maybe the Oblivion NPC music, maximum. Whenever that happens, I'm always like, I wonder if that one's specifically been used because they're like, God, he sounds like an NPC right now. It's like the chat's way of saying, shut up, streamer. Stop talking. I'm kind of waiting for the BRB. I'm going to wait for the BRB to happen, or the final break of the stream, and then I think I'm going to do one more match. Okay? Is that fair? Everyone cool with that? So I think we'll do one more match after the BRB. Because we're getting to that point where we're towards the end of the stream now. So I think it's... if we do that, it's fine. I think that would be what we do. Yeah. Thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out, lurking, vibing. Remember, we've basically got to supercharge this month because it's only a 2-week month for me as far as stream's concerned. So, yeah. We got to supercharge the month and get as much in as we can in the 2 weeks that I'll be here, because the other 2 weeks of June I'm going to be gone. So, yeah. It's more like me, the NPC has arrived. Okay, I'll interpret it that way this next time when it comes in. Thank you for the biddies, Maximum. I appreciate it. Look at us chipping away at that biddies goal already. It's 2,500, isn't it? I can't read it on my OBS thing though because it's too small. It is the 2,500 goal, right? Yeah, okay. 2,400 to go. We're getting there. We've done 100 in the first day, which is good. Whether or not we'll make it within the 2 weeks, I doubt, but you never know. You never know. Maybe we will. Heading off, guys. Keep well, and good night. Thanks for the chat. Have a good one, Bob. We'll see you on Tuesday, potentially, for some more Oblivion, where I'll be doing some more achievement hunting. So you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it, man. And have a good night. And we'll see you when we see you. Thanks for going to the YouTube stream. And dropping a sub as well, I believe. And thank you for hanging out on Twitch too. I appreciate it. The double watcher right there. Watching on YouTube and Twitch. Look at that. Look at that commitment right there. Isn't that crazy? Watching both platforms at the same time. What an absolute gangster. Thank you for that. Yeah. 1 minute until the BRB starts. I don't know why it was late today as well. It's very strange. It's like a late BRB. But, yeah. If you didn't know, I kind of referenced it a minute ago when I said about the 2-week month. If you didn't know by some miracle at this point, and you've been here a while, honestly, how? I have no idea. But I am only going to be here for 2 weeks this month. I'm going to be here until the 6th or the 15th of June will be my final stream of the month, because on the 16th of June I'm flying to America, where I'm going to be spending a vacation for 2 weeks. So if you did not know, you've only got me until the 15th, so another 13 days from now. So this stream in 2 weeks' time, about this time, will be the last stream I do for the month. And then I'll be back. I fly back on the 30th, where I land on the 1st of July. So I will probably be... I don't know when I'll be back specifically. I'm not going to be back the day I fly, obviously. I don't know if I'll come back the day after. I might wait until the Thursday and do like the first stream back on Thursday, so I have the day I arrive home, and then the next day where I just kind of, if I need to, get used to being home again. And then on day 3, which will be the Thursday, maybe that's when I'll do my first stream back. But essentially I'll be gone for the rest of June, so that's kind of terrifying, but you know, it is what it is. So get your support in while you can. If you want to get those watch streaks and do any bits or any of that stuff, I don't know, resubs, whatever you want to do, you'll have to either hold them for next month, or you'll have to get them in the first half of the month. I mean, I guess you could do it while I was gone, but that'd be a bit strange, wouldn't it? You just, someone come in and drop their resub in the chat while I'm offline. Be kind of comical. All right, I'm going to switch to the BRB, because I am just going to get up for just a second. Then we're going to come back and play the final match. So I'll be back in just a minute, and then we'll play one more, okay? So BRB, everyone, back in just a second. Okay. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Final time of the night. Let's whip the old challenger into shape for one final match. Let's see where we are. Solid. Very solid. Nearly got that done as well, that's nice. And then we'll have a look at one final thing. 15,000. Yeah.
Remind me to bring you along the next time I
my
feel like
God.
brawling.
Bruce, thank you for the 1,000 bits, man. I really appreciate it. That's like half the bits goal for the month in one thing. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. I shit my wallet. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that, dude. Maximum, thank you again for the bits earlier as well. You've got a challenger in the old leaderboard. I'm just going to come back after... feel like on my vacation, I'll just check up on the channel every once in a while, and I'll just see this like YouTube battling on the leaderboard, increasing it by 1 bit every day, so that someone overtakes each other. Thanks so much, man. I really appreciate it. That's a lot of bits right there. No, thank you so much for that. I am unworthy of these bits. The bit war. Yeah, the bit war. We haven't had a war like that for a while, actually. We did have one last year at one point between you and someone who will not be named. A little bit, anyway. Me and Bevan used to fight like that all the time back in the day. We used to, back when I was a big spender on Twitch. I say big spender. But when I used to give subs and stuff fairly frequently, me and Bevan used to get into like these little mini battles where we'd like one-up each other by 1 sub. This was years ago now. Both of us at the time were students who were basically spending like either government money or something like that on... Bevan, I think Bevan was spending like money he was supposed to be using for school or something. And then I was just spending money that I had from when I was at the lab. We were just fighting each other in the gift subs battle, where we'd always do like 1 sub extra or whatever just to get ahead of the other person. It was like, that's how me and Bevan kind of like met properly, I guess. We sort of had like a friendly rivalry going on. But yeah, I haven't done that for years. I don't know the last time I gifted 5 subs, to be honest, on Twitch. It's been a long time. I just don't do it anymore. I used to do it all the time. But these days, I don't do it. I think if I was going to do anything like that these days, I'd just dono to someone. Sorry, you were spending what money? Oh, government money is what I said. Not like literally not we work for it, but like Bevan. I think in Bevan's case, it was like money he was supposed to be using for school or something that he'd been given. I think it was something like that, and so he was using his like school money to give subs. And then for me, I just ended up using money that I'd previously... I think at that point is what money I'd previously earned at the lab or was earning. Because when I first started doing the gift subs and stuff, I hadn't even gone to the lab yet. I was still a student, so I didn't ever get a student loan. Other than for my course that I did. Like, I didn't get any maintenance loans or anything like that for living. Because I lived close enough to the uni where I could just stay at home. I didn't have to pay to live on my own. So that was kind of nice. Why? 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 Why have you got a part in, like, inside my fucking tank, bruv? But yeah. So me and Bevan back in the day were like shitters when it came to that stuff. Oh, I'm fucking leaving, dude. This annoying bastard is just fucking had me spot. He's gonna kill the Fuji now, isn't he? He's like, oh, you should kill over there. He's like fucking, he sniffed him out, you know? He's just like, oh my god, I didn't kill. I'll go kill him on my leopard. I'm only helping him because it gives me a challenge. That's literally the only reason I'm helping him. I mean, to be honest, spending government money on Twitch would be the most worthwhile money I've ever been spent on. Yeah. I mean, it was better than us spending our own money, right? Or in his case, it was better than him spending his own money. Yeah, Bevan always used to be a meme with that. We both chilled out. There was like one stream I remember we did. It was like the final one where we were both there and we were like, we really need to stop spending. And then we did like one final stream where we dropped some gift subs and stuff, and then that was it. After that point, we basically both knocked it in the head. I think Bevan occasionally still does like, not subs, but I think he does like bits and stuff every now and again. He's got to support his favorite e-girls, you know. Let me just check about that. Bevan's always got to support his favorite ladies, you know. Yeah, and I haven't gifted any subs for a while. I think the last 5 I ever did gifted wise were probably to Oreo. Maybe for someone's birthday stream, but I don't know. XD, yeah, Bevan and the ladies. Hey, he can spend his money on whoever he wants. Even if it's not me. Okay. He's a young lad, you know, looking to have a fun time with his money. Absolute memer. Bevan is a memer. We don't see enough of Bevan these days because he's got a job now, so we don't get to see as much of his shitter behavior in stream anymore, which is sad. But hey, it is what it is. He's usually just lurking when he's here now because he's always at work. So yeah, the sad part about you know, people getting older and stuff like that, isn't it? Gets to a point where all that fun stuff goes out the way. You don't get to see people memeing and being shitters anymore. It's all about money and taxes and serious stuff. Paying the rent. I mean, honestly. Who are these fucking people? Joking, of course. That stuff always comes first. And if it doesn't, then you should sort your priorities out. I was hoping I could get a bomb on the cluster of people on the outside of A here. I don't think it's... I mean, obviously didn't happen, but... I'm not sure if it's going to be a good thing me peeking this, but... Hey! It's Turks and the Knot clan. Even better. Lovely. Yeah, nice. I shouldn't have just left... I shouldn't have even left a spawn, should I? Telling me to sort my priorities, got it? I mean... You can do whatever you want at the end of the day. I can only recommend what you should do. Do as I say, not as I do. I spend money on Pokemon cards that I shouldn't spend money on, so... You shouldn't actually listen to me anyway. Do what you want. If you want to spend money here, then, oh! That's unexpected. Then you are more than welcome to spend money here, Bruce. I'm not going to say no. I'm not gonna, do you know, that's part of my change when I come back. I'm going into my, money hoarding era. Going to announce, when I come back from my, summer break, I'm going to announce I'm doing a subathon. That's what I'm going to do. Subathon surprise subathon announcement. Who would say no to money? I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, but saying that though, I always used to be funny about it. When people used to gift subs and stuff and do bits and stream, I always used to be funny about it because I was like, man, don't waste your money. But like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I mean, I still feel that way to some degree, right? Not necessarily like people are wasting money when they like do things here, but I'm always like, I know, I just feel kind of weird about it. I'll play one more game as well, actually, because that was a bit lackluster. I'll do one more. But, yeah, it's weird to talk about. You know? Accept me? No. I refuse. I disown you instead. How about that? But, like, well, like, it's one of those things where, as part of being the streamer, when you get to a certain point, you have to accept that there might be the off chance that someone wants to give you something. like with Throne as well, right? Like I used to suck when people would give like Throne wish list things. It's the same with that. Like if ever those things happen, I see the notification for it. I always am just like, oh my god, what is someone doing? Like with those 1,000 bits earlier, I'm just like, my god, what is he doing? But yeah, it's just kind of one of those things you have to just kind of come to accept. But these days, I think I've moved on fully past like the point of being like, oh my god, stop wasting money. But these days, I'm just like, hey, I'm not going to say no to some bits if you give me some, but as long as you're responsible about what you do, right? Then I have no complaints. You could give me 1,000,000 bits for like if you really wanted to, as long as you had enough money left for yourself to be able to do the stuff you wanted to do, including giving the bits, then like, yeah. You know, that's kind of like my 2 cents on it these days. As long as people are responsible with what they do and don't sabotage their own finances to do a funny on Twitch, then like, go wild. I'm very lucky to receive any bits of any value or any subs of anything at all. So I, you know, don't complain, however big or small or whatever the sub bomb or bits bomb or whatever it is, you know. I'll take my one bit and be happy, you know, if people give a bit. Final game of the night, everybody, as well. Official. It's the final game of the night. We are going to be heading off after this one. But first, we are going to hopefully have a good one. Let's see. Jet go zoom. Yes. Yes, it does. It does indeed go zoom, Bruised. You are correct in that observation. I'm glad you figured that out. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. We're 5 hours and 23 minutes deep into stream, alright? If you think I've known what I've been talking about for the last 3 hours, past the Pokemon TCG conversation, then you're sorely mistaken. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh, he's on the other side of the rocks. Well, they're obviously crossing, because why smoke that? You're not going to, right? Oh, typical. Yeah, and he gets my fucking breach. He gets my breach, my loader, and my commander. In one shot. Nice. Oh, lovely. Wow, it was so fun. Don't really know how he saw me through the smoke in the first place, but... Alright. I'm fairly certain he didn't NBD me anyway. Ah! I can't forget not to do that. That guy's having a seizure. Maybe this isn't going to be the final hurrah I was hoping it to be. It's going to be a shit game as well, isn't it? You know what we need? Tell you what we need. Actually, I'll keep that going. Liked songs, where is it? Alright, we just gotta wait for this song to end. Hopefully the game's still going by then. You get scouted, you're basically going to get wall hacked even if you have smoke. Yeah, but surely I didn't get scouted though, right? Because no, I hadn't seen a soul before the smokes went up. Or after. The only person I saw was the leopard when he killed me. So surely I didn't get scouted, right? Because who was there to scout me? No one had line of sight on me or anything. I mean, it's possible. It's a logical thing, Bruised. I don't know. I just don't know if someone actually... I don't think someone would have been able to scout me. I mean, maybe they did, but... I just feel like people wouldn't have had time to get me. I wasn't there for that long. And I wasn't that exposed either. say that. Watch me drive across here and get a shot from there now. Exactly what's about to happen. Ooh. We got that Jubilife. What a song. What a piece of music, Jubilife. That was mine, I should have just fired. He's dipped down, can't get him. How risky am I feeling? Do you know what? I'm going for it. That's not great. He's going to kill me. No, he isn't. He shot the other guy. Ooh. Huma's shooting me. Thrashed him by taking his track off. ZTZ is running, man. He's not having any of that shit. Oh, fuck off, dude. Seriously? Dead to the Bradley now, probably. That's so comically shit, the way I died there. That's fucking... How many fucking people are here and he still killed me around the corner? Oh, Jesus, fuck my life, dude. There's like 4 people sat on the beak out, and he still somehow wallbangs me through the smoke, driving out round the corner. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Smoke is useless if not used very early before getting spotted by a player. Yeah, I know, but it wasn't me who smoked it. It was the other guy. It was the enemy who smoked it, right? But they smoked it before anyone had seen me or I'd seen anyone. That's my point. Like, surely I didn't get spotted through the smoke. I mean, obviously did, but like, I don't know. I don't think I should have been. It doesn't really matter either way, but like, it's just, I don't know. I just find it a bit annoying. It's like, I don't think I should have died to that. Or at least, should the leopard have been super easy to get shots off on me? Probably not. That was an idiotic thing to do, wasn't it, Mr. Light Tank? He somehow just missed me as well. I don't know how that happened. Bloodstrike is a mobile game, and it's basically full of bots and mobile players. Is it really? Interesting. That'll make it nice and easy then, right? I still need to download that. He's coming back for me, isn't he? He was coming back for me, isn't he? Smoke it anyway, I might get a little... Depends. Depend my roof. Okay. Ghost shelled? Did he? It looked like he fired low. I don't know. I didn't see where the shell went. Maybe he did. Maybe he bumped the wall and threw his shot off. That was not a great game. I wasn't a fan of that much. But you know what? It doesn't matter. It's the last game of the night, so I don't care anymore. I'm beyond caring. What I can say, though, I do care about is we've done some good things today. We unlocked our challenges stuff today. We did another of these special tasks. We unlocked that today. Which, we haven't completed yet, have we? No. Sorry, light and medium tanks of the enemy. We haven't done any yet. I'll work on that when I'm playing with Mirage anyway. We did that. We started that off today. We also got a chunk towards the Retail 90. It's at 15,000. We've done about 20k on this today. Which, again, we're still running at the massive deficit because we're playing 12.0s, grinding 6.3, so we get low XP yields. Big win here, though, in the Challenger 2E. We're at 208,000 now. Less than 100k to go. Elevation Mech fully unlocked today, which was we'd barely started, and Smoke Nades unlocked, and we've done half of the L27 rounds, nearly half. So I'd say that's a pretty good shift in that thing today. The real money maker here was the Black Knight. I mean, the Black Knight, we were in engine, so we finished ESS, LWS, LR, basically most of engine, and now we're working artillery support. So realistically, the Black Knight will be spaded on Wednesday. It's going to be hard for me not to do this in 5 hours. So this will be spaded on Sunday, which if this follows a similar pattern means that this will probably be 2 more streams after that. So there's a potential chance right now, depending on how things go, how the games go, all that stuff, we may well finish spading all of our 12.0 British stuff, the highest tier we have, by the time I go away on vacation. There's a possibility of that happening. It looks...
Cheese.
Cheese. Thank you for the cheese, Bruce. It looks... we haven't seen that for ages. God, I love seeing the cheese redeem. But it looks likely that we might do that. Thank you for the 50 bits, man. Appreciate it. Let's switch to the lab. So all in all today, we've done solidly. There's nothing to look at there as being particularly bad. We've made a lot of good progress in some of our tanks. If anyone remembers the Wednesday stream we did for War Thunder this week as well, you'll know that that was a bit of a mess. So having this stream today go quite well is quite nice. I'm quite happy about that. Yeah, honestly, not many complaints. We looked good. A few games went off the boil. Towards the end, we didn't play as well. You know, that's fair. However, I will say, I think that the general level of play was pretty good today. Like, it was a pretty strong like performance today, in my opinion. I think I did quite well. It wasn't the best day I've ever done on War Thunder. It was a pretty good day though. I was rather composed today. That's how I think I'd view it. We were able to like not get too drawn into like annoying fights against people and get frustrated fighting people being annoying. It was more of like a day of I just played my own game and then worried about what I was doing, not everyone else. So that helped a lot. What I'm going to do real quick is I am going to send the YouTube stream away. So thank you very much, YouTube folks, for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you. And I hope you YouTube folks have a good one. Anyone who is over there in the YouTube stream, thank you for the likes on the YouTube stream again today as well. Now's your last chance to do it if you want to. So thank you, YouTube folks, for doing that in the event that you have. Thank you for the likes on the YouTube stream. I do appreciate it. And yeah, I'll send you off. So thank you, YouTube folks, for being here. Thanks for vibing. Thanks for lurking in the YouTube stream and helping to support. I do appreciate it. And I will see you all on Tuesday for some more Oblivion. Okay? Thanks for the sub as well, Bob. Thank you, thank you. So I see you all on Tuesday, YouTube folks. Thank you for being here.